Chapter 1171. In the northwest of the primordial demon region, on Yangguan Peak, there was a tall building. It was majestic and extraordinary. Clouds swirled around the building, and powerful auras flickered in and out of existence, striking fear into people. The number 1 pavilion was a mysterious force that had existed in the central continent for countless years. It had weathered far too many storms, but it still existed. Rumor had it that the pavilion master of the number 1 pavilion was an expert close to the Emperor Dao. However, no one had truly seen this mysterious pavilion master in the past thousands of years. The pavilion had 4 profound realms, and the 4 sovereign realm experts each guarded an area. Their absolute defense made the number 1 pavilion an impenetrable place. On this day, 2 illusionary figures walked out of the number 1 pavilion. They flickered several times before disappearing into the distance. Rain continued to fall in the 3 royal cities. For several days, the autumn rain still did not stop. Bai Yi stood silently in front of the royal palace in the 13th prince's residence. She had not left since returning from the Sea of Samsara. She had remained in the royal city to observe the situation. Suddenly, Ning Chen's expression froze. He looked outside and squinted his eyes. Something was wrong. Before he had finished thinking, 2 beams of killing intent shot through the air outside the royal palace without any warning. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and dodged the 2 beams of killing intent. Pung! Sword chi tore through the air. 2 tables in the royal palace were affected and immediately shattered into pieces. Ning Chen raised his hand. Demonic chi surged, and the inverted moon appeared. The instant he gripped his sword, killing intent filled the air. Outside the royal palace, the invisible danger arrived once again. 2 sharp beams of sword chi shot over together. It was a strange change that had never been seen before. Ning Chen took a step forward and dodged the 2 beams of sword chi. At the same time, he slashed out with the Moon Demon Divine artifact in his hand. The moment the 3 swords clashed, 2 figures appeared briefly before him. They were blurry illusions that still could not be seen clearly. What a strange cultivation technique! You've successfully piqued my curiosity. After saying that, Ning Chen's demonic chi erupted. The 9 king pearls in his body spun rapidly, and vast demonic might surged out. With a loud bang, the 2 assassins were forced back several steps. In the rain, the silhouette of an illusory figure could be vaguely seen, but it was difficult to discern its true appearance. Ning Chen's figure flashed out. The demonic chi around his body protected the divine sword that was covered in cracks. He slashed out with his sword with all his might. The 2 assassins dodged the divine swords and rushed to the sides of the knowing Destiny Saint in an instant. Their swords pierced through the air and attacked again. Ning Chen turned sideways, and the 2 swords brushed past each other. The moment they passed each other, Ning Chen condensed Yuan in his palms and struck out with an earth-shattering force. At the critical moment, the figures of the 2 assassins disappeared. The palm energy passed through their bodies, and they were not injured at all. After a single move, the 2 swords intersected. An even faster sword slashed through the autumn rain, mercilessly reaping lives. Clang! The 3 swords clashed again, and the cracked inverted moon in water suffered new damage. The cracks spread, and it showed signs of collapse. Seeing this, Ning Chen frowned. He raised his left palm and counterattacked with a powerful palm force. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering tremors, the 2 assassins couldn't turn into the void in time and were forced to take several steps back. Ning Chen put away his divine swords, and the demonic chi covered his body. His eyes changed and became cold and emotionless. 12 moves of spiritual rhino, 100 tides set the sky. The moon-worshipping divine martial art appeared again, shaking the heavens and earth with yin and yang. Ning Chen's palms turned into a peerless technique, and huge waves surged between the heavens and the earth with shocking power. The 2 assassins' expressions changed slightly. They didn't dare to hesitate. They combined their swords and resisted the extreme power together. The next moment the waves hit the sky, and the entire Crown Prince's residence shook violently. The light of the divine prohibition flickered, protecting the residence. Inside the residence, two figures flew out from the wave. They couldn't avoid it, and their mouths were red. Ugh! 100 steps away, the two assassins, Tian Can and Deke, appeared. They staggered a few steps and vomited blood again. After the waves dissipated, Ning Chen walked forward step by step. He looked at the man and woman in front of him and said coldly, "I've already spared your lives. Before my patience runs out, tell me who's behind you." Tian Can and Deke exchanged glances. They couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. The 13th Prince's strength was too different from the information they received. Tian Can and Deke of the number 1 pavilion greets the 13th Prince. Tian Can stepped forward and bowed. He said in a respectful tone. Deke, who was dressed as a woman, also bowed silently. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly. The number 1 pavilion? That famous assassin organization. Is it the number 1 pavilion that wants to kill me, or is someone paying for my life? Ning Chen looked at the two and asked calmly. Your Highness, please don't misunderstand, Tian Can said respectfully. Deke and I are here under the orders of the Pavilion Master to help your Highness achieve greatness. Ning Chen squinted his eyes and said, Then what do you mean by what you did before? If we want to join the Pavilion Master, we have to show our strength. Otherwise, how can your Highness value us? Tian Can replied. Ning Chen stared at the two. After a long while, his expression changed slightly. Human? You're human? Ning Chen asked in a deep voice. Is that strange? Isn't your Highness a human too? DK, who was beside Tian Can, said in an unfriendly tone. Tiansan's expression turned cold. He scolded, Don't be rude to your Highness. She's right. I'm a human, Ning Chen said coldly. I'm curious. Why does the number 1 pavilion dare to take you in? Or is the pavilion master of the number 1 pavilion a human too? Tian Can and Deke were silent. Neither of them said anything. Ning Chen looked at the two's reaction and understood. He had been wondering why there were almost no human masters in the primordial demon realm. They were all hiding. The number 1 pavilion had always been mysterious. They never asked for reasons when they hired assassins. For thousands of years, they had offended many big clans. However, the number 1 pavilion was very powerful. 100 years ago, a few royal clans had joined forces to attack them, but they were still defeated. It could be said that no one could do anything to this mysterious organization unless an Emperor Realm Master attacked them personally. If the number 1 Under Heaven Pavilion was really an organization formed by human experts, then many things could be explained. Although the primordial demon realm was a flourishing place, the human race had not been completely wiped out. Those martial experts could not have disappeared into thin air. However, even if the number 1 pavilion was a human, it could not be trusted. In this primordial demon realm, the human race had been suppressed for far too long. He was unable to determine what kind of mentality these martial way experts of the human race had. Uncontrollable factors would bring unnecessary variables to his plans. He did need more power, but first, he had to make use of this power. You're too weak. Ning Chen looked at the two and said calmly, With your abilities, you're not qualified to follow me. DK was furious. He was about to speak but was stopped by Tian Can. Tian Can cupped his fists and said respectfully, Since your Highness doesn't like our abilities, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave first. Tian Can glanced at Deke, who was beside him. Then he stood up and left. Deke suppressed his anger and looked coldly at the man in front of him. He did not say anything and left with him. A day later, Tian Can and Deke returned to the Cloud Pavilion on Yangguan Peak in the northwest of the primordial demon realm. After entering the pavilion, they knelt down and bowed respectfully. Failed? Within the vast hall, A figure surrounded by multicolored light walked out. He looked at the two of them and said, "Don't worry." "Pavilion Master," Tiankin said respectfully. "The 13th Prince's abilities exceeded our expectations. Deke and I are no match for him." "It's expected. Did he accept your loyalty?" the man asked calmly in the light. "He refused," Deke answered angrily. DK replied angrily, "Pavilion Master, why should we express goodwill to a traitor who defected to the demons?" "Traitor?" the man murmured softly and said, "Perhaps what you see with your eyes might not be real. Ever since the 13th Prince joined the Sky Devil royal family, he had been paying attention to him. The longer he watched, the more shocked he was. Over the years, the Sky Devil royal family had been involved in many major events. They seemed unrelated, but in reality, each event was consuming the Sky Devil royal family's strength. First, the 7th Heavenly Demon Crown Prince died on the Dragon King Mountain. Then, the first Demon King was trapped in the easternmost land. Then, the two princes fought each other and both suffered heavy losses. Finally, the 5 royal families worked together to kill the demons. The once prosperous overlord of the world was now in a difficult situation. All of this happened after the 13th Prince joined the Sky Devil royal family. It was too much of a coincidence. However, what was shocking was that there was no trace of the 13th Prince behind all of this. If the truth was as he guessed, then the 13th Prince's intelligence and methods were too terrifying. After thinking for a while, the man came back to his senses. He looked at the two in front of him and said calmly, "You can leave now. You don't have to worry about what happens next." "Yes." Tiankin and DK bowed at the same time, then stood up and left. Not long after they left, the space in the hall swirled. 4 kings guarding the 4 mysterious realms appeared in 4 vortexes. They sat cross-legged in the air with shocking auras. "What do you think?" The man looked at the 4 kings in the air and asked. "It's worth a gamble." The only woman among the 4 kings said calmly, "The Sky Devil royal family's strength is unshakable. It's the first time in so many years that someone has forced the Sky Devil royal family into such a difficult situation. The 13th Prince might be the real mastermind." "I don't agree." As soon as the woman finished speaking, a king in the west said in a low voice, "It's all just a guess. If the 13th Prince has really betrayed us, then the number 1 pavilion in the world will be completely exposed to the Sky Devil royal family." The other 2 kings were silent. It was too difficult to decide. On one hand, there was an opportunity. On the other hand, there was a risk. There was a 50% chance. If they made the wrong choice, they would have no chance to turn things around. "Pavilion Master, I'll go personally," the woman said calmly. "The West King's worries are not without reason. Before I make a decision, I'll test it one more time." Chapter 1172. Yangguan Peak, the number 1 pavilion in the northern profound realm. In a small world of ice and snow, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. Snowflakes drifted around her, making her look pure and flawless. The number 1 pavilion's northern region king, Qing Shuang, was one of the few top human cultivators in the primitive demon realm. Her cultivation was at the top of the king realm, and her strength was unfathomable. The primitive demon realm had changed greatly, and the flames of war were everywhere. Qing Shuang, who had been sitting in the northern profound realm for hundreds of years, stood up for the first time and walked out of the world of ice and snow. In the 13th Prince's residence in the celestial devil imperial city, Ningchen, who had been waiting in front of the palace, looked into the distance. He had been in the celestial devil imperial city for many years, and the human cultivators had finally found him. This was not strange. He just wanted to know what the number 1 pavilion's purpose was. Countless years of repressed life could change many things. If the humans in this realm had forgotten the fact that they were humans, he did not mind wiping them all out in this war. Outside the 3 imperial city, a woman in a green and white palace dress walked over. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her temperament was extraordinary, and it was very eye-catching. Qing Shuang entered the city. Immediately, the King Realm cultivators in the city sensed her and looked in the direction of the city gate with strange expressions. What a powerful aura! A new King Realm cultivator had come to the 3 Imperial City. In front of the city gate, Commander Xian Mo looked at the woman walking over and asked, "Miss, why have you come to the Celestial Devil Imperial City?" "I'm looking for someone," Qing Shuang said softly. "Who?" Xian Mo asked. "The 13th Prince," Qing Shuang answered truthfully. Xian Mo's expression darkened. "The 13th Prince is of noble status and does not meet guests easily. Did you get permission?" "No," Qing Shuang said calmly. "Since you were not summoned by the Crown Prince, please go back," Xian Mo said in a low voice. Qing Shuang ignored her and continued walking forward. Seeing this, Xian Mo held the saber at her waist with her left hand. Her true essence surged, ready to attack at any time. As the great battle was about to begin, Qing Shuang raised her right hand slightly. Cold energy spread from her slender fingers. Although it seemed simple, it gave all the Imperial Army soldiers present an unparalleled pressure. In front of the 13th Prince's palace, Ning Chen felt the coldness from afar. He narrowed his eyes and walked out of the palace. In front of the Heavenly Demon Imperial City, the Heavenly Demon Imperial Guard and the number 1 Under Heaven Pavilion faced each other. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made it hard for people to breathe. Xian Mo held the saber in her left hand. Even before the saber was drawn, a terrifying pressure was looming. She was the commander of the Imperial Guards of the Sky Devil Imperial family, a peerless powerhouse whose name shook the world. No one under the Imperial Tao dared to underestimate her. The 2 peerless masters in the King Realm confronted each other. Their auras shook, and their powerful forces collided with each other. The area within 1,000 feet gradually became a vacuum zone, and no one could get close to it. "Excuse me." With a deep shout, Xian Mo's head moved. Her battle saber was unsheathed. With the power to split mountains and split seas, it came crashing down. Qing Shuang narrowed her eyes and raised her slender hand. White snow swirled in the air as she blocked the incoming attack. With a loud bang, the saber and the palm collided. The remaining power roared and surged, crazily spreading out. It was an evenly matched move, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. In the aftermath, the 2 figures were as still as mountains. Their true essence surged as they collided. "The 2 of you, please stop." Just as the 2 were about to clash again, a plain-clothed figure walked over from outside the battlefield. In an instant, she had entered the battlefield. The surging demonic chi was vast and boundless. In the demonic chi, soared light crisscrossed. It was incomparably sharp and powerful. With a rumble, the 3 powerhouses clashed. With the 3 of them as the center, raging waves spread rapidly. Everywhere it passed, stone slabs flew, and the streets were destroyed. In the center of the battlefield, the dust gradually dispersed, and the 3 figures appeared. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, "Miss, are you looking for me?" "Yes," Qing Shuang said calmly. "Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Miss, please." Ning Chen stepped aside and said with a smile. Qing Shuang nodded and walked forward. "Commander Xian Mo, I'll take this girl away." Ning Chen glanced at Xian Mo and said calmly. Then he turned around and left with her. Xian Mo didn't stop them. She looked at the 2 of them, leaving with a serious look in her eyes. The 13th Prince was going further and further on the road to power. In the 13th Prince's palace, the 2 of them walked one after the other. Everyone in the Imperial City paid close attention to the 13th Prince's movements. In the 3rd Prince's palace, when the news came, Xian Qing's face also became serious. "When did the 13th Prince get to know such an expert?" "Your Highness, we can't wait any longer. The 13th Prince's forces are growing day by day. Soon, he will become a big problem for your Highness." Dongxian Yuting, the leader of the 4 entrances, said with a serious expression. Xian Qing frowned and looked outside the palace. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Find an opportunity to get rid of the 13th prince's minions. Remember, don't leave any traces." "Yes," Dongxian Yuting said respectfully. At the same time, in the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him and asked, "Miss, how should I address you?" "Qing Shuang." "Human?" Ning Chen asked directly. "Human," Qing Shuang answered honestly. Hearing this, Ning Chen didn't look too surprised. He nodded slightly and said, "Are there many human experts like you in the primitive demon realm?" "Not many," Qing Shuang said calmly, "no more than 5. Ning Chen sighed softly and said, "As expected. With your Highness's wisdom, you should know why." "I don't understand. Why did your Highness give up your identity as a human and join the Sky Devil Imperial family?" Qing Shuang said coldly. "Since Miss Qing Shuang knows that I have joined the Sky Devil Imperial family, why do you still dare to take the risk alone? Aren't you afraid that I will be heartless and leave you in the Sky Devil Imperial City forever?" Ning Chen said indifferently, "If my life can let the people of the world see your Highness' true intentions, it is worth it," Qing Shuang said calmly. "Oh!" Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he said, "I admire Mrs. Temperament. However, can everyone in the primal demon realm be as selfless as Miss?" "They can't." Qing Shuang's bright eyes flashed. She replied, "The human race in this world has been suppressed by the 100 races for too long. There are countless people with twisted minds. However, we can't abandon the entire human race because of this." Ning Chen listened to the woman in front of him quietly. He stared at her for a long time. These words were so familiar. Back in the Divine Continent, the Nether King destroyed the world. It was because of the filth of human hearts that the noble master of the 7 absolute heavens was disgusted. He personally came to the Divine Continent and chose to destroy the world. At that time, they were just like the woman in front of him. They never gave up. "I need humans that I can trust, not people with twisted minds. Do you understand, miss?" Ning Chen said calmly. Qing Shuang was silent. After a while, she said, "The number 1 pavilion is the last strength of the human race. When it was created, it was to fight against the 100 races and secretly protect the surviving humans in the primitive demon realm. Therefore, it is trustworthy." "Not trustworthy." Ning Chen's expression was cold. "I don't care about the purpose of the establishment of the number 1 pavilion under the heavens. People are fickle. After so many years, how many people still remember the original purpose of the establishment? Miss, how can I trust these people?" Qing Shuang frowned slightly and said, "We chose to trust your Highness. Your Highness should trust us more." "Ha, trust." Ning Chen sneered and said, "Miss Qing Shuang, these 2 words are too heavy. I can't bear it. Moreover, if the number 1 pavilion really trusted me, they wouldn't have sent people to test us again and again, right? There is a reason for this. Please forgive us, Your Highness." Qing Shuang said apologetically, "The human race is weak and can't withstand any storms. We sent people to test you. First, to confirm Your Highness's strength. Second, to let Your Highness see our power. I've seen it. It's not a surprise." Ning Chen's attitude was still cold. "There is still a gap between us and the 5 royal families, let alone the heavenly demon clan. 5 experts at the late or peak of the king realm were not weak. However, compared to the royal families of the primal demon realm, the gap was too big. The human race didn't grow up in the same environment as the 100 races. It's not easy to preserve such power. Your Highness, why do you have to be so aggressive?" Qing Shuang sighed softly. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him quietly and said seriously, "Miss Qing Shuang, to tell you the truth, if I have to choose between getting the help of 5 untrustworthy experts and maintaining the status quo, I'd rather maintain the status quo. Do you understand? I can't feel the sincerity of the number 1 pavilion. So, miss, please go back." Qing Shuang frowned slightly. After a long time, she nodded lightly and said, "I'll bring your Highness's words back to the pavilion master. I'll take my leave first." With that, Qing Shuang didn't stay any longer. She sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Ning Chen looked at her back and said meaningfully, "Miss Qing Shuang, be careful on the road." Qing Shuang's footsteps paused when she heard this. Immediately, she continued to walk forward. "Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness." Half a day later, 3,000 miles north of the Three Emperor City, Qing Shuang appeared and stopped. Around her, dust and sand rose without wind. The killing intent hidden in the wind and sand could be clearly seen. Qing Shuang frowned. As expected, someone wanted to harm her. That 13th Highness really predicted things. Qing Shuang didn't want to fight fearlessly. She took a step forward and her figure flickered. In a few breaths, she was already 1,000 miles away. However, the wind and sand followed her like a shadow. The killing intent didn't dissipate even 1,000 miles away. Instead, it became even fiercer. Qing Shuang didn't run away anymore. She stopped and snow drifted around her as she prepared to face the enemy. The wind around her grew stronger and stronger. A man in green appeared in the wind. His aura was so strong that it made people wary. At the same time, a second figure descended from the sky. Lightning surged around him and his aura was extremely strong. Dong Xian Yu Ting. Shi Xian Yu Feng. Qing Shuang looked at the two with a cold expression. The 4 Xian royal clan of the primal demon realm. "Miss, surrender and you'll suffer less," Shi Xian Yu Feng said coldly in the wind and sand. "I can't," Qing Shuang replied coldly. Her figure flickered as she made the first move. Chapter 1173. In the north of the Three Imperial City, Dongxian Yu Ting and Xishuan Yu Feng were trying to stop the northern region king of the No. 1 pavilion. After a moment of confrontation, Qing Shuang moved and attacked first. Snow filled the sky and lingered around her body. Qing Shuang's slender hand condensed an extremely cold qi and directly slapped at the man in the wind. Xishuan Yufeng snorted and stepped forward. His body was like a willow, avoiding the former's palm power. Then, his body turned back and the willow blade in his hand mercilessly slashed at the woman in front of him. Qing Shuang focused and moved sideways to avoid the blade light. Her slender hand condensed qi and attacked aggressively. When the palm energy arrived, Shi Xian Yufeng's body moved quickly. He dodged and counterattacked. It was so fast that it was hard to follow. This was a battle of using speed to counter surprise. In the battle, Shi Xian Yufeng's figure was as fast as the wind, erratic and unpredictable. His willow blade drew out streak after streak of cold light that pressed for life. On the other hand, in the center of the battle, Qing Shuang was as still as a mountain. Her slender hand raised the wind and snow, blocking the attacks from all sides again and again. Outside the battle, Dongxian Yu Ting's palm condensed vast qi. The galloping lightning became more and more powerful. The destructive power spread out, shocking everyone. Two strong people surrounded and attacked. One was delaying with a swift blade while the other was waiting to attack. In the battle, Qing Shuang released all of her vital qi. While blocking the attacks, her spirit was always paying attention to the man outside the battle. She knew very well that the real killing move was in this man. Ha! With a deep shout on Dongxian Yu Ting's right palm, the thunder roared like thousands of birds. The ear-piercing roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The destructive power reached the peak again. After a long time, the thunder broke through 10,000 technique. Dongxian Yu Ting stepped out. His palm crushed the void and directly slapped at the woman in the battle. Facing the strong killing intent, Qing Shuang's expression became calmer. Her slender hand moved and the snow in the sky gathered rapidly, forming a huge snow lotus. The moment the palm arrived, the snow lotus closed and protected her body. The thunder rumbled and the sky and earth turned upside down. Under the destructive thunder, the snow lotus shattered. The palm power broke through the barrier and continued to attack the woman in the snow lotus. Boom! Her slender hand met the attack. The snow wave went against the flow. The two palms collided and the impact rose again, rolling up thousands of layers of snow. Two muffled groans. Two vital qi of completely different attributes collided. Yu Ting and Qing Shuang's lips turned red. They were both injured. At the same time, behind them, the wind and the swift blade was ruthless. Clang! Qing Shuang raised her hand. Her delicate hand shook the cold blade. Cold air filled the air and sealed the hand that was holding the blade. Dongxian Yu Ting's eyes narrowed. Seizing the opportunity, he pushed his palm forward again. Thunder surged and pressed down on the woman in front of him. As the lightning entered her body, the corners of Qing Shuang's mouth were dyed red again. However, the blood did not stop flowing, nor did her fighting spirit. Drink! With a shout that resounded through the 9 heavens, waves of snow surged out from Qing Shuang's body. Her true essence surged, and her fine black hair danced wildly. 1,000 autumn snow finger, 100 tide calming. Qing Shuang pushed Shao Chun to the limit, and the martial forbidding technique appeared. She flipped her hands, and the snow within 100 miles turned into 1,000 waves. A world-shaking power crazily pressed down. Shi Xian Yu Feng and Dong Xian Yu Ting were both pushed back several feet. They looked at the woman in the snowy waterfall in front of them and were shocked. This woman's cultivation was truly terrifying. Let's end this quickly. Seeing that the opponent's strength was not bad, Dongfang Yu Ting's face sank. He didn't want to change. He took a step forward and the lightning flashed again. The figure that rushed out was like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. Violent energy filled the air as his fist shook the heavens and the earth. Boom! The fist and the palm met again. The cold air and the lightning struck sharply. Dongfang Yu Ting's fist approached inch by inch. He wanted to leave the woman in front of him here completely. In the battle, the two destructive forces devoured each other. Bloodstains appeared on the arms of Qing Shuang and Dong Xian Yu Ting. Their bodies could not bear the terrible power of the backlash. Imperial Wind Kill. Behind them, Shi Xian Yu Feng seized a moment of opportunity. A gust of wind rose. In the wind, one knife killed 100 people. The killing intent in the cold wind was sharp and piercing. Qing Shuang felt it. Her eyes were filled with anger. On her delicate hand, blood gushed out. Snow frightens the lonely city. She struck again. The snow waves were like flowing water. The snow waves surged, swallowing hundreds of knife lights. The man in the wind was blown away. A pool of blood splashed in the wind. Shi Xian Yu Feng flew out and smashed on the distant mountain peak. Yu Feng! Dong Xian Yu Ting's face changed slightly. His eyebrows were raised in anger. He pushed his palm again and pressed it on the left shoulder of the woman in front of him. One move after another. Qing Shuang coughed out blood and slid back a few 100 meters. She exerted force on her feet to disperse the remaining force. Rumble! Behind him, the ground cracked under the impact of the impact. Drops of blood stained the ground. Facing two King Realm profound entrances alone, even someone as strong as the number 1 pavilion's northern region king couldn't hold on much longer. The wind blew, blowing the snow and sand. Qing Shuang was resting for the night. The northern region king, who was heavily injured, was filled with true yuan and brought out a waterfall of blood. Kill! Dong Xian Yu Ting roared and charged forward. Lightning roared and swallowed the woman in front of him. Let's stop. Right at this moment, a calm voice sounded from afar. Before the voice had finished speaking, a figure in plain clothes walked over from the battlefield. A sword soared through the sky and blocked the former's killing move with a bang. Dong Xian Yu Ting couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Why was the 13th crown prince here? Behind them, Qing Shuang looked at the plain-clothed figure in front of her. Shock also flashed through her eyes. Third brother, we've already exchanged pointers. Can we stop for now? Ning Chen said with a smile as he looked at the man in white who was walking over from the other side. Of course. Xian Qing smiled and said, since 13th brother has spoken, how can I not give him face? Yu Ting, take Yu Feng back. Yes, Your Highness. Dong Xian Yu Ting recovered from the shock and bowed respectfully. His figure flashed and came to the mountain in the distance. He helped the heavily injured Shi Xian Yu Feng up and left. Thank you, third brother. In the battlefield, Ning Chen looked at the white-robed man before him and bowed politely with a smile. Xian Qing nodded and left without saying anything else. After the crisis was resolved, Ning Chen looked back at the heavily injured woman and said calmly, Lady Qing Shuang, can you still hold on? Yes. Qing Shuang suppressed her injuries and nodded. Thank you for saving me, Your Highness. You left my residence. Course, I will let you go back alive. If I deny it, the master of the number 1 pavilion will blame it on me. Ning Chen said lightly and looked to the northwest. The journey to the number 1 pavilion is long. I still have matters to attend to in my residence, so I won't send you off. Be careful. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen directly turned around and left. He did not have the slightest intention of showing her any mercy. Behind him, Qing Shuang looked at the former's back and a complicated light flashed through her eyes. This 13th prince was indeed a strange person. Heavenly Devil Imperial City, 3rd Prince Residence. Xian Qing and the others returned. In the palace, the atmosphere was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Dong Xian Yu Ting, Nan Xian Yang Yi, and Bei Xian Yao Shui stood in the palace with heavy hearts. No one thought that the mission would fail and the operation would be exposed. Your Highness. Dong Xian Yu Ting raised his head and looked at the man in white in front of the throne. He asked in confusion, why did you and the 13th prince appear there? In front of the throne, Xian Qing's eyes flashed coldly. 13th prince sent a letter and invited me to go with him. Dong Xian Yu Ting was shocked. How could the 13th prince invite him? No one knew about their operation. How could the 13th prince know? No need to guess, Xian Qing said coldly. My 13th brother's wisdom is far beyond everyone's imagination. It seems that he was just waiting for the right time. Your Highness, will the 13th prince take the opportunity to make things difficult for us now that the operation has been exposed? Nan Xianyang asked, voicing the worry in his heart. No. Xian Qing denied. Since 13th prince invited me to go with him, he won't use this as an excuse. Yu Ting, you fought with that woman. Can you tell her origin? Dong Xian Yu Ting pondered for a long time and said with uncertainty, her cultivation method is strange. It doesn't seem like any race I've seen. Maybe. Dong Xian Yu Ting's expression changed slightly as he thought of a shocking possibility. Human race. Xian Qing also guessed and said in a low voice, if that was the case, all the questions could be explained. Before the 13th prince was given the 9 king pearl, his power was unstable and the experts of the human race did not appear. Now that the 13th prince had the opportunity to inherit the throne, it was a rare opportunity for the human race in the primordial demon realm. It was reasonable for the experts of the human race to take the initiative to find him. Your Highness, should we use this as a breakthrough point to make things difficult for the 13th prince? Dong Xian Yu Ting asked. Wait. Xian Qing looked at the 13th prince's residence in the distance and said, the 13th prince must have taken precautions. If we act rashly, we will fall into his trap. Today's matter is a lesson. In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen seemed to feel the gaze from the 3rd prince's residence. He smiled and turned to enter the hall. In this game, every step was dangerous. Whoever made a wrong move would be doomed. This was not the inner realm. He had no scruples and could sacrifice anyone without hesitation. The ancient sages and great beings cut off their flesh to feed the eagles. He had not reached that level yet. Therefore, if he cut off his flesh, it could only be someone else's flesh. In the northwest of the primitive demon region, In front of the number 1 pavilion on Yangguan Peak, Qing Shuang walked over. The door opened and Qing Shuang walked in. Pavilion Master. Qing Shuang half knelt and greeted respectfully. Your injuries are not light. In the void, rays of light rose and a very young man walked out. However, the vicissitudes of life in the man's eyes were close to 1,000 years old. The current pavilion master of the number 1 pavilion, the absolute king under the night sky, the night master Yi Tianxing. I was ambushed by the primitive demon region's 4 Xian royal family and was injured. Fortunately, the 13th prince helped me out and I was able to return, Qing Shuang replied truthfully. The night master nodded. So that was the case. Pavilion master, the 13th prince rejected our goodwill. If we really want to move him, I'm afraid you will have to come personally, Qing Shuang said softly. Oh! The night master's eyes narrowed slightly. The 13th prince was not easy to win over. However, all great talents had their own pride, not to mention such a talented young man. All right, I'll make a trip there myself. The night master nodded and looked at the gradually darkening sky outside. Was night finally coming? Chapter 1174. In the number 1 pavilion under the heavens, night fell, and the cold moon shone down on the ground. The pavilion was filled with light as the Night Lord walked out. Boom! Boom! The pavilion shook, and the door opened. A black-clothed figure walked out. He was cold and noble, and his aura was extraordinary. The Night Lord, the Lord of the Night that everyone feared, had returned after 100 years. He took a step forward, and the space twisted. The Night Lord's figure disappeared. The 13th prince's residence in the 3rd imperial city was brightly lit, making the entire residence as bright as day. Inside the palace, tea was boiling, and its fragrance filled the nose. In front, a plain-clothed young man was quietly brewing tea with a calm expression. Outside the palace, the space trembled, and the Night Lord appeared. He looked at the young man in the palace, not in a hurry to disturb him. The way of tea. It had been a long time since he had seen such a smooth way of tea. It wasn't easy for the human race to survive in the primal demon realm. How would they have the mood to study the way of tea? Many lost techniques could no longer be seen today. After a long time, a cup of tea was poured into the palace. It was clear and bright, and the fragrance of the tea was refreshing. Night Lord, please, Ningchen said calmly. Outside the palace, the Night Lord gently nodded. Thank you. Patting away the wind and frost on his knees, the Night Lord walked into the palace and sat down in front of the tea table. The tea was placed on the table, and its fragrance filled the air. Green tea leaves floated in the tea, long and slender. The Night Lord picked up the tea and smelled it. He took a sip, and after tasting it carefully, there was a sweet and bitter aftertaste that didn't dissipate for a long time. Good tea. The Night Lord had an appreciative expression. Your Highness's way of tea can be called a grandmaster. Truly extraordinary. I don't dare to call myself a grandmaster, Ningchen said calmly. The tea in the Crown Prince's residence is the best in the world. You don't need a high way of tea to make tea. In my 100 years of experience, only one person can be called a grandmaster in the way of tea. Unfortunately, she's already passed away. That's a pity. The Night Lord sighed. Someone that your Highness praises must be a rare talent in the world. The word talented is too light. Ningchen picked up the teacup, took a sip, and silently said 2 words. Her existence was like the brightest shooting star, short and glorious. The only thing that could match her evaluation was only 5 words. The number 1 person in the world. At least, when she was alive, no one could deny it. Even those in the knowing destiny state were inferior. As the tea entered his throat, the aftertaste lingered. Ningchen put down the teacup in his hand and his thoughts returned to the present. Was he getting old? Why did he keep thinking about the past recently? With a self-deprecating smile, Ningchen collected his thoughts and looked at the pavilion master of the number 1 pavilion in front of him. He said calmly, I'm sorry. I was reminded of something in the past and lost my composure. It's not a bad thing to have unforgettable memories. The Knight Master did not mind. His eyes flashed with the vicissitudes of life as he said, 13th Prince, to tell you the truth, before I came here, I had my suspicions. However, after seeing your Highness, my suspicions have all been dispelled. Hearing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Does Knight Lord mean that you can trust this Crown Prince now? If your Highness says so, I won't deny it. The Knight Patriarch raised his teacup and replied, Knight Lord, you're really a person who trusts others easily. Ning Chen smiled and said in an indifferent tone, Knight Master, I admire you for being able to lead the human race to survive to this day. However, admiration is admiration and cooperation is cooperation. If the number 1 under heaven pavilion can bring me trouble instead of help, then I can only say sorry. Compared to the 100 races, as a human force, can't your Highness trust the number 1 pavilion more? The Knight Master asked. No, Ning Chen denied. The 100 races have different intentions, but the human race is also fickle. I'd rather use the 100 races to do things than be bound by the so-called same race. In the end, not only will I be burdened, if I meet any disloyal people, I'll have to endure the disgust and get rid of them. It's troublesome. The Knight Master's eyes narrowed. This 13th Prince's words were not unreasonable. If it were him, he would probably make the same choice. Since Knight Lord has come personally today, I have something to say. Ning Chen looked at the man in front of him and said calmly, Cooperating with the number 1 pavilion in the world will do more harm than good. Once the 2 demon emperors know that I have deep connections with the human race, all the help I received today will immediately become a hindrance. Knight Lord, do you understand? Hearing this, the Knight Master fell silent. After a long time, he said, I understand. Sorry to disturb you. With that, the Knight Master put down his teacup and walked out of the hall. In front of the tea table, Ning Chen looked at the former's back and said, Since the number 1 pavilion is an assassin organization, you must be better than anyone when it comes to taking money to buy lives. I just happen to have a business deal. I wonder if the number 1 pavilion in the world dares to accept it. Hearing this, the Knight Master stopped and looked back at the young man in the hall. He said, There's no business that the number 1 pavilion doesn't dare to accept. Okay. Ning Chen stood up and said calmly, I want the life of someone. In the West, it's enough to have 2 princes in the imperial city. I don't want that person to come back. Hearing the former's words, the Knight Master's expression turned serious. This was a big business deal. This is the deposit. Ning Chen raised his hand. From the turbulent spiritual energy, a small mountain of immortal jades appeared. The shocking amount of immortal jades left people dumbfounded. The Knight Master's eyes narrowed. After a while, he collected his thoughts and walked out of the hall. I trust your Highness's reputation, so there's no need for a deposit. When the mission is completed, I will collect payment from your Highness according to the standards of the world's number 1 pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of the hall shook. The Knight Master walked into it and disappeared in an instant. After the Knight Master left, the hall regained its tranquility. Ning Chen looked at the flickering fire in front of him and sighed softly in his heart. It wasn't that he was unreasonable, but this world was heartless. If he had feelings, how could he fight against this heartless world? Outside the hall, the night was getting darker. The Crown Prince's residence was so quiet that almost no sound could be heard. Inside the hall, the figure who had never slept was meditating day and night as usual. His white hair was unusually dazzling. In the heaven beyond heaven, in the reverence moon ancient land, 2 swords reflected the sun and the moon. Her delicate hands danced as she shook both swords. Outside the battle, Qing Ning watched the battle quietly. Her expression was focused, and her gaze didn't move. In the battle, the blue sword light pressed on. The sword of initial heart predicted the enemy's advance. The flawless sword heart had no flaws. On the other side, the white robe was like lightning. His sword was so fast that it was hard to distinguish. An ordinary sword was better than a peerless divine weapon. Between the two, Yin-Er, who looked like she was only 16 years old, had a dignified expression. She fully unleashed her cultivation. Phoenix divine flames coiled around her body. Heaven and earth accepted her fate. With the origin of the heavens and the body of the phoenix, Yin-Er gathered the world's strongest inheritance. Her battle strength increased by leaps and bounds. She faced the two swords alone without the slightest fear. Boom! The sword and palm collided again. Heaven and earth moved, and the aftermath shook. In the sacred ground, endless runes rose, blocking the impact of the battle. After the sword of initial heart, the sword of extreme speed swept over. It was fast, it was still fast. Yin-Er calmed down and turned her palm. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy was compressed and faced the sword. The palm moved forward. The white robe flashed, and without moving his eyes, he appeared behind the girl again. At the same time, the sword of initial heart changed in Ah-Man's hand. Before the phoenix was summoned, she predicted the enemy's advance. Heavenly punishment! After one move was restrained, another one was launched. Yin-Er shouted, and her body surged. Heaven and earth accepted her fate, and 10,000 lightning bolts descended. Rumble! A world-shaking vibration sounded. In the sea of lightning, the white robe flashed. Amidst the lightning, he was as calm as ever. On the other side, the purple cloud appeared in Ah-Man's hand. The two swords moved together, and the sword light cut through the wind and lightning. After one move, Ah-Man's figure once again pressed forward. The purple cloud disappeared, and the sword of initial heart rose again. In the void, the white robe flapped his sword wings. Absolute speed tore through space and time, and the sword reached the battlefield. Absolute strength. The pure heart, the fast sword. When the two worked together, even someone as strong as Yin-Er, who had obtained the inheritance of the heavens and the phoenix, quickly fell into a disadvantage. It was difficult for her to display her full strength. Boom! The two swords shook the heavens. The moment the sword of initial heart suppressed the enemy, the ordinary sword soared through the sky and pierced towards the girl's heart. An inch in front of the heart, the ordinary sword retracted, and the battle stopped. In the battle, the two figures appeared. Ah-Man and Mu Qingxue looked at the girl in front of them without saying a word. Yin-Er recovered from the shock. Her expression was gloomy, and she said, "I lost." This was already the third time. Every time, she couldn't last more than 10 moves. She had obtained the inheritance of the heavens and her master, but she still couldn't display her full strength. Ah-Man walked forward and patted the girl's head. She said softly, "You've improved. Don't worry." On the side, Mu Qingxue waved his hand and kept his sword. He turned and left. Talent and strength could never be equated. If they had the same strength and cultivation, her master would be able to stop everyone here. "You've worked hard," Qing Ning said calmly as they passed each other. "She did well, but it's still far from enough." Mu Qingxue said calmly, "Her strength should be far more than this. She obtained her master's phoenix origin, but the strength she can display is not even half of her master's. Let's wait a little longer." Qing Ning sighed and said, "You also know that her master has suffered a lot to have such strength." Mu Qingxue fell silent. After a while, he nodded and said, "I know. Ah-Man and I will continue to train her until she can unleash all her potential." After saying this, Mu Qingxue didn't say anything else and continued to walk forward. Qing Ning retracted her gaze and looked at the girl in front of her. Her gaze became complicated. "Yin-Er, you don't have much time left." At the same time, in the northwest of the primordial devil region, Yangguan Peak, the #1 pavilion under the heavens. The pavilion under the cold moon was surrounded by mist. In the east, the strongest person of the 4 profound realms was sitting quietly. In front of him, Smoke rose from the incense burner, covering his face. Looking at Du Ying's sword, it was bone-chilling. His body was covered with lead, which made him even more charming. As the cold wind blew, the lonely lamp flickered, illuminating the cold body of a person. It was unknown which dynasty it was, but the black and white were lightly interspersed. The saint's golden scroll reflected the filth of the mortal world. The void moved, and the master of the night arrived. He looked at the swordsman in the mist for a long time without disturbing him. Behind the lonely lamp, the red brocade wiped the sword. It was as soft as water. On the sword, hundreds and thousands of years. Chapter 1175. At the western border of the primordial demon region, the cold moon shone on the green armor. White frost covered 1,000 miles, and the flames of war spread. The world was in chaos. The heavenly demon army stretched for 100 miles. Powerful demonic chi surged, and it was as heavy as a mountain. In the commander's tent, the heavenly demon crown prince sat quietly. He looked at the secret reports in front of him, and his eyes became more and more serious. Outside the tent, there were many green-armored soldiers standing quietly. The tent was tightly guarded by many guards. Not far from the commander's tent, there were 2 equally majestic tents on the left and right. The terrifying aura they emitted was shocking. In the camp, the heavenly demon army chose to avoid the 2 tents. Everyone knew the name of the group of 8. Even the demon army didn't want to offend them. At this moment, a man dressed in a silver-white official's robe walked over from afar. His robe was black and white, with red and red embroidery. In the man's hand was a black sword. It was as black as ink. The sword was sheathed and its aura was restrained. The cold wind blew and dust flew. The man's footsteps were neither fast nor slow. His aura was calm, and he arrived in the camp in an instant. However, when the man entered the camp, no one in the heavenly demon camp saw him. This strange scene was shocking. In the camp, the man stopped and looked at the 3 tents. After a while, he retracted his gaze and walked toward the commander's tent in the middle. In front of the commander's tent, the man approached step by step. Outside the tent, the green armor army didn't notice him. They were still on duty. In the commander's tent, Xianzhen looked at the secret report in his hand. After a long time, his body suddenly shook, and he looked at the man who had appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you?" Xianzhen's face darkened and he said coldly. "Gu Shengtian." The man said calmly. "I'm here to take your life." He had never heard of this name before, but it couldn't hide the killing intent in his words. Xianzhen stood up and he was on guard. "If you want to call for help, then give up. When I came in, the space here was already sealed." Gu Shengtian raised his hand, and the ancient sword of Kuan Tian hummed. In an instant, the ancient sword was unsheathed, and the killing intent hidden in it exploded. "Please!" The sword's invitation was not to be rejected. A peerless martial art was about to appear. Xianzhen focused and slammed his palm down. Under the table, a purple-gold spear broke out of the seal. Its demonic aura shook the world. Now that the ceremony was over, the sword rippled as the ancient saint's celestial body moved. Kuan Tian slayed the devil child. The sword arrived, the spear moved, and the 2 weapons clashed. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. The divine weapons advanced one after the other, seizing one's life. The sword light and spear light's momentum changed again. The power to break the sky and the sharpness to break the sea rolled up 10,000 layers of waves and collided with each other. Hua! Blood splashed out and dyed his battle robe red. Xianzhen took several steps back. His hand that was holding the spear cracked. He was injured for the first time. Sky Demon's 7 transformations, Royal Sky Dome. With a furious roar, the demonic figure rose from the ground with an indomitable aura, reappearing the might of an immemorial demon god. With the help of the demonic figure, the purple-gold divine spear's demonic aura soared into the sky. Xianzhen stepped forward and his spinning spear broke through the air. Gu Xingtian's expression did not change as the demonic aura closed in on him. The Kuan Tian divine edge shone with a black radiance as the heavens and earth moved. Extreme darkness. The black radiance spread, and a huge starlight rose into the sky. The entire battle turned into a swamp, and it was difficult to move forward. The ancient sword and the demonic spear clashed for the second time. After a moment of stalemate, Xianzhen roared and his spinning spear advanced again. A huge force came, and Gu Xingtian took half a step back. He frowned and pointed his finger, forcing the former back. Your technique is not bad, but it's a pity that your attainment is not high enough, Xianzhen said indifferently without any emotion. Gu Xingtian's sword aura turned and black waves rolled out. Endless killing intent filled every corner of the battle. With the killing intent approaching, Xianzhen made up his mind and shouted. The 9 king pearls in his body spun rapidly, and the demonic aura and the energy of the king pearls gathered together. The dark energy roared and surged, and the demonic aura reached its peak. In an instant, the 2 kings moved, and the sword and spear collided. With a groan, blood splattered in the aftermath of the collision. Xianzhen took a few steps back, and he was heavily injured. Arg! 10 steps away, Xianzhen's figure staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. It's time to end this. After the aftermath dissipated, Gu Xingtian walked out, holding the supreme sky in his hand. Sword radiance flickered and killing intent burned. Just as the battle was about to end, Garuda, who was in the right tent of the heavenly demon camp, suddenly froze and looked at the commander's tent not far away. This feeling, there was an expert. Without hesitation, Garuda clenched his right hand, and an ancient demonic artifact appeared from his surging demonic aura. With the halberd in his hand, Garuda took a step forward and raised his true yuan again. The halberd was raised to the sky and slashed down. Boom! The halberd light broke through the air, and wherever it passed, the mountains moved. In front of the commander's tent, the green armor army couldn't dodge in time and exploded. On the other side of the commander's tent, Long Zhong sensed something and rushed out. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. A black spatial barrier appeared in the shattered commander's tent, blocking all auras, and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Outside the commander's tent, Garuda stood with the demonic halberd in his hand. His demonic aura surged, domineering and ferocious. What is this? Long Zhong asked. A spatial Dharma treasure, Garuda said coldly. Can you break it? Long Zhong asked. Yes. As he spoke, Garuda took a step forward and leaped up. The demonic aura of the sun-chasing divine halberd surged, and an earth-shattering power gathered continuously, shaking thousands of miles. In the distance, in the Holy Region camp, the 5 Holy Region palace lords sensed something and looked at the heavenly demon camp in the east, puzzled. What happened in the heavenly demon army? Why did Garuda take action? Sarah, come with me, Luo Jia said solemnly. Sarah nodded and rushed toward the heavenly demon camp in a flash. In the commander's tent of the heavenly demon camp, the spatial Dharma treasure sealed the world. After a huge battle, the surroundings were devastated. In front of Xianzhen, Gu Xingtian stepped forward and slashed down mercilessly. The black sword light split the sky and the sea. In this moment of crisis, Xianzhen's eyes flashed with determination. He exploded the imperial pearl, and his demonic aura surged, shattering the crown. Soaring demonic waves turned into dragons and turned into protective dragon chi that blocked the surroundings. The sword light fell, and the 2 forces collided. Arg! With a groan, blood spurted out like rain. Xianzhen, who had lost the imperial pearl, retreated again and again. He was in a miserable state. On the opposite side, the dragon chi rushed over. Gu Xingtian waved his sword to block, but the sword light shook violently and he retreated a few steps. Dripping blood dyed the ancient sword red. Gu Xingtian frowned and looked at the crown prince in front of him. His eyes were cold. Exploding the imperial pearl? He had underestimated the Crown Prince's courage. Boom! At this moment the sky shook violently. A huge amount of demonic aura pressed down, violently attacking the dark space. Ka! The sound of space cracking could be heard. A moment later, cracks crisscrossed in the sky, and traces of sunlight entered, illuminating the dark space. Gu Shengtian's expression changed slightly. He looked at the sky and squinted his eyes. They came so quickly. The group of 8 lived up to their reputation. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. Gu Shengtian's expression was firm. He stepped on his sword, and killing intent surged. The final sword appeared and slashed at the Crown Prince in front of him. The sword pierced through Xianzhen's chest, and Kuan Tian pierced through his body. Then, the dark space collapsed. This shocking scene was reflected in the eyes of the heavenly demon army. Your Highness! Long Zhong's expression changed. His sharp claws tore through the air and grabbed at the swordsman in front of him. Gu Shengtian pulled out his sword, turned around, and met the attack head-on. With a boom, the two forces clashed, and the heavenly demon camp shook violently. On the other side, demonic aura pressed down. A figure flashed past, and the chasing Sun Divine halberd slashed down. The two forces attacked together. Gu Shengtian frowned again. He turned his steps, and his ancient sword reflected the moon. He dodged and counterattacked smoothly. In the blink of an eye, after several exchanges, a serious look flashed past the eyes of the three. They all knew what was going on. You go and save the Crown Prince. Leave this person to me. Garuda glanced at Xianzhen, who was heavily injured and on the verge of death, and said coldly. Then, he flapped his wings and flew out. Gu Shengtian focused his attention and stepped forward as well. The sword and halberd clashed. In an instant, the sky changed color. The two peerless experts at the peak of the King realm fought. Between their moves, a destructive aura spread out, destroying the surroundings. Outside the battle, Long Zhong's figure flashed past. He came to the side of the unconscious Crown Prince, and used his true yuan to check. After a while, his expression changed. His heart meridians were destroyed. How could this be? Not far away, the battle was white-hot. The sword and halberd clashed, and killing intent filled the sky. The mission was completed. There was no need for a long battle. Gu Shengtian held back a lot of his moves, waiting for an opportunity to withdraw. Boom! After a few more moves, the sword and halberd stirred up sand. Seeing this, Gu Shengtian waved his sword and shook off the battle. He did not continue fighting and retreated. Garuda frowned. He spread his wings and wanted to give chase. Don't chase anymore. The Crown Prince can't hold on anymore. Not far away, Long Zhong said in a heavy tone. Garuda stopped and clenched his fists. After a while, he released his hands and walked toward the Crown Prince. How troublesome! In front of the commander's tent, Xianzhen lay unconscious on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and the remaining sword qi in his chest was constantly devouring the demonic cultivator's life force. Even someone as strong as a king could not save the situation with his heart meridians destroyed. He could only die. Beside Xianzhen, Long Zhong spat out dragon breath and used his life force to protect the Crown Prince's last bit of life. Garuda, your movement technique is faster than mine. Please bring the Crown Prince back to the heavenly demon ancestral land. With the help of 2 demon emperors, the Crown Prince might have a chance of survival, Long Zhong said with a heavy expression. Garuda looked at the unconscious Crown Prince on the ground and said indifferently, Sure. After that, Garuda raised his hand and grabbed Xianzhen. His wings flapped and he flew away. Far away, in the void, the 2 Saint Regent Palace lords, Luo Jia and Shama, looked at what was happening in the heavenly demon camp. It seemed that the Saint Regent's chance had come. Heavenly Demon Imperial City, 13th Prince Residence. In front of a chessboard, a person held the black and white pieces. After an unknown period of time, the black pieces gradually lost. The game of driving the tiger to defeat the wolf gradually came to an end. In front of the chessboard, a white-clothed figure stood up and threw the pieces back. She turned and walked to the front of the royal palace. She looked toward the west with killing intent. The three sides had been in a stalemate for so long. Now that the stalemate had been broken, it was up to the two demon emperors to deal with it. Chapter 1176. In the primordial demon realm, the ancestral land of the heavenly demon clan. In the sky, a golden ping spread its wings and arrived from the west in the blink of an eye. In the deepest part of the ancestral land, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor opened his eyes. His imperious aura surged wildly as a shocking aura swept across 10,000 miles. What's wrong? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor sensed something and asked with a stern expression. Something happened to Xianzhen. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor said. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression darkened as he looked into the distance. Garuda had returned. Not long after, a golden ping transformed into his human form and flew into the ancestral land of the heavenly demon clan. Greetings, demon emperors. Garuda bowed and said with an indifferent expression. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor was startled when he saw Xianzhen beside Garuda. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the two in an instant. The terrifying aura coming at him was indescribable. Garuda subconsciously took half a step back and was on high alert. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor ignored him. He looked at his severely injured and unconscious son with a dark expression. He raised his right hand and gathered his demonic aura. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor unleashed his cultivation and poured a tremendous amount of energy into Xianzhen's body to prolong his life. What happened? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stepped forward and asked coldly as he looked at Garuda. An expert in the way of the sword tried to assassinate the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was already severely injured when the dragon and I discovered it, Garuda said calmly. An expert in the way of the sword? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned and said, Who is it? Can you tell his identity and background? I can't, Garuda said indifferently. His moves are strange, and I've never seen his weapon before. I don't think he's from the royal family that I'm familiar with. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded and did not ask any further. There were many experts in the world. It would be difficult to find the culprit without some useful clues. We still need you to guard the western battlefield. You should go back first, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly. I'll take my leave, Garuda replied calmly. He then flapped his wings and flew away. The heavenly devil ancestral land was filled with devil chi. The 8th Desolation Devil Emperor was channeling his unparalleled devil arts to heal his son. With his heart and veins destroyed, Xianzhen had lost all of his vitality. The true yuan in his body was also gradually dissipating, and there was no way to save him. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stood quietly at the side, waiting for the result patiently. After a long time, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor withdrew his hand. There was still no change in his heavy expression. How is it? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said sternly. Very bad, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. His heart meridians have been severely damaged, and his life force has almost completely dissipated. If we want to save his life, we will need the help of a divine object. Divine object? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned and said, 9 serenities has already consumed the only godly object in the primordial demon realm. It's too late to look for a godly herb that can bring someone back to life. There's one more thing. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor looked in the direction of the 3 monarchs' city and said in a deep voice, The fortune of our tribe is comparable to any herb. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor shuddered. His eyes flickered with disbelief. A moment later, he collected his thoughts and said sternly, Those who are not the emperor of the demon race are not allowed to inherit the fortune of the demon race. Are you sure about this? You're basically announcing the return of the royal authority in advance. Why not? The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said coldly, Our goal is to let Xianzhen inherit the royal authority of our tribe. It's just a matter of time. It's possible, but have you thought about the consequences? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said with a heavy expression, Even though Xianzhen is the crown prince of the royal family and has the right to inherit the royal authority, there are still 2 other crown princes in the royal family. Their reputation and status are on par with Xianzhen. If we use the fortune of the royal family now, the factions behind the 3rd and 13th princes will surely be displeased. The 4 royal families are eyeing us covetously. Who dares to act recklessly with you around? The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor looked at the 3rd royal city and said murderously, 7th royal brother, I've made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me any further. This is the only way to save Xianzhen. As his father, I can't just sit back and watch. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor let out a sigh. It was not a wise move at all. He could almost see what was going to happen next. The chaos in the royal city was unavoidable. The 3rd royal city was shrouded in gloomy clouds. It had been gloomy for a few days. The atmosphere in the royal city was unusually tense. In the 3rd prince's palace, a secret report was sent from the western battlefield. Inside the palace, Xianqing was reading the report with a stern expression. The crown prince had been assassinated and was on the verge of dying? Your Highness, what happened? Beixian Yaoshua asked in confusion when he saw the change in Xianqing's expression. Xianqing handed the report to Beixian Yaoshua and said sternly, Take a look at it yourself. Beixian Yaoshua went up and received the report. He was overjoyed at first, but his smile soon disappeared. He said in a deep voice, Your Highness, do you know who's behind it? In this world, the only person who wants the crown prince dead is me and the 13th prince. Xianqing said sternly, Since I'm not the one behind it, the murderer must be the 13th prince. However, I don't understand how the 13th prince managed to recruit such an expert. The Heavenly Demon Camp has Garuda and Long Zhong, 2 experts from the 8. It's not easy for them to severely injure Xianzhen without anyone knowing. Your Highness, do you still remember that human woman? Dongxian Yuting, who was beside Beixian Yaoshua, said, I suspect that the person behind it is also an expert from the human race. Xianqing narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The human race? Had the 13th prince really started working with the experts of the human race? He should know that it was not a wise choice. Once the truth was exposed, everything he had now would turn into bubbles and cease to exist. The 13th prince's foundation in the royal family is not as strong as the crown prince and you, Your Highness. In order to fight for the throne, it's not impossible for the 13th prince to take the risk and work with the human race. Beixian Yaoshua analyzed calmly, Your Highness, the assassination of the crown prince may be a good opportunity for us to overthrow the 13th prince. As long as we expose the fact that the 13th prince colluded with the human race, everyone will kick a man who is down. Once the 13th prince shows signs of losing his power, the assassination of the crown prince will most likely be attributed to the 13th prince. At that time, Your Highness just needs to fan the flames and the 13th prince will be accused of murdering his own people. The situation will be settled then. Xianqing fell silent and considered Beixian Yaoshua's suggestion seriously. At the same time, in the 13th prince's residence, a white-clothed figure stood quietly in front of the imperial palace. After learning about what happened in the western battlefield, she patiently waited for the 2 demon emperors' reaction. The number 1 pavilion's strength lived up to its reputation. It was not an ordinary expert who could assassinate the crown prince under the protection of Garuda and Long Zhong. It was a pity that the crown prince did not die on the spot. With Xianzhen's injuries, unless the 2 demon emperors acted personally, he would definitely die. However, it was not easy to save someone whose heart meridians were destroyed, even for emperors. 13th Prince, are you satisfied with the result? In the palace, the void shook, and an illusory figure appeared and asked. Yes. In front of the palace, Ning Chen nodded and said, I will send someone to deliver the reward. Night Lord, don't worry. I trust your Highness's reputation, the Night Lord said calmly. In the void, the Night Sovereign's incarnation calmly said, Your Highness, can you now consider cooperating with me? Ning Chen turned around and looked at the figure in the palace. He smiled and said, I will make a bet with the Night Lord. The Crown Prince may not die. Hearing this, the Night Lord frowned and said, The Crown Prince's heart meridians are destroyed and there is no cure. Why do you say that, Your Highness? Ning Chen smiled. He turned around and looked at the surging clouds in the sky. He said calmly, It's just intuition. I've met countless opponents over the years, and I've seen many things that are beyond common sense. Even if the Crown Prince really comes back to life, I won't be too surprised. The Night Lord frowned, not understanding what Ning Chen was talking about. Just as the various forces were watching, demonic clouds gathered in the sky above the 3 imperial city. An indescribably terrifying aura descended, shocking the world. It's here. In the 13th Prince's palace, Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, a towering figure appeared. Demonic chi surged around him, giving off a frightening pressure. It was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down. The entire San Huang city began to shake violently. The appearance of the Demon Emperor shocked all the forces in the 3 imperial city. They all looked at the sky. Boom! Wind and thunder raged in the 9 heavens. Amidst the thunderbolts, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor descended from the sky and stood in the void. The demonic aura around him continued to rise. The demon emperor's descent caused the sky above the 3 imperial city to be filled with a purple-black chi. It could be an azure dragon, a divine sparrow, or a great demon. The chi of a race was immeasurable. The chi of the demon emperor condensed under the demon emperor's aura. Everyone in the 3 imperial city was watching. No one knew what the 8 Desolation demon emperor was going to do. In the 13th Prince's palace, Ning Chen looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. He was not unfamiliar with chi of heaven and earth. This kind of energy was difficult to use directly. However, when the chi of heaven and earth was condensed to a certain degree, the power it could unleash was unimaginable. If he guessed correctly, what the 8 Desolation demon emperor was going to do next would shake the entire heavenly devil race. In the sky above the 3 imperial city, Xianzhen's body appeared in front of the 8 Desolation demon emperor, covered in blood. Could it be? In the 3rd Prince's palace, Xianqing was shocked. Impossible. Had the 8 Desolation demon emperor gone crazy? Boom! In the sky, lightning bolts struck down one after another. The 8 Desolation demon emperor roared as he raised his hand to guide the Yuan Qi. Demonic chi surged and the purplish-black fate around him started to materialize and flow into Xianzhen's body. As the chi of the imperial clan entered his body, Xianzhen's aura immediately changed. An indescribable power erupted, as if a true dragon had descended. At this moment, Xianjia walked out of the 9 Nether King's palace and looked at the sky coldly. Chapter 1177. In the heavenly devil imperial city, the 8 desolates descended. Endless fate took form, and dragons and tigers clashed, shocking the world. The 8 desolates demon emperor's demonic aura filled the air. Under everyone's gaze, the heavenly fate around the crown prince surged and entered his body. This shocking action shook the world. Inside and outside the imperial city, the experts looked at the sky in shock. Your Highness, don't be rash. Beixian Yaoshua grabbed the furious crown prince and said anxiously, If you rush out now, it'll be the same as falling out with the 2 demon emperors. It's not worth it. Xianqing suppressed the impulse in his heart and looked at the sky, unable to hide his anger. The fate of the royal family wasn't something that could be used easily. The 8 Desolates Demon Emperor's action was undoubtedly announcing to the world his and the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's attitude. Boom! An emperor defied the heavens. Wind and thunder roared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky toward the Crown Prince, who was about to reverse his life and death. 8 heavenly devil transformations stabilized the universe. The 8 Desolates Demon Emperor raised his hand and spread his demonic aura, forming a barrier in the sky to stop the lightning tribulation from descending. The lightning shook the universe and rumbled across the universe. The imperial city shook violently and was affected as well. In the sky, the fate of the royal family entered the Crown Prince's body. Dragon roars shook the sky around the Crown Prince, and a purple-black divine dragon coiled around him. In the 13th Prince residence, Ning Chen looked at the sky and frowned. The sign of an emperor? The Crown Prince's cultivation was already at the late-stage king realm. If he used the fate of the royal family to come back to life and enter the emperor realm, it would be very detrimental to his future plans. At the same time, in the 9 Underworld King residence, Xian Zhuyo looked at the scene above the imperial city. Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't do anything to stop it. The fate of the royal family was extremely precious. If he interfered, it would dissipate. It would be a pity. Boom! In the sky above the imperial city, the heavenly tribulation descended once again. Immortal palaces appeared in the sky, and the ancient scenery reappeared in the world. In the immortal palaces, 4 generals appeared. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds danced in the wind and clouds as they slashed down at the same time. The demonic barrier above the Crown Prince shattered, and the 4 immortal generals descended to eliminate the heaven-defying demons. Seeing this, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor roared and raised his hands slightly. Violent demonic chi surged out, and 33 small worlds appeared at the same time to suppress the 4 immortal generals. The battle between the immortals and devils shook the starry sky. In the 33 small worlds, the 4 immortal generals worked together. The 4 divine artifacts split the heavens and the earth apart, shaking the heavens and reverberating in all directions as they forcefully split open the small worlds. Devil Sky Gaze, 8 Desolation Devil Seal. Seeing the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation, the 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor used the demonic sky style for the first time. His hands moved, and demonic seals appeared in all directions, condensing the demonic chi in the surroundings into one. A bright light flashed. The seal of the Absolute Beginning and the 8 Desolation Demonic Seal appeared in the world. The terrifying pressure continued to spread. The sky above the imperial city turned into a heavenly demon world. Demonic shadows appeared on the huge demonic seal, holding all kinds of demonic weapons as they charged at the 4 immortal generals. In the battle between the immortals and devils, flames and smoke filled the sky. Immortal weapons and demonic weapons collided, and intense aftershocks spread out. Thousands of demonic shadows quickly disappeared. Among the scattered devils, a demonic halberd broke through the sky. One of the immortal generals couldn't react in time, and the demonic halberd pierced through his body. Bang! The immortal general's body exploded, and the heavenly might spread out rapidly. In the surroundings, hundreds of demonic shadows suffered the calamity and collapsed. The demonic seal showed its might, and the demonic shadows that had just disappeared appeared again. They were endless, and they kept attacking the remaining immortal generals. Bang! Another tremor was heard, and another immortal general died in battle. His body collapsed, and he disappeared from the world. With the help of the demonic Tao Sovereign, 10,000 devils killed the immortal generals. The 4 immortal generals disappeared one after another, and it didn't cause too much of a commotion. After the 4 immortal generals died in battle, the celestial palaces in the sky lit up again. A huge immortal shadow appeared, and with a stomp, the thousands of devils below were instantly shattered. The huge immortal spirit was more than 10,000 zhang tall, and a terrifying immortal might spread out. It actually surpassed the king realm, and was close to the sovereign realm. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor's expression turned serious when the giant spirit divine general appeared. He took a step forward, and with a shocking tremor, a 10,000 zhang tall demonic figure appeared in the sky, confronting the immortal spirit. The 10,000 zhang tall immortal and devil clashed. In a contest of strength, no one was willing to admit defeat. Around the two of them, the aura of immortals and devils shook, and circles of ripples spread out. Everywhere they passed, the void was destroyed and turned into nothingness. For a moment, the immortal and devil clashed. In the sky, the crown prince's body was surrounded by purple-black dragon chi, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. The meridians that were pierced through by Gu Xingtian's sword were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his meridians were reconstructed, and he was even stronger than before. Outside the imperial city, the various powers looked at the scene in the sky above the imperial city with different expressions. Some were excited, some were angry. However, no matter what their state of mind was, when the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor personally arrived, no one dared to stand out and oppose. In the northwest of the primitive devil region, on the faraway Yangguan Peak, the Night Sovereign's true body stood in the air, looking in the direction of the celestial devil imperial city with a serious expression. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor had used the celestial devil clan's fortune to prolong the life of the crown prince. This action would undoubtedly cause the other 2 crown princes to be extremely displeased. The first demon emperor had yet to return. Now, it was up to the 9th underworld demon emperor's attitude. Not far away, in the Dongxian territory, a man in a silver-white court robe and a black and white hat stood quietly, looking into the distance with a murderous intent. There had never been a survivor under Kuan Tian's sword, and this time would not be an exception. With Kuan Tian in hand, Gu Xingtian walked out of the Dongxian territory with his sword in hand, and walked towards the celestial devil imperial city. Now is not the time. On Yangguan Peak, the Night Sovereign spoke calmly. I know. Gu Xingtian replied indifferently. Without turning his head, he strode away. In the celestial devil imperial city, the demonic emperor fought against the heavens, and the 10,000 feet tall demonic body fought against the dueling divine general. The earth-shattering battle could be felt from tens of thousands of miles away. The emperor's power shook the 9 heavens, and the dueling divine general was invincible. The battle transcended time and space, and the heaven and earth collapsed, and everything within 10,000 miles turned into nothingness. Cracks appeared on the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor's body, and blood flowed out. He was injured for the first time. On the other hand, the dueling divine general's left arm was shattered by the demonic body's punch, and his power of law dissipated, disappearing into nothingness. In the fierce battle, the emperor's power suppressed the divine general, and after more than 10 moves, the 10,000 feet tall demonic body punched through the divine general's body, and demonic chi surged through his body, forcefully dispersing the dueling divine general. The divine general disappeared, and the 10,000 feet tall demonic body looked towards the sky, roaring angrily. His right fist gathered unparalleled demonic energy, and he punched towards the heavenly palace. They were shocked to see the comet-like fist energy blasting towards the sky. An indescribable demonic might crashed into the immortal palace. Above the 9 heavens, there was a short moment of silence. After an instant, a terrifying tremor resounded. Heaven and earth collapsed in response. A huge black hole appeared, crazily swallowing everything in the surroundings. The heavenly palace collapsed, and below, the 10,000 feet tall demonic body gradually dissipated. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor stood in the sky, and his aura was much weaker than before. In front of him, around Xianzhen, after the divine dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger appeared one after another. Their shocking power was far beyond the king realm, and it was terrifying. The demonic chi had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, and it had reached its peak. Today, it used it to reverse life and death, and pulled Xianzhen, who was half a step away from death's door, back. The thumping heartbeat was so loud that it spread throughout the imperial city. Xianzhen's injuries were healed, and his meridians were stronger than before. The four deities formed by Qi roared, and after helping the crown prince heal, the Qi of the imperial family flowed into his body, overcoming the last obstacle before the sovereign realm. 8 Desolation, that's enough. At this moment, a majestic voice came from the 9 Serenities King's mansion, and it spread throughout the imperial city. Not enough. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor's face darkened, and the sovereign Tao spread out, continuing to guide the Qi of the imperial family into Xianzhen's body, and he was ready to help him break through the sovereign realm. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. How sad. At this moment, a terrifying demonic aura shot into the sky from the 9 Serenities King's mansion, and Xian Zhuyo appeared, standing in the sky. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. When Zhuyo made his move, the 4 deities formed by the Qi of the heavens and the earth immediately wailed, and they were pulled out of Xianzhen's body bit by bit. Zhuyo, since things have come to this, why don't you just stand by and wait for the 5th sovereign realm cultivator to appear? As he spoke, the 7 suns appeared, and they shattered the restraints around the 4 deities. The 7 luminaries demon emperor walked out from the raging demonic Qi, and he personally appeared to stop the peerless sovereign of the heavenly demons. It's not that easy to achieve the sovereign realm, Xianzhuyo said coldly. In the sky, Xianzhuyo said coldly, if you can prove your Tao with only the Qi of fate, then the primordial demon realm would be filled with sovereigns. How do you know Xianzhen can't do it if you don't try? Xianzhen's cultivation is the highest among the 13 princes and princesses. If he can't do it, then the other princes can't either, the 7 luminaries demon emperor said seriously. What if I don't allow it? Xianzhuyo said coldly. 2 against 1. Zhuyo, what are your chances of winning? The 7 luminaries demon emperor said coldly. He raised his right hand and the 7 suns moved together, appearing in the sky. At the same time, the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor walked over, and the 33 small worlds spread out, and the powerful demonic aura shook the heavens and the earth. The 3 sovereigns faced each other, and the situation was extremely tense. A great battle was about to break out. Just as the battle of the 3 sovereigns was about to begin, clouds filled the sky and covered the sun. In the next moment, a force that had never been seen before exploded, and blood burst out around Xianzhen. Blood rained down from the sky, and the world was dyed red. The shocking scene happened without any warning. Xianzhen groaned in pain, and his body fell straight down. Xianzhen! The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor was startled. He dashed forward and grabbed at Xianzhen, who was falling from the sky. In the sky, the 7 luminaries demon emperor was also startled. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Where did that force come from? Above the 9 heavens, the clouds disappeared. They rose into the air and disappeared. In the 13th prince's residence, blood trickled down from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth silently. His body cracked and the backlash hit his heart. Senior Immortal. Little gourd flew out, and it immediately bit its finger and fed its blood to Ning Chen. All right, I'm fine. Don't worry. Ning Chen patted Little Gourd's head and said tiredly. As expected, the heavenly talisman wasn't something he could use right now. Fortunately, Xianzhen hadn't regained his consciousness yet. Otherwise, the backlash alone would have killed him. Chapter 1178. In the 3 royal cities, the emperors were about to prolong the life of the crown prince. However, something unexpected happened. Blood burst out of the crown prince's body, and he fell from the sky. The shocking scene shocked the world. A force from nowhere severely injured the heavenly demon crown prince, and his path to the emperor realm came to an abrupt halt. The 8 Desolation demon emperor was furious. He dashed out and caught the falling Xianzhen. He scanned the entire royal city with his divine sense, looking for the culprit. In the sky, Xian Zhuyo frowned as he watched the scene in front of him. He seemed to have figured out something. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor looked up. When Xianzhen was severely injured, a mysterious force seemed to have appeared in the clouds and disappeared in a flash. Who was it that attacked him secretly? What kind of force did they use? All kinds of questions flashed across the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's mind. He had no idea what was going on. Seeing that Xianzhen was severely injured again, Xian Zhuyo didn't attack again. His figure faded away as he returned to the Nine Serenities Palace. 8 Desolation, bring Xianzhen back to the ancestral land. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly. His figure merged into the sky and disappeared. Not far away, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor withdrew his divine sense. He waved his hand and left with the severely injured Xianzhen. In the sky above the royal city, the 3 demon emperors left one after another. The shattered space gradually recovered. Inside and outside the royal city, the forces withdrew their gazes. They couldn't hide the doubts in their hearts. Who was the person that attacked them? How could he severely injure the crown prince under the watch of the 3 demon emperors? In front of the royal palace in the 3rd prince's palace, Xian Qing withdrew his thoughts and entered the palace. His expression was getting darker. If he wasn't mistaken, the person who attacked the crown prince was most likely the 13th prince. The heavenly talisman. Only the heavenly talisman could fool everyone and severely injure a late-stage Emperor Realm Crown Prince. He didn't expect the 13th prince to find Qi Huang Island and obtain the legendary heavenly talisman. Nurturing a tiger would only invite calamity. The only thing that made him feel slightly relieved was that the Crown Prince didn't just fail to reach the Emperor realm. He also incurred the dissatisfaction of the neutral and opposition factions in the primordial demon domain. The Crown Prince would face a lot of obstacles if he wanted to become the Emperor. This time, the 13th brother's actions had helped him a lot. Demonic energy surged within the heavenly devil ancestral land. The 7 luminaries Devil Emperor and 8 Desolation Devil Emperor had returned. Their auras were so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Before the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor, the Crown Prince's body was floating up and down. Most of his meridians were broken. Although the injury was not fatal, it had completely destroyed Xianzhen's hope of reaching the sovereign realm at the most critical moment. There are peak martial emperors or even half-martial dominators hiding in the royal city. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to inflict such serious injuries on Xianzhen right under our noses, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. I was too careless. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor's expression was abnormally heavy as he coldly said, We only cared about guarding against the 9 Nether Abyss, but that rascal took advantage of the opportunity to succeed. That power was extremely concealed, and it didn't seem to be the cultivation method or secret technique of our heavenly demon clan. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded. He glanced in the direction of the 3 martial monarchs' city and said, Only those 2 are bold enough to attack me in front of me. It's not strange at all. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor's expression turned cold. Send someone to investigate the unfamiliar faces in the Imperial City. If it was really done by those 2, there should be unfamiliar experts around them who shouldn't be here. That's fine too. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded and said, Even if we can't find the culprit, we should seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson. The 3 Martial Monarchs' City, the 13th Prince's Palace. Ningchen was still sitting inside the palace as usual. He was focusing on healing his injuries with the godly restriction. The backlash from the heavenly talisman was nothing to be scoffed at. If he failed to suppress his injuries in time, the consequences would be unpredictable once they erupted. Ningchen did not leave the palace for a day and a night. Inside the palace, demonic aura was surging vigorously to heal his injuries. The cracks on the 9 Emperor's orb that was severely damaged by the immortal slashing sword were becoming more obvious. It was clearly reaching its limit and could be destroyed at any time. On the second day, when the sun was setting, Ning Chen opened his eyes in the palace. He quickly withdrew his demonic aura. The space on his shoulders shuddered as the little gourd appeared. It looked at Ning Chen and asked with concern, "Senior, are you all right?" "I'm fine now." Ning Chen rose to his feet and smiled. He looked outside the palace. A long time had passed without him noticing. The backlash from the heavenly talisman was indeed shocking. "How are you feeling? Are your injuries all right?" At this moment, demonic aura surged in the palace as a dignified and domineering figure appeared. His voice was filled with concern. Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the person before him. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm much better now." "You're getting bolder. You even dare to attack in front of the 7 luminaries and 8 desolations. Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Xian Zhuyo reprimanded softly. It was the 8 desolations demon emperor who first violated the ancestral teachings of the heavenly demon clan and touched the fate of the royal clan. "What I did was to fight for an equal opportunity for myself," Ning Chen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Do you really care about that position so much? The imperial path is not the only path you can take. Why let yourself sink into this filthy quagmire?" Xian Zhuyo sighed softly. Ning Chen was silent and did not answer. He indeed did not care about this position. However, he did not want any of the heavenly demon crown princes to successfully obtain the fate of the heavenly demon clan. Rest well. The royal city will not be too peaceful in the coming days. Be careful. Xian Zhuyo reminded him and did not stay any longer. He withdrew his demonic aura and disappeared. Ning Chen bowed and sent him off. Report. At this moment, a black-robed figure appeared outside the palace and bowed respectfully. A secret report from the western battlefield. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He waved his hand and took the secret report from the former's hand. After reading it, demonic flames rose from his right hand and burned the report to ashes. "You may leave." "Yes." The black-robed figure accepted the order and disappeared from the crown prince's residence. Ning Chen walked to the front of the imperial palace and looked at the western battlefield. His eyes flashed with seriousness. The western sacred region had taken advantage of the absence of Garuda and Xianzhen to launch a sneak attack on the heavenly demon camp. The dragon clan had suffered heavy losses and the heavenly demon army had lost half of their forces. They had retreated 3,000 miles in a day. The strength of the western sacred region was much greater than that of the other 4 royal clans. If not for the fact that the sacred region only had one imperial powerhouse, the western sacred region's combat strength could even compete with the heavenly demon royal clan. He had once taken a hit from Shama, the master of the 6th palace. That kind of unparalleled strength was not something an ordinary king realm powerhouse could possess. It was rumored that Luo Jia, the master of the 3rd palace, was as strong as the master of the 6th palace. He might even be slightly stronger. One could imagine how terrifying the sacred region's army would be with these two in command. Now that the western sacred region was the main fighting force against the heavenly demon clan, the 3 imperial cities would definitely not sit by and watch the western battlefield lose. He was very curious who the 2 demon emperors would send. Among the octet, Azura, Garuda, Dragon Clan, and Gandharv had already appeared. Among them, Azura and Garuda were among the top 3 in terms of strength. Next, unless the Celestials made a move, the overall situation would not change much. The Celestials. All this time, no one seemed to have seen his true face. No one even knew whether he existed or not. How bold of him to use the name Celestial. "Your Highness, there is someone outside the residence seeking an audience." At this moment, a guard quickly walked over and bowed respectfully. "Who is it?" Ningchen frowned and asked. A man in a strange court robe. He doesn't look like someone from the imperial city. The guard reported truthfully. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Ning Chen's eyes. He said, "Invite him in." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard accepted the order and turned to leave. Not long after, a man in a silver-white court robe and a black and white hat walked into the residence. Even though he had concealed his terrifying aura, it was still terrifying. In the man's hand, there was an ancient black sword in its sheath. The blade was not visible, but the coldness was clearly felt. Ning Chen looked at the man and his expression gradually turned serious. A powerful swordsman. The No. 1 Pavilion East Region Lord, Gu Xingtian, greets Your Highness. Gu Xingtian bowed and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Ning Chen returned the greeting and said calmly, May I know why the East Region Lord is here? I am the person in charge of the deal between Your Highness and the Night Lord. I am here to complete the unfinished task. Gu Xingtian replied. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Now that the Crown Prince is in the Heavenly Demon Ancestral Land, how will the East Region Lord complete the task? Wait. Gu Xingtian said calmly. He can't hide there forever, right? Ning Chen smiled and said, He can't stay in the Heavenly Demon Ancestral Land forever. However, you must have seen the situation in the Imperial City when you came. How can you ensure that you won't be found by the Imperial Army first? This is Your Highness's territory. I believe Your Highness has many ways to cover your tracks. Gu Xingtian was not worried at all. I can, but why should I take the risk? Ning Chen said indifferently, I only have a deal with the No. 1 Pavilion to exchange money for my life. Other than that, we have no other dealings. Do you think I should take the risk to help you? Since it is a deal, I will not let Your Highness lose out. As long as Your Highness can help me cover my tracks, I will give Your Highness a chance to take my life before I kill the Crown Prince. Of course, the target cannot be more difficult than the Crown Prince. Gu Xingtian said calmly. Deal. Ning Chen's attitude changed instantly. He smiled and said, You can stay in the Crown Prince's residence. There are many rooms in the backyard. You don't have to be polite. You can choose one yourself. I promise that no one will disturb your rest. Thank you. Gu Xingtian nodded and walked towards the backyard. Looking at the back of Gu Xingtian, Ning Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. Was this a buy one get one free? Gu Xingtian said that the target could not be more difficult than the Crown Prince. His meaning was obvious. In the Imperial City, the two Crown Princes were the most difficult to kill. Since Gu Xingtian was not willing to make a move on the other Crown Prince, he would find him an easier target. In the horizon, the sun had set and the cold moon rose. Under the moonlight, the Crown Prince's residence was like the most terrifying and sinister hell. Every thought was merciless. Chapter 1179. There were thousands of altars in the northern continent. The sorcerer tribe had always been a mysterious royal family. Sorcery, venomous insects, skills, and martial arts were all superior to the other tribes. No one had dared to offend them for hundreds of thousands of years. At the center of the sorcerer tribe's sacred land, thousands of altars surrounded a huge altar that was 1,000 feet long and wide. Around the altar, smoke rose and flames soared into the sky. On the altar, the sorcerer tribe's holy maiden stood quietly in a white palace dress. She danced gracefully, stunning the world. Witch Tian Xin was born with a vision. Her body was one with the heavens. She was the most talented person in the sorcerer tribe for thousands of years. Even Emperor Go had praised her talent more than once. However, the flames of war had risen in the primordial demon territory. The world was going to be in chaos. In this chaotic world, no matter how talented one was, they would be useless without time to grow. Over the past year, the young people who had once been famous all over the world had retreated from the world. It was not because they were not talented enough, but because on the battlefield, one's talent did not matter. Only absolute strength was the only guarantee of survival. On the altar in the center, the dancing witch's radiance grew brighter and brighter. Wherever the radiance reached, the darkness was dispelled and endless light was brought to the world. As the witch danced, on thousands of altars in the sacred land, purple fate rose into the sky and gathered toward the altar in the center from all directions. It was an earth-shattering sight. All the martial arts masters in the northern continent looked at the center of the sorcerer tribe's sacred land in shock. What had happened to the sorcerer tribe's fate? Was there going to be a new emperor in the sorcerer tribe? The changes in the sorcerer tribe were becoming more and more obvious. After the northern continent, the martial arts masters in the eastern, western, and central continents also felt the shocking changes in the distant north. They all looked into the distance to see what was going on. On the eastern continent, at the peak of Divine Capital Mountain, the master of Divine Capital, Ulua Wu, stood quietly. He looked at the sorcerer tribe in the north with a strange expression. What was Emperor Go thinking? Was he going to hand over the throne now? Apart from the celestial demon clan, none of the 6 sovereign clans in the primordial demon realm had enough karmic luck to create a new sovereign. Only if the current sovereign paid the price of his own fruit of Tao and the support of the sovereign clan's karmic luck to help the next successor break through the sovereign barrier would there be a 50% chance of passing down the throne. However, why was Emperor Go in such a hurry to pass on the throne? Even if the Heavenly Lady of the Sorcerer Tribe had successfully broken through the barrier of the Imperial Path, she still needed time to stabilize her position. In this critical moment of the demon-slaying war, the combat power of every emperor was extremely important. Emperor Go's actions would not only weaken the strength of the alliance of the 5 great royal clans, it could also bring about a calamity to the Sorcerer Tribe. The celestial devil imperial family would never let go of this opportunity to severely injure the shaman tribe. Emperor Go, who had lost his Emperor Tao seat, and a witch who had just proven her Tao, would never be able to stop any celestial devil imperial family. In the west, at the peak of the sacred region, in front of the sun god statue, the Golden Lion clan's emperor opened his eyes. Blazing rays of light erupted like the blazing sun, bright and scorching, illuminating the sacred region. The 6 palace masters of the 12 Saint Palaces opened their eyes and gazed into the distance towards the north. Get ready for battle. The final battle is about to begin. The master of the sacred region's voice resounded throughout the 12 palaces. Yes. The 6 palace masters replied in unison. On the godly spiritual mountain of the Stone Clan, the Stone Emperor looked towards the north with a gloomy expression. What was the Sorcerer Tribe up to? Was Emperor Go forcing them to bring forward the final battle? While all the clans in the world were shocked by the change of the Sorcerer Tribe, in the deepest part of the celestial devil ancestral land in the primordial demon realm, 2 demon emperors opened their eyes. Their expressions were unusually cold. No wonder the Sorcerer Tribe agreed to make peace with us. It turns out that Emperor Go has already planned to pass on the throne, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said coldly. Instigating the demon-slaying war, weakening the strength of the Celestial Devil Clan, and seizing the opportunity to pass on the Imperial path. That Emperor Go really has a good plan, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said with a cold smile. Should we endure or attack? The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said. They had signed a peace agreement with the Sorcerer Tribe. If they attacked now, they would be breaking the agreement. However, it would be worth it if they could seize the opportunity to completely destroy the Sorcerer Tribe. Let's wait and see. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said sternly. If Emperor Go really plans to pass on the throne, we will defeat them in one fell swoop. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor nodded and withdrew his aura. He did not say anything else. In the 13th Prince's palace, the Emperor appeared in the royal palace. His aged face was filled with the marks of time. The Emperor of the Sorcerer Tribe was nearing the end of his life. 13th Prince. The Emperor spoke in a tired tone. My mission is about to be completed. Your Highness, please don't forget your promise. Ning Chen bowed and sighed in his heart. He said respectfully, Senior Emperor Go, don't worry. I will do my best to fulfill your wish. Go Huang gently nodded his head. His figure dissipated as he left the imperial palace. Almost at the same time, in the central altar of the sorcerer tribe's sacred ground, an endless amount of providence surged. The majestic energy shook the stars in the sky and shocked the deities in the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with light. The auspicious clouds formed by the purple providence rolled wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. Thousands of lightning bolts struck down from the whirlpool. This shocking scene appeared for the first time in 1,000 years. All the martial artists in the primordial demon realm looked over to witness the Emperor's Tao. Under the huge whirlpool formed by the Emperor's providence, a lady in a white palace dress danced to the moon. She was like a fairy from the moon palace. In the next moment, an extremely old figure walked out from the void. His peerless emperor's aura shocked the mortal world. Emperor Go appeared and thousands of Daos prostrated. Even though he was nearing the end of his life and his blood qi had dried up, his emperor's aura was still not to be blasphemed. When the time was right, Emperor Go raised his hand. Suddenly, an endless amount of energy gathered into the providence of the heavens and earth, helping Tian Xin to open the path to the Emperor's Tao. The Emperor's Tao entered Tian Xin's body. Dazzling light surrounded Tian Xin. A terrifying energy slowly awakened. It was powerful and strange, shocking the mortal world. Boom! At that moment, lightning bolts struck down from all sides of the central altar. In the lightning bolts, strange phenomena appeared. The celestial court, the underworld, and the ghost prison were all ancient worlds that had never been seen before. They all suppressed the Emperor's realm. On the central altar, Tian Xin shouted. Her slender hand moved the Emperor's providence. Purple bolts appeared in the sky and blocked the various worlds. The Emperor's Tao and the forces of the worlds collided. The shocking energy spread rapidly. In the sorcerer tribe's holy land, the altars could not withstand the aftershocks and collapsed one after another. In the void, the Emperor's Tao was passed down. Emperor Go's aura weakened rapidly. He looked older and older, as if he would die at any moment. Below, Tian Xin's aura became stronger and stronger. She could vaguely see the Emperor's Tao. At the critical moment, demonic clouds appeared in the sky. 33 small worlds appeared out of nowhere and attacked the Emperor of the sorcerer tribe in the void. Emperor Go was caught off guard. He could not dodge in time and forcibly blocked the attack. However, with a groan, he was dyed red and retreated a few steps. 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor, you betrayed me! 10 steps away, Emperor Go steadied himself and looked at the figure descending from the sky. He shouted angrily. Betrayal? I admit it. Betrayal? What do you mean? 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor said coldly. You will regret your choice today for the rest of your life. Emperor Go said. The anger on his face disappeared. The walking stick in his hand paused in the air. In an instant, the Emperor's aura exploded. A spent force. 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor snorted. He raised his right hand and layers of small worlds appeared. The Emperor's Tao collided with each other and a terrifying impact spread out. In the sky above the sorcerer tribe, the void collapsed and the earth was overturned. It made people feel as if doomsday was coming. Seeing this, Go Huang leaped into the air and soared into the sky, flying towards the distant starry sky. Do you think you can escape? 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor said coldly. His body flashed and he quickly chased after Emperor Go. At the end of the 9 heavens, 10,000 miles high in the sky, 2 emperors stood in the air. Their terrifying auras were far beyond any king realm cultivator. The end of the 4th level, the immortals of the mortal world, the existence that suppressed all laws. After tens of thousands of years, it was the first time they faced each other in life and death. Emperor Go's qi and blood had declined to the extreme. His emperor's Tao aura was chaotic. Although his life was coming to an end, the arrogance in his eyes did not decrease. I respect your glorious life. I will not hold back, please. While speaking, 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor opened his hands and the aura from the Desolation Demonic Emperor rose rapidly. Suddenly, the stars in the sky shook and fell. Emperor Go did not show any fear when the stars fell. Golden light rose from his body and shattered the stars that came close to him. The aftershocks shook the area, and in the blink of an eye, the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor had already arrived. His fist smashed down, and wherever his power reached, the shattered stars were all reduced to dust. Emperor Go turned sideways and grabbed 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor's arm. His walking stick smashed down. Boom! 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor saw this and punched out with his left fist. His terrifying physical strength collided with the divine weapon of the sorcerer tribe, and he was not at a disadvantage. Feng Tian, slay the demons. After a moment of stalemate, Emperor Go shouted. Instantly, the lightning on his walking stick shone brightly and struck towards the demonic cultivator in front of him. In danger, 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor snorted. He crossed his hands and blocked the lightning. The demonic emperor's defense was not broken and the sorcerer tribe's demon slayer thunder collided head-on. Amidst the violent tremors, 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor took half a step back and used up all his remaining strength. Demonic aura rose again and he punched out. Bang! Emperor Go blocked with his walking stick, but he felt a huge force coming towards him. His arms were numb and his body flew out. His mouth was red. Emperor Go, you are old. Your chi and cultivation are not what it used to be. You have no chance of winning this battle. In the shattered void, 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor waved his hand to disperse the remaining strength. He looked at the severely injured Emperor Go and sneered. The heavens are unfair and the demons are in chaos. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. As he spoke, Emperor Go's blood burst out from his body. Golden lightning surged and his terrifying aura showed signs of him returning to his peak. 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor frowned. She was still hiding such power. 8 changes of the Sky Demon stabilized the universe. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, 8 Desolation Demonic Emperor did not want to delay any longer. He shouted and the demonic aura around him soared into the sky. The 8 changes of the Sky Demon appeared in the mortal world. When the Sky Demon's weapon appeared, Emperor Go's eyes shone brightly and the lightning around him was pushed to the limit. The 9 changes of the Sky Demon. He had been waiting for this move. Chapter 1180. At the central altar of the sorcerer tribe's holy land, the sorceress proved her Tao. The 9 great worlds appeared at the same time. Qi Zhen was the emperor among the people. Purple Qi spread for 30,000 miles around Tian Xian. Her slender hand condensed 10,000 years of the sorcerer race's providence, and she fought against the power of the great world that descended from the sky. At the same time, above the starry sky, the battle between the sovereigns was getting more and more intense. Emperor Go of the sorcerer race was covered in blood. He was at the end of his lifespan and his chi and blood had withered away. Only his fighting spirit had surpassed the limits of his physical body and supported him to return to his peak. On the other side of the starry sky, a 10,000-meter tall demonic body appeared. The heavenly demon's 8 transformations and sovereign Tao martial arts shocked the heavens and the earth. A demonic image appeared in all directions. A terrifying power surged out, surpassing the power of heaven and earth. It forcefully shattered the surrounding starry sky and destroyed everything. I've been waiting for this moment. After a long time, an opportunity appeared in front of Emperor Go. With a shout, the emperor blood around Emperor Go started to burn rapidly. The dispersing blood mist dyed the stars red. Within the blood mist, golden lightning tore through space and time, and the ancient demon-slaying artifact reappeared. The wooden crutch shattered, and a 3-foot-long cold blade appeared. It was neither a sword nor a blade, but it had 4 sharp edges that surged with lightning. With the appearance of the divine weapon, Emperor Go's appearance also started to change rapidly. His decaying body was like a withered tree that had been rejuvenated, returning to the peak of his life. Her otherworldly appearance was somewhat similar to that of the current generations but she was a little sharper. The Empress revealed her true appearance. Her slender hand moved across the divine weapon, and the peerless divine weapon changed again. Amidst the surging golden thunderbolts, the winged godly spike appeared. It was more than 10 feet long and looked like the sharpest godly weapon in the world. With just a light buzz, the surrounding starry sky began to crack, unable to withstand the peerless sharpness. Emperor Go took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 10,000 Zhang demon. The winged godly spike pierced through the air, breaking through the devil chi and heading straight for the chest of the devil cultivator. At the same time, the giant fist of the 30,000-meter-tall devil body punched down. With the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, it shattered stars one after another and blasted toward the sorcerer tribe's royal ancestor. When the 2 sovereigns clashed, Go Huang's silhouette suddenly split into 2, one was real and the other was illusory. It was hard to tell which was the real one. The demonic cultivator was slightly startled. His fist momentum changed, and his demonic aura surged again, sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. In close combat, life and death could be decided in the blink of an eye. As the gigantic fist swept out, Go Huang's silhouette disappeared once again. The 2 of them merged into one, appearing in front of the chest of the devil cultivator. 9 Emperor God-destroying seal. Behind Emperor Go, a gigantic astral formation appeared. In the blink of an eye, the astral formation disappeared. The astral formation was infused with the power of the demon destroyer formation. Break! With a light shout, the winged god spike in Emperor Go's hand shot out with the power to slay demons and annihilate gods. Ear-piercing thunderous booms resounded through the starry space. In an instant, a golden beam of light streaked across the sky, directly piercing through the body of the winged god spike. Ugh! As the golden light entered his body, 8 Desolation Demon Emperor let out a painful groan as the demonic chi around him surged violently and dispersed in all directions. The sudden change shook the entire primordial demon realm. Everyone looked at the starry sky in shock. Seeing that the demon slayer technique was successful, Emperor Go raised his hand and grabbed the demon slayer weapon that flew back to him. The divine weapon danced in the air, summoning the 9 heavens wind and thunder. He leaped into the air. Heavenly dragon breaks the city. The winged god spike danced in the sky as the lightning transformed into a golden dragon. Emperor Go's clothes fluttered in the wind as endless golden light gathered from all directions. The winged god dragon roared in the 9 heavens as it shot down from the sky. He had been preparing for a long time. In the starry sky, Emperor Go's body burned like a divine furnace. With earth-shattering power, he was like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing into the winged god spike before him. Do you think it will be so easy? In the moment of crisis, a primitive power was awakened within the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor's body. In the next moment, a gigantic black seal appeared in front of the winged god spike and blocked the demon slayer weapon. As the divine weapons faced each other, the winged god spike clenched his fist and punched out. Emperor Go raised his hand and met the attack with a heavy palm. With a loud rumble, his body was pushed back 100 miles. Drops of blood dripped down and dyed his dress red. 100 miles away, the winged god spike steadied himself. Although it was only for a short moment, his beauty stunned everyone. On the altar at the center of the sorcerer tribe's sacred ground, Tian Xin looked at the battle in the starry sky with tears in his eyes. However, before the Emperor Dao realm, the 9 great worlds were insurmountable. It would be difficult for him to rush over to help in a short period of time. Far away, in the primordial demon region, the 13th prince's residence, Ning Qinjing stood in front of the royal palace. He looked at the battle in the starry sky with a solemn expression. The result of this battle was crucial to his future plans. The most terrifying thing about the imperial family of the heavenly demonic tribe was the number of emperors they had. Now that Demon Emperor Kun-yi was trapped in the easternmost region, if the heavenly demonic tribe lost another demon emperor, they would lose the ability to dominate the world. At that time, the Demon Slayer War would start and no one would be able to stop it. Therefore, Emperor Go could not be defeated easily. At the very least, he had to take one of the demon emperors down with him. The war was cruel, and he could not be soft-hearted. Emperor Go must have guessed his plan, but he still agreed to it because he knew that it was the only way to defeat the imperial family of the heavenly demonic tribe. In the ancestral land of the heavenly demonic tribe, the 7 brilliance demon emperors stood in the air and looked at the starry sky with a cold gaze. Something was not right. With Emperor Go's current strength, it was impossible for him to injure Ba Huang to this extent. There must be something wrong. In the starry sky, when Ba Huang's life was in danger, the Demon Emperor's seal appeared and the Emperor weapon that was connected with his life displayed its terrifying power. Cracks appeared on the winged godly spike, and it showed signs of breaking apart after one strike. In the fierce battle, Emperor Go was severely injured and his flame of life was getting weaker and weaker. On the opposite side, the Demon Emperor Ba Huang was also severely injured. Golden lightning surged in front of his chest, and the remaining Demon Slayer force continued to spread and devour the Demon Cultivator's heart. In the Battle of the Emperors, which was rarely seen in 1,000 years, the two emperors had pushed their cultivation to the limit. Their demon essence and shaman essence burned fiercely, and the blinding light split the starry sky into two and collided with each other. Up until now, Emperor Go's life force was almost depleted. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His final glory was so dazzling that it shocked everyone. Demon-destroying Azure Dragon Seal. Emperor Go's life force was about to be exhausted. His eyes flashed with determination, and he circulated his true chi. Blood splashed out from his 7 meridians and lightning soared into the sky. It was the last attack of his life. Looking back on his life, today was the most meaningful day of his life. The indiscriminate destruction of jade and common stone contained a majestic might. In the starry sky, a dragon's roar reverberated through the entire universe. Around Go Huang, fresh blood gushed out, transforming into a gigantic seal formation. The seal formation was activated and an azure dragon flew out. Its body was over 10,000 zhang long. It was extremely terrifying. When the azure dragon appeared, Emperor Go's life force was quickly extinguished. His hair turned gray and his beautiful eyes gradually lost their luster. The Demon Emperor Ba Huang didn't dare to be careless. He shouted furiously and condensed his demon essence into his palms. He directly blocked the azure dragon that was descending from the sky. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the Demon Slayer Azure Dragon and the Azure Dragon collided in the starry sky. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The Azure Dragon was destroyed and the Demon Slayer Azure Dragon's arms were also destroyed. The Demon Slayer Azure Dragon was forced to retreat a few steps. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the starry sky red. Blood flowed down from Emperor Ba Huang's shoulders. It was extremely tragic. As suddenly, a golden light flew past. The winged god spike pierced through the air and pierced through the chest of the Demon Slayer. Emperor Ba Huang retreated again. He lowered his head and looked at the winged god spike that was halfway through his chest. He shouted and forcefully shattered the Demon Slayer Saint weapon. The fragments of the Saint weapon were gradually destroyed in the starry sky. The Demon Slayer battle was a failure. In the starry sky, Emperor Go looked at the heavily injured Demon Emperor. His dim eyes flashed. In the end, she still couldn't pull the Demon Emperor into the seamless realm. The time was up. Around Emperor Go's body, flames of the great Tao ignited. The raging flames gradually engulfed the Demon Emperor's body. "Master, On the central altar of the demon slayer Saint Ground, Tion Xian's body trembled. His imperial fate rushed into the sky and forcefully shook off the suppression of the 9 great world. He took a step and rushed into the starry sky. In the starry sky, Emperor Ba Huang felt the powerful aura rapidly approaching from below. He frowned. Suppressing his heavy injuries, he didn't dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed and left the battlefield. Just as Emperor Ba Huang left, Tion Xian rushed over. His body was covered in a vast purple aura. The abnormally powerful aura shook the starry sky. Master! Tion Xian looked at his master, who was gradually turning into ashes. He couldn't hold back the tears in his eyes anymore. In the flames of the great Tao, Emperor Go's tired face revealed a gentle smile. He said softly, "From now on, you are the Emperor of the Demon Slayer race. The future of the Demon Slayer race is in your hands." With that, Emperor Go's body was quickly engulfed by the flames of the great Tao. The Demon Emperor passed away and returned to the world. In the starry sky, Tion Xian personally witnessed Emperor Go pass away. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. His body trembled again and again. In the palace of the 13th prince in the 3rd imperial city, rays of light gathered. A beautiful illusory figure walked out. The last remnant of the demon emperor's will appeared. He looked at the plain-clothed young man in front of the palace and said apologetically, "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I went back on my words." In front of the palace, Ning Chen turned around and looked at Emperor Go's remnant soul. He replied respectfully, "Senior Emperor Go has done his best. Leave the rest to me." Emperor Go nodded lightly and said, "Your Highness, I'm naturally relieved. Now that Tion Xian has proven her Tao and has the support of the 12 demon empresses, there's no need to worry too much. However, the strength of the demon clan is beyond imagination. If the demon slayer race is in trouble in the future, I hope that your Highness can lend a hand." Ning Chen nodded and said calmly, "Senior Emperor Go, don't worry. I believe that with Miss Tion Xian's ability, she can definitely lead the Demon Slayer race to glory. As for Senior Emperor Go's worries, I'll keep them in mind. If the demon clan attacks, I won't sit by and do nothing. Then I can rest assured." With that, Emperor Go's body gradually turned illusory. Starlight scattered and he disappeared. "Farewell, Senior Emperor Go." Ning Chen bowed and respectfully sent the Emperor of the Demon Slayer race off. In the demon ancestral land, demon chi surged. The severely injured 8th Desolation Demon Emperor walked back. His broken arms had yet to recover. In front of his chest, the law of the sovereign Tao spread out, preventing the demon body from regenerating. Seeing this, the 7 luminaries Demon Emperor stepped forward. He raised his hand and condensed yuan, infusing it into the Demon Emperor's body. In the end of the war between the Demon Slayer race, the Demon Slayer race was still stronger than the Demon Slayer race. The light was so weak. Chapter 1181. In the Sorcerer Sacred Land of the Northern Continent, the 12 Sorcerer Queens arrived and knelt in front of the central altar to greet the new Sorcerer Emperor. Purple mist swirled around the central altar. Sorceress Tion Xian stood quietly in the purple mist as her royal aura continued to rise. She inherited the Fate inheritance and became a supreme being. Tion Xian, who had been reborn, took over the Sorcerer tribe's destiny and led the 12 Sorcerer Queens forward. "Attack!" Tion Xian said. Her voice was calm but firm. The war between the Sorcerer tribe and the Demon tribe started again. "Yes." The 12 Sorcerer Queens, led by Sorcerer Queens Yu, Hongxue, and Baiji, accepted the order. The Sorcerer tribe army went south again to fight the Heavenly Demon tribe. Half a day later, 200,000 soldiers marched out at the border of the Sorcerer tribe's sacred land. The sight of them covering the sky shocked the entire northern continent. In the center of the sacred land, Tion Xian stood on the central altar as the purple mist around her disappeared. At the same time, The 6 palace masters who were guarding the sacred region in the western sacred region all moved out. The sacred region army gathered again and headed to the western front of the primeval demon region. At the top of the sacred region, in front of the sun god statue, the sacred leader of the Golden Lion tribe looked solemn. He was surrounded by golden light as he looked at the battlefield in the distance. The final battle was coming, and this battle would decide the future of the primeval demon region. The flames of war are always so fascinating. On the eastern continent, the lord of the divine capital, Uluowu, stood quietly on the divine capital mountain. He was wearing dark red armor that was as dazzling as fire. Behind him, the 3 most powerful divine generals of the divine capital walked over and knelt down. "It's your turn," Uluowu said lightly. "Yes." The 3 immortal generals of Luoyang accepted the order respectfully. Then, they stood up and left. The 3 sovereign tribes moved together. The Scaled tribe in the south and the Stone tribe in the southeast. The Scaled Emperor and the Stone Emperor spoke at the same time. All the top forces of their tribes were sent out. The war against the demons had reached its climax. In the heavenly demon ancestral land of the primeval demon region, 7 suns circled around. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor's royal aura rose as he helped the 8 desolation demon emperor heal. The result of the battle between the shamans and the devils was beyond everyone's expectations. Golden thunderbolts surged out from the arms of the 8 desolation devil emperor, and the mysterious forbidden art of the shaman tribe was constantly devouring the life force of the devil emperor. The wound on the chest of the 8 desolation demonic emperor that was pierced by the ascension divine weapon could not be healed. Even with the peerless heavenly demonic emperor physique, it was hard for him to regenerate. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's injuries showed no signs of improvement after several days of recuperation. He withdrew his hand with a grim expression. "The lightning on your wound is unusual," the 7 brilliance demon emperor said in a deep voice. "At your current rate of recovery, you won't fully recover even after 100 years. The 8 desolation demon emperor opened his eyes. With a tired expression, he said, "I was too careless. I didn't think that Emperor Go would still have such a terrifying power when he passed away. There's one thing that I don't understand. You clearly had the upper hand in the battle against Emperor Go at the beginning. Why did you suddenly fall into a disadvantageous position?" The 7 brilliance demon emperor asked in confusion. The 8 desolation demon emperor fell silent. After a long while, he said in an uncertain tone, "I have my doubts too. Emperor Go's moves are unpredictable. I've never seen them before, especially when I executed the 9 changes of the heavenly demon. It seemed like Emperor Go had been preparing for a long time to counter my heavenly demon martial art." The 7 brilliance demon emperor's face stiffened slightly. A moment later, his eyes widened as he thought of a terrifying possibility. The shaman tribe agreed to the terms of the peace talks. The 7 brilliance demon emperor said with a dark expression, "I understand now. The shaman tribe agreed to the terms of the peace talks because of the 9 changes secret technique of our tribe." He was wondering why the shaman tribe would propose such a strange condition. After all, no one apart from the heavenly demon tribe was able to cultivate the 9 changes of the heavenly demon. Now that he thought about it, there were too many strange things. The 9 changes of the heavenly demon is almost perfect. It should be flawless, the 8 desolation demon emperor said sternly. "Maybe we've been too confident," the 7 brilliance demon emperor said in a deep voice. "The emperor of the shaman tribe is a terrifying figure who can peek into the heavenly secrets. The 9 changes of the heavenly demon might not be perfect in my eyes. Otherwise, the emperor of the shaman tribe, who was on the verge of death, wouldn't have been able to injure you so badly in the previous battle." The 8 desolation demon emperor frowned. If that was the case, they had been set up. 13th brother, the 8 desolation demon emperor said coldly, "Could it be him?" He was the one who proposed the terms of the peace talk. If he's colluding with the shaman tribe, it would explain everything that happened before. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor fell silent. He pondered for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "It's unlikely. With 13th brother's status in the Heavenly Demon Royal Tribe, there's no need for him to do such a thing. He's the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Demon Royal Tribe. He won't gain anything if the Heavenly Demon Royal Tribe is defeated." The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor pondered and nodded. The possibility was slim indeed. As a disciple of 9 Serenities, betraying the Heavenly Demon Royal Tribe was not worth it. Report. At that moment, an anxious voice came from the ancestral ground. A messenger appeared from the surging demonic chi, and said while half kneeling, "We've received news from the front line. The 5 Imperials have launched an attack at the same time. The east, west, north, and south borders have all fallen. Only Prince Xuanqi's territory in the southeast is still standing." The 7 Brilliants Demon Emperor and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperors' faces darkened. What was going to happen had finally come. "Gandharv!" the 7 Brilliants Demon Emperor called out. "Yes, my lord." The rift shook as a beautiful figure appeared. She had the appearance of a young girl with a voluptuous figure. She was surrounded by flowing ribbons. Her extraordinary temperament was quite eye-catching. "Head to the battlefield in the north at once and assist Prince Xiankong in fending off the army of the Shaman tribe," the 7 Brilliants Demon Emperor said. "Yes." Gandharv accepted the order respectfully. She disappeared with a flicker. The battlefield in the west is the key. Now that the dragons are injured, Garuda won't be able to fend off the 2 palace masters of the sacred region alone, the 8 Brilliants Demon Emperor said sternly. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said solemnly, "We must find a way to send reinforcements to the western battlefield. Otherwise, once the western front is defeated, the morale of our soldiers will be greatly affected. Azura is still in seclusion. We have no choice but to awaken one of the 8 by force," the 7 Brilliants Demon Emperor said sternly. "Yaksha!" the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said solemnly, "Among the remaining octatic, the strongest is Yaksha, but even if Yaksha wakes up, it will be very difficult to reverse the West's defeat." "Not Yaksha," the 7 Brilliants Demon Emperor said coldly. "Strength isn't the only factor that determines the outcome of the battle. I have a candidate in mind, Luemo Gennaro." Hearing this, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor frowned. After a while, he nodded thoughtfully and said, "If it's him, together with Garuda, they might really be able to stop the army of the Western Holy Region." Messenger. "Yes. Pass on my order. Head to Mount Rama immediately and awaken Luemo Gennaro." "Yes." The messenger received the order and did not delay any further. His figure flashed out and flew towards Mount Ramo in the east. Just as the primordial demon realm was in chaos, in the 13th prince's residence in the heavenly devil imperial city, 2 figures were facing each other with their swords constantly buzzing. One of the 2 was wearing a silver-white court robe and a black and white hat. His strange attire revealed his identity. The Eastern Region Lord of the Number 1 Pavilion, Gu Xingtian, was also the strongest person in the 4 profound realms. His strength was unfathomable. Opposite the Eastern Region Lord, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly. In his hand, there was a divine sword covered in cracks. The sword radiance was piercing to the soul. "Your sword can no longer withstand your sword pressure. It will be destroyed after one more battle," Gu Xingtian said as he looked at the demonic weapon in the former's hand. "A person has a soul and a sword has a breath. I can hear the sound of the moon and water reversing. If I can reach the end of my life in this battle, I will have no regrets," Ningchen said softly. "It is my honor to spar with a sword expert like you. Please." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xingtian unsheathed Kuan-Tian. In an instant, the sword moved and the person moved. When the sword expert arrived, Ning Chen didn't dodge. He used the moon and water reversing to meet the sword expert head-on. With a rumbling sound, the two swords clashed. The two swords were fast and heavy. In the blink of an eye, the sword moves were simple but sharp. Both of them had peak sword skills. They had abandoned their cultivation and only focused on the sword. In the northwest corner of the palace, the little gourd sat on the back of the white tiger. He was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe loudly. "Big Tiger, will the immortal win?" the little gourd asked softly. "Woo!" The white tiger nodded vigorously. The little gourd was less nervous when he heard that. He also thought so. Sword 11. After exchanging 10 moves, Ning Chen took a step forward and his sword spun 11 times. Instantly, sword chi gushed out like a waterfall. It was a perfect sword in the mortal world. The sword chi was boundless as it slashed towards the peerless swordsman in front of him. It was a sword move that had never been seen before. It was so stunning. Gu Xingtian focused and fixed his body. Kuan Tian crossed the sky. The first of the 3 swords was the star sword. When the star sword appeared, the sky was filled with stars. Thousands of sword lights broke through the sky and clashed with the perfect sword in the mortal world. With a rumbling sound, the sword moves devoured each other. When the aftershock arrived, both of them were forced back half a step. They were evenly matched. Ka! The ear-piercing sound of the sword cracking sounded again. In Ning Chen's hand, the moon demon divine weapon cracked again. There was no part of the sword that was still intact. It was about to collapse. "This is the last move. I salute your glorious life." Ning Chen held his sword horizontally and slashed across the sword with his finger. The sword intent around him surged rapidly. The entire God-forbidden space changed. The sword world opened and the Emperor appeared. Sword Emperor. One sword reflected 10,000 swords. The heaven and earth cried out. A shocking pressure spread out endlessly. In the sword world, Ning Chen's figure soared into the sky. Wherever his will was, the sword would follow. This was a shocking move. He could not be careless. Gu Xingtian took a step forward and pointed his finger at the sword. He unleashed all of his sword cultivation. In an instant, a sword sun rose into the sky. The scorching sword pressure surged out. In the next moment, the two swords clashed, and in the midst of an earth-shattering collision, a crisp sound rang out as the moon demon divine sword broke. Gu Xingtian couldn't retract his attack in time, and blood spurted out from Ning Chen's right arm. The broken sword fell to the ground. The God-forbidden space could not stop it. The entire 3 imperial city shook violently. The last sword light broke through the barrier of the God-forbidden space and soared into the sky. It was so brilliant and bright. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the dazzling light in the sky. His expression was surprisingly calm. The moon reversal had finished its glorious life. However, his path was not over yet. Next, it was time for him to do his best. Chapter 1182. In the 5 battlefields of the primordial demon region, the flames of war spread for tens of thousands of miles. In the north, the 12 witch queens led a 200,000-strong witch tribe army to attack. They covered the sky, shocking the sky demon army in the north. In front of the sky demon army, 5th Prince Xian Kong stood in the air. He looked at the 12 witch queens with a solemn expression. There was no doubt that Emperor Go's death had infuriated the witch tribe. The war that followed would truly be endless. Beside Xian Kong, Gandharv stood quietly. A strange fragrance wafted around her. It was light, elegant, and intoxicating. "Let's do it." As the witch tribe army approached, Xian Kong glanced at the 8 beside him and said. Gandharv nodded. Her figure flashed and flew into the sky. At that moment, the sky was filled with flying flowers. The pink flowers spread with the wind. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. It was a shocking scene that had never been seen before. Gandharv attacked. The fragrance of the flowers covered the entire battlefield. In front of the witch tribe army, the soldiers smelled the fragrance and felt their vital essence stagnate. Their bodies fell from the sky. The fragrance is poisonous. Among the 12 witch queens, the dark moon witch queen sensed that something was wrong. She used the power of the dark moon. Immediately, moonlight spread out, blocking the fragrance from spreading in the army. Red snow. With the flower fragrance temporarily blocked, the dark moon witch queen looked at the red witch queen and shouted. The red snow witch queen nodded. She unsheathed her red sword and waved it. Red snow danced in the air. An extremely cold chi broke through the air. Wherever it passed, the flying flowers were frozen. The fragrance could no longer spread. The red ice flowers that fell from the sky were so beautiful. In the air, Gandharv frowned slightly. The 12 witch queens had different abilities. They were not easy to deal with. Kill the red snow witch queen first, Gandharv said telepathically. In front of the sky demon army, Prince Xian Kong nodded with a serious expression. He could also tell that the red snow shaman empress restrained Gandharv's abilities. If she could not be eliminated, it would be very difficult for Gandharv to use her poison. 4 royals, 5 messengers, set up the formation, Xian Kong said. Yes. Under Wang's order, 9 powerful figures rushed into the sky. 4 to 5 of them formed a formation. Terrifying demonic chi spread out. Darkness descended and covered the entire battlefield. Something's wrong. The 12 shaman queens looked at the horizon, their expressions changing. Darkness descended. There was no longer any light in the battlefield. Xian Kong moved in front of the heavenly demon army. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the 12 shamans. Demonic essence gathered, and a heavy palm strike struck out at full power. Xian Kong sent out a palm strike at the red snow shaman empress. Danger came, and the red longsword in the red snow witch empress's hand instinctively swept out. At the instant her palm and sword clashed, she felt a tremendous, majestic force, and she retreated a few steps. The splattering blood dyed the sword red. The red snow shaman empress staggered and stabilized herself. Before she could suppress her injuries, the palm strike arrived once more. At the moment of life and death, a white shadow flashed by. The witch queen Baiji stood in front of him. Her delicate hands condensed the power of 100 refinements, and she forcefully resisted the demon cultivator's palm power. With an earth-shattering strike, the 2 people's palms collided. Baijiwu was forced back half a step. Her foundation was slightly inferior. The physical abilities of the Empyrean Devil royal family were unparalleled. Even though Prince Xian Kong was slightly weaker than Xian Lai and Xian Qi, the 2 legendary cultivators of the Empyrean Devil royal family, his cultivation had also reached a shocking level. Let's work together. With one move, everyone knew. The witch queen Baiji didn't underestimate him. With a light shout, her figure flashed and attacked the Empyrean Devil Prince. Not far away, the red snow witch empress suppressed the surging blood chi in her body. She stepped forward and attacked with her sword. With the 2 witch empresses working together, the battle immediately became white-hot. In the dark space, Gandharv stood in the air and chanted spells. The strange fragrance around her rose again and spread silently to all sides of the battle. After a few breaths, casualties appeared in the witch tribe army again. Thousands of soldiers were poisoned and lost their souls, crashing onto the ground. You guys break the formation. I'll deal with this person. The Dark Moon Witch Empress ordered the other 9 witch empresses. She then stepped into the air and flew to the horizon. Fei Yu and the other witch empresses accepted the order. They looked at the 4 regions and 5 envoys in the air. Their figures flashed and flew toward the 9 of them. The war had begun. In the dark battlefield, soldiers fought soldiers, generals fought generals, and everyone displayed their unique abilities. Just as the war in the northern battlefield began, the most eye-catching battlefield in the Western Front, the Sacred Region Army launched an attack. The Heavenly Devil Army that had retreated thousands of miles was forced to face the enemy. The war began again. With Luo Jia and Shama as the leaders and the 5 palace lords of the Sacred Region in the army, The Sacred Region army broke through 10 formations consecutively. In the Heavenly Devil camp, Garuda looked at the army that was retreating in defeat. Displeasure flashed across his face. Although he didn't care if the Heavenly Devil clan won or lost, being suppressed like this really made him unhappy. We can't wait any longer. Attack. Beside him, Long Zhong spoke with a grave expression. Attack? How? Are you going to fight them with your injured body? If you're not afraid of death, you can attack. I won't stop you, Garuda said indifferently. Long Zhong's expression turned ugly. Among the 8, Garuda was the most uncontrollable. It was impossible for him to sacrifice his life for the Heavenly Devil clan. After attacking for a long time, Shama and Luo Jiao walked out from the Sacred Region army. They looked at the 2-8 in the Heavenly Devil army in front of them. Without further delay, they rushed out and attacked the 2. How troublesome! Seeing the 2 Sacred Region Palace lords rushing over, Garuda's face flashed with displeasure. He spread out his wings and went up to meet them. Boom! There was a shocking tremor. Garuda and the 3rd Palace Lord of the Sacred Region, Luo Jia, clashed. Their fists collided, and the remaining energy roared and surged. Within 10 miles, the space turned into nothingness. The crushed blood and bones were quickly swallowed up in the nothingness. Whether it was the Heavenly Devil army or the Sacred Region army, under the powerful strength of the 2, they couldn't resist and exploded one after another. On the other side, the 6th Palace Lord, Shama, was killing the heavily injured Long Zhong. His every move was shocking. After several exchanges, the situation was clear. Long Zhong's scales were stained with blood. He was on the verge of death. Ding! At this moment, between heaven and earth, the pleasant sound of a pipa suddenly rang out. It was like the tinkling of a clear spring, spreading to everyone's heart. The sound of the music surprised everyone. Long Zhong and Garuda, who were fighting, had strange expressions flash across their faces. Gennaro! The music came without warning. Luo Jiao and Shama's eyes turned serious at the same time. They were on full alert. Dong! The sound of the pipa rang out again. It was still crisp and pleasant, but this time there were more changes. The killing intent gradually rose, disturbing people's heartstrings. Bang! In the Sacred Region army, a Sacred Region soldier's body exploded. The shocking scene shocked everyone present. After the first explosion, a second, a third, more than 10 explosions rang out in succession. Blood fell from the sky like rain. Shama, find him! In the battle, Luo Jia swept his gaze across the battlefield and said in a deep voice, Understood. Not far away, Shama nodded and clasped his hands together. Immediately, the Supreme Buddha behind him appeared in the human world. Dazzling golden light rapidly spread out in all directions. The Supreme Buddha appeared, and Sanskrit chants rang out. His words of awakening spread throughout the battlefield, shocking everyone. The 3 manifestations, the manifestation of man, the manifestation of all living beings, and the manifestation of longevity. All manifestations are illusory. If you see that all manifestations are not manifestations, then you see Tathagata. Chapter 1183. In the western battlefield of the primordial demon region, Luo made his move, and the situation of the battlefield changed instantly. The soldiers of the Sacred Region exploded one after another, and their blood dyed the void red. There was only the sound of music, but Gennaro, who was nowhere to be seen, changed the direction of the battle single-handedly. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Shama flipped his palm and pushed away the dragons in front of him. With a shout, his golden body sat cross-legged, and golden light filled the sky. The Supreme Buddha appeared in the human world again. Golden light rose, and the sound of Sanskrit was sung in the battlefield. Countless swastikas fell, intertwining into solemn Buddha statues. Some were benevolent bodhisattvas, some were angry vajras. The world of Buddhism appeared. In the battlefield, the soldiers of the demon race felt their bodies sink, as if they were in a swamp and could not move. In the battlefield not far away, in front of Luo Jia, the master of the third palace, Garuda looked at the constantly moving Buddha statues with a serious expression. It was rumored that the master of the sixth palace of the sacred region was the reincarnation of Buddha Moku. His spiritual sense was unparalleled in the world, and he was said to be the person closest to the imperial path in the King realm. He was extremely powerful. Unwilling to see the situation reverse again, Garuda flapped his wings, and a fierce wind blew. In the storm, an ancient demonic halberd appeared. In an instant, the demonic energy rushed out of the world of Buddhism and divided the human world. He took a step forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. Garuda rushed toward Shama, wanting to kill Imoku. "Your opponent is me." On the opposite side of the battlefield, Luo Jia's figure rushed out at the same time and quickly blocked in front of Garuda. He opened and closed his hands, and the illusions of large stars appeared, and in an instant they exploded. The power comparable to the explosion of a star blasted toward the Golden Rock Demon King. Garuda focused, and the Skybaron halberd met the explosion head-on. The sound of thunder resounded through the world of Buddhism, and the terrifying impact spread rapidly, destroying all laws. Garuda was blocked. Not far away, the brilliance around Shama's body became even brighter, and the golden world of Buddhism spread rapidly, looking for traces of Lu Mo. In the battlefield, the loud sound of the pipa became more and more urgent. Gradually, it was like an army galloping, and the world began to shake. In the battlefield, the casualties of the sacred region soldiers increased. The demonic sound penetrated their bodies, and waterfalls of blood bloomed in the world. It was so beautiful that it made one's heart beat. In the contest of time, the Sanskrit and demonic sounds collided. Shama's divine sense was fully unleashed as he searched for the source of the demonic sounds. In the distant horizon, behind a spatial formation, an illusory figure stood in midair. He held a pipa in his hand, and every time he plucked it, sound waves would sweep out from all directions. It was difficult to determine his location. The golden Buddha world expanded endlessly. The demonic sound collided with the Buddha world, causing it to shake violently. In the center of the Buddha world, Shama opened his eyes. Golden light blossomed, extremely dazzling. 6 paths reincarnation. The origin of the demonic sound from all directions was difficult to discern. Without any hesitation, Shama clasped his hands together. The river of stars flickered in his hands as a terrifying power struck out in all directions. Ding! The 6 paths of reincarnation descended. Behind the space array, Gennaro's expression sank slightly. She plucked the pipa in her hand, and the demonic sound spread out rapidly, blocking the attack from the center of the Buddha world. As the Buddha and the devil clashed, heaven and earth tilted. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation, the demonic sound quickly dissipated, unable to resist the power of reincarnation. Behind the spatial array, the aftermath of the impact arrived. Immediately after, Nero's figure flashed, avoiding the aftermath of the Buddha's attack. "Found you!" In the center of the Buddha world, Shama's eyes shone brightly. She looked into the distance, and her figure disappeared. In an instant, she arrived in front of the spatial array. The 6 paths of reincarnation reappeared, shaking heaven and earth with yin and yang. In Shama's hands, 6 small worlds flickered and pressed against the spatial array in front of her. Gennaro focused, and the demonic essence around her surged. She raised her 3 strings and gathered all her power. Just as the Buddha and the devil clashed again, the roar of the 9 heavens shook the world. A huge dragon claw broke through the sky and grabbed at the 6th palace master. Shama raised his head and looked at the horizon. His palm turned, and the 6 paths of reincarnation held up the sky, colliding with the dragon claw. The Buddha energy and demonic power collided. The 6 paths of reincarnation was unstoppable, and it directly sent the 8 division dragons flying. In the horizon, blood splattered, falling like rain. The heavily injured dragon clan was injured again, and most of the scales on their bodies were shattered. However, after a moment of resistance, Gennaro's figure had disappeared after the spatial array. His whereabouts were unknown. Shama frowned and broke the spatial array in front of him with a punch. His divine sense swept across the other 3 spatial arrays, and he turned and rushed towards one of them. In the Buddha world, the reverberating demonic sound became stronger and stronger, and the casualties of the sacred domain soldiers also increased. In the sky, figures constantly fell, smashing into the ground. The battle situation was tense, and there was no time to waste. In the Buddha world, 10,000 Buddhas chanted, and the sound of Sanskrit spread. They used Buddhism to suppress the devil, limiting the power of the demonic sound to the greatest extent. At the same time, Shama's figure flashed, and he poured his energy into it. A tyrannical punch blasted towards another spatial array. After the spatial array, Gennaro, who was prepared, was the first to leave, avoiding the attack of the Buddhas. Shama's expression did not change. His gaze shifted, and he looked at the last 2 spatial arrays. He clasped his hands together, and a small world appeared in his hands. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared again. Boundless Buddha energy erupted in the Buddha world. The power of reincarnation was as vigorous as an ocean. It split into 2 and blasted towards the 2 spatial arrays in the distance. Before everyone's eyes, the 6 paths of reincarnation collided with the spatial arrays. After a moment of stalemate, the Buddha energy broke through the obstruction and blasted apart the 2 spatial arrays. The 4 arrays collapsed. In the Buddha world, Gennaro no longer had a place to hide, and his figure appeared. He had an ordinary appearance with a single horn on his head, looking somewhat strange. One of the 8 tribes' music demons, after tens of thousands of years, appeared in front of the world once again. On the opposite side, Shama stood in the air, looking at the man in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Another member of the 8 tribes, the Sky Devil Imperial family's foundation, was truly shocking. Just here alone, there were already 3 members of the 8 tribes. In addition, there were several princes of the Sky Devil Imperial family. If it weren't for the 5 great imperial families joining forces, any one of them would have no chance of winning against the Sky Devil Imperial family. You all should also show yourselves. Not allowing the fierce tiger to return to the mountain, Shama looked at the 6 figures hidden in the sacred domain army and said. As his voice fell, 6 figures flew out from the sacred domain army. Together with the other 3 sacred domain palace masters, they sealed off all escape routes. The 11 sacred domain palace masters all appeared. In the 2 battlefields, Garuda, Gennaro, and Long Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at the 9 sacred domain palace masters standing in different positions, their faces abnormally heavy. This was troublesome. The sacred domain had clearly come prepared for this battle. They must want to catch them all in one fell swoop. Garuda, you have no way out. In the battle, Luo Jia, the handsome 3rd sacred domain palace master, was clad in golden armor. The stars around him flickered, and his majesty was comparable to the sovereign path, inspiring awe in the hearts of those who saw him. Garuda clenched his left fist, and a vicious look flashed in his eyes. The infinite Baron halberd surged and slashed down. The great battle began again, and the stars rose and fell. The figures of the 2 peerless powerhouses intertwined. As they fought, heaven and earth trembled, and strange phenomena appeared. Garuda was trapped, and in the other battlefield, the 6th sacred domain palace master faced Gennaro and the severely injured Long Zhong alone. With every move, the Buddhist light shook the sky, suppressing the 2. Outside the battlefield, the 9 sacred domain palace masters joined forces to form a formation. The space of the Buddha world became heavier and heavier. On the Buddha wall, the Buddha statues shone brilliantly, sealing the surrounding heaven and earth. After a long time of setting up the formation, the time was up. In the center of the Buddha world, Shama put his palms together. Suddenly, endless Buddhist power erupted. In an instant, around the Buddha world, thousands of Buddhas chanted sutras, and golden Buddhist rain fell from the sky, drowning the battlefield. Tathagata destroys the world, Moke infinite. The forbidden technique appeared, and in the Buddha world, the Buddha statues moved. Terrifying Buddhist power surged out like stormy waves, directly engulfing the two members of the eight in front. It was a shocking scene. On the battlefield, both the Heavenly Demon Army and the Sacred Domain Army were shocked. Long Zhong, Gennaro. In the battle not far away, Garuda felt the terrifying power erupting behind him, and his expression changed drastically. However, there was no response from the Buddha world. In the golden Buddhist waves, the two members of the eight were swallowed up and completely disappeared. After using the forbidden technique, Shama closed his eyes, and 2 drops of blood tears flowed down silently. Obviously, even the reincarnation of Moke could not completely withstand using the forbidden technique. Luo Jia, I'll leave Garuda to you. With his strength temporarily exhausted, Shama said wearily. He sat cross-legged in the void and began to adjust his breathing. Not far away, Luo Jia nodded, looking at the last and strongest member of the eight in front of him with a dignified expression. No longer holding back, he clenched his hands, and 9 huge stars appeared in the sky. 9 stars aligned, an unparalleled scene. Luo Jia raised his hands, and with his flesh and blood, he channeled the power of the stars and blasted it toward the demon king in front of him. Desolation Dragon Slaying Slash. The powerful power of the stars attacked, and Garuda's eyes were full of seriousness. He waved the Desolation Halberd, and the halberd broke through the sky. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the heavenly demon halberd broke through one star after another. When the 9th star fell, the halberd's last trace of power was exhausted, and it collided with a loud bang. Ugh! A muffled groan sounded, and blood splashed from Garuda's arms. The power of the stars was unstoppable, and it heavily injured the Golden Rock Demon King. The shocking Third Palace Master of the Sacred Region had shown his strength, and it shocked the world. One-on-one, he suppressed the 8th Division Garuda. Of the 3 members of the 8, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. The Heavenly Demon Army had completely fallen into decline, and defeat was inevitable. At this critical moment, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly appeared from the east. It was powerful and deep like a bottomless abyss. The demonic clouds that covered the sky rapidly approached, and the purest demonic chi surpassed that of any member of the 8 present. Even the heavenly demon princes were inferior. In the demonic clouds, a black spear broke through the air, and with a rumble it collided with the golden Buddha world. Crack! An ear-piercing crack sounded, and the Buddha world that had been strengthened by the 9 Sacred Region Palace Masters could not withstand the terrifying demonic chi. It collapsed inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. In the void, Shama, who was sitting cross-legged and healing, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the demonic clouds in the distance, and his expression sank. This aura belonged to the heavenly demon war god, Azura. In the east, the demonic clouds pressed down, and in a few breaths of time, they had arrived at the battlefield. The war god had not appeared, but the powerful aura had already brought unparalleled pressure to everyone here. I have come to end this battlefield. A calm voice, without any emotional fluctuations, came from the demonic clouds. A demonic figure wearing black armor descended from the sky, and his aura that looked down on the world was so heavy that it made it difficult for people to breathe. The war god had appeared, and heaven and earth had submitted. Azura, the famous heavenly demon war god of the ancient era, had reappeared in the world. Chapter 1184. In the western battlefield of the primordial demon domain, the demon war god had arrived. His terrifying aura shocked everyone present. The black spear flew into the war god's hand. Immediately, Azura's demonic aura surged. His demonic aura was earth-shattering. In the void, the sixth palace master Shama looked at the demon war god and stood up from his meditation. Golden light rose around him as he prepared to face the enemy. Not far away, the third palace master Luo Jia pushed back Garuda in front of him. Stars circled around him as he fully unleashed his cultivation, guarding against the strongest enemy in front of him. Luo Jia, leave this to us. That demon war god, only you and Shama can deal with him. From all sides of the battlefield, the sacred domain's palace masters rushed over and blocked Garuda's path of retreat. Among them, the fifth palace master in golden armor said seriously. Luo Jia retracted his gaze and looked at the palace masters around him. His expression became serious as he nodded. Then, I leave this place to you. After speaking, Luo Jia did not hesitate anymore. His figure flashed as he rushed towards the demon war god in front of him. After a few breaths, the third palace master Luo Jia and the sixth palace master Shama arrived in front of Azura. The two strongest palace masters of the sacred domain had joined forces. The battle was about to start. Both of you are not in peak condition. This battle is meaningless. Back down. Azura's gaze swept across the two who had just experienced a great battle and said indifferently, I have heard of the demon war god's name. Today I have the honor to fight. How can I back down without a fight? Luo Jia took 100 steps forward. 9 stars appeared around him. The boundless power of the stars increased. His aura was comparable to an emperor's, shocking the gods of the 9 heavens. On the other side, Shama clasped his hands together and 6 small worlds appeared. Heaven, earth, human, ghost, beast, and Azura, the 6 worlds rotated. The aura of death spread. Although they had just experienced a great battle, the moment they were summoned, they still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 2 strongest palace masters of the sacred domain had joined forces. Azura's expression also became serious. Facing a strong enemy, the fire beacon city in his hand exploded with the most dazzling light. In an instant, demonic aura surged. With a honglong sound, the 3 peerless experts of the present age exchanged blows. Terrifying auras collided, shocking great vibrations resounded through a range of 10,000 li. At the very center of the battlefield, space collapsed in response. The heavens collapsed, the earth was overturned, and the universe lost its color. In the black world of nothingness, the power of the stars and the small world surged. In the middle, the war god Azura waved his flames, fighting 1 against 2 without being at a disadvantage. There were 2 palace lords in the holy region. One was the reincarnation of the Arhat, and the other was the head of the 12 palaces. They were both invincible under the imperial plane. Even if they faced real imperial plane cultivators, they could still fight. However, when the 2 of them joined forces to face the strongest war god of the demon race, after exchanging more than 10 moves, they were unable to gain the upper hand at all. Instead, they were gradually suppressed and showed signs of exhaustion. I, Azura, do not bully the injured. Both of you back down. Flames danced about, demonic flames overflowing into the heavens. The Azura's luck transformed into exceptional cultivation, and a single spear forced back 2 people. 10 steps away, the 2 of them steadied themselves. Blood dripped from the corner of Sarah's mouth. She was the first to be injured. Sarah. Seeing this, Luo Jia's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and opened his hands. A boundless starry river manifested in the human world. The earth-shattering power blasted towards the war god of the demon race. Brave warrior, I acknowledge you. However, the current you is unable to shake the war god. Azura's expression did not change as the starry river pressed down. Demonic chi surged out of his body, and a huge demonic god image appeared. He punched down, scattering the starry river. The impact of the shockwave forced Luo Jia to retreat several steps. The splashing blood dyed the golden armor red. The third palace lord of the holy region, who had fought with Garuda for a long time and was not at his peak, was also severely injured after Sarah. The situation was reversed in the blink of an eye. The Holy Region army, which originally had the absolute advantage, fell into a disadvantage due to the appearance of the war god of the demon race. In the endless nothingness, the two strongest palace lords of the Holy Region were injured. Just as their defeat was inevitable, behind Luo Jia, the sixth palace lord, Sarah, shouted. The Buddha energy around her surged. In an instant, blood chi rushed into the sky, piercing through the nothingness. Tathagata destroys the world, infinite Mok. Pushing to the limit, Sarah released all of her Buddha energy. The forbidden technique appeared again. The horrifying Buddha energy spread out rapidly, and the Buddha world appeared. When the Buddha world appeared, 10,000 Buddhas appeared in all directions. The horrifying Buddha energy surged out like raging waves, drowning the battle. Within the Buddha world, Sarah soared into the air. Blood flowed out of her golden armor, dyeing it red. Sarah, seeing the Buddha world appear again, Luo Jia's expression changed. He looked back at Sarah, who was covered in blood, with shock. The blood-colored Buddha world descended. Countless swastikas crisscrossed, forming a dignified Tathagata Buddha image. The powerful Buddha aura shook the world. Reversing the Buddha energy, blood chi surged. Tears of blood flowed from Sarah's eyes. Her horrifying power broke through the limits of her physical body. In an instant, imperial might appeared. On the other side, Azura felt it. Her eyes flashed. There was no mistaking the imperial aura. Luo Jia, from now on, the great demon slayer cause is in your hands. Before the war god, there was no holding back. Sarah sacrificed her lifespan, and her blood chi overflowed, increasing the might of her forbidden technique. A power that surpassed the limits spread out in the void, quickly swallowing everything. In the void, the blood-colored Buddha energy rushed out like raging waves. Boom! In the next moment, the Buddha world collapsed. A horrifying explosion rang out, and the entire battle turned into a blood-colored world. The Buddhas used Buddha blood as a sacrifice, trapping the war god forever. After a few breaths, Luo Jia was blasted away by the Buddha energy. He staggered and stabilized his footing. In front of him, all he could see was a blood-colored void. This void world filled with blood origin had turned into a prison of heaven and earth, trapping the demonic war god. Retreat! In the distant battlefield, Garuda's expression sank. She flapped her wings, and a fierce wind blew. The 9 palace lords, who were distracted by the changes in the distance, did not have time to stop her. The golden rock broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. With the war god trapped and Garuda gone, the heavenly demon army was at a disadvantage, and their defeat accelerated. In the sky above the battlefield, the blood-colored Buddha energy rolled and spread out in the void. Sarah, the 6th palace lord, sacrificed her life to seal the world with an astonishing Buddha energy. Even the war god of the demon race could not escape in a short time. Outside the void, Luo Jia looked at the surging blood chi in front of him and clenched his fists. Kill them all! Luo Jia ordered coldly as he looked at the 9 palace masters below, unable to suppress his rage. Yes! The 9 palace lords received the order. Their figures flashed, and they began to reap the lives of the heavenly demon army. Just as the heavenly demon army on the western battlefield was collapsing, the 12 Witch Queen broke through the formation of the 4 royals and 5 messengers and defeated the heavenly demon army in the north. The northern battlefront was collapsing, and the witch army went south. In a day, they conquered several cities and approached the hinterland of the primordial demon region. At the same time, the 3 strongest divine generals of the divine capital mountain appeared on the eastern battlefield. Prince Xianlai, who did not want the demon army to suffer more casualties, chose to retreat and avoid the divine capital mountain army. In the south, the other 2 kings of the Scaled tribe also appeared on the battlefield. Other than the Scaled king who was ordered to go to the sky beyond sky, all 6 kings of the Scaled tribe had joined the battle. The 5 kings of the Scaled tribe were not weak. The sixth prince of the heavenly demon army also chose to retreat and avoid the scaled tribe. In the 5 battles, 4 sides were losing. In the past few days, the battle reports from all sides of the primordial demon region kept coming to the heavenly demon imperial city. Demonic chi surged in front of the 3 emperors' palace. 2 demon emperors appeared and listened to the battle reports from the front line. The western sacred region is so powerful that they can even trap Azura. The 7 brilliance demon emperor frowned in the surging demonic chi and said sternly, "Although reincarnation is illusory, it's not completely unbelievable. The 6th palace lord of the sacred region is very powerful. It's not strange that he could trap Azura for a while by sacrificing his life to perform a forbidden technique," the 8 desolation demon emperor replied. The 7 brilliance demon emperor nodded. He looked to the west and said sternly, "Now that you're injured, we can't afford to make the first move. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle will be decided once the royal path battle begins." The master of the divine capital, the holy master of the golden lion tribe, the stone emperor, and the new emperor of the sorcerer tribe. If the 4 of them join forces, it will be disadvantageous for us. However, we still have a chess piece that will give the 4 tribes a big surprise at the critical moment. The 8 desolation demon emperor said coldly. "Wait a little longer." The 7 brilliance demon emperor said calmly, "We can only use the chess piece when it's fully functional. Otherwise, the plan that our tribe has been working on for tens of thousands of years will be completely destroyed if we make the slightest mistake." The 8 desolation demon emperor nodded and said, "The only thing we can do now is to hope that Azura and the others can delay us for a while longer. I will try my best to recover in the next few days so that I can prepare for the upcoming battle." Within the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen and Gu Xingtian were sitting opposite each other in a game of chess. On the chessboard, black and white pieces were crisscrossing each other. The intricate game of chess was filled with killing intent, causing one's heart to tremble. Beside Gu Xingtian, there was a black ancient sword in its scabbard. Its sword intent was restrained and no light could be seen. Within the palace, there were secret reports placed on the table. None of them were opened. "Your Highness is really calm. This is already the 17th secret report. Your Highness is still able to sit still and not take a look at it. Instead, you are playing chess with me," Gu Xingtian said with a smile. "The result is already known. Naturally, there is no need to rush," Ning Chen replied. "Everything has its own variables. Your Highness, are you that confident?" Gu Xingtian asked in confusion. "This is the general trend. Even if there are some variables, it won't affect the overall situation. The final result will still be the same," Ning Chen said calmly. "The wise ones help the general trend, while the wise ones follow the general trend." Gu Xingtian said emotionally, "Now, I am more and more certain that Your Highness is behind all of this." Ning Chen smiled faintly and did not reply. He placed the black chess piece in his hand. Another chess piece was added to the complicated game. Chess pieces were removed one by one. There were both black and white chess pieces. It had been like this since ancient times. A general success was built on the bones of thousands of people. Behind all the conspiracies and plots, there was a bloodbath. Ning Chen saw it clearly. In the past, he could not bear to do it. Today, his heart was as hard as stone. "Your Highness, you don't seem to be in a hurry at all. Your Highness, you must have someone in mind to get rid of, right?" Gu Xingtian said faintly. Ning Chen smiled and looked at the black ancient sword beside Gu Xingtian. "How can the territory lord's sword be unsheathed so easily? Let's wait a little longer. The time is not right yet." Chapter 1185. In the southeast battlefield of the primordial demon region, the Stone Race Army, led by the first of the 6 Saint Protectors, Yin Xiao, returned with a thunderous momentum and attacked the demon region again. The Stone Race, which had been defeated once, returned with an even stronger attack. On the battlefield, the fourth prince of the Sky Demon region, Xian-Qi, stood in the air. Blood kept dripping from the burning heart demon's sword in his hand. Yin Xiao and the other two saint protectors surrounded Xian-Qi, surrounding the number one sword in the world. Of the 6 saint protectors of the stone race, only 3 were left now. The 3 strongest saint protectors were attacking the invincible legend of the number one sword in the world. On the battlefield, swords and palms clashed. Powerful forces clashed, causing sand to spread and fly for hundreds of miles. After the burning heart demon sword was reforged, its sharpness was even stronger than before. A round chaotic demon stone kept spinning between the sword hilt and sword blade. Facing a strong enemy, Yin Xiao and the other 2 saint protectors circulated their true yuan and turned their bodies into stone. Swords and sabers could not harm them, and palms could not destroy them. 3 against 1, the golden stone body clashed with the burning heart demon sword. The sound of battle resounded throughout the battlefield. Long time no see. You've become stronger, Xian-Qi said indifferently as he stood in the formation of the 3 saint protectors with one sword. In order to kill you, how could I dare to stop? The first saint protector of the stone race appeared on the battlefield again. He no longer had any flaws, and his battle prowess had doubled. Boom! Xian-Qi punched out, shaking the sky and earth. He instantly dodged Yin Xiao, who was the strongest, and arrived in front of the other 2 saint protectors. He slashed with his sword, breaking through stone and metal. The sharp divine weapon and sword qi were unstoppable. The 2 saint protectors wanted to stall for time. Their bodies flashed as they dodged. Fast as lightning. Strong as unparalleled. Wherever the sword qi passed, the void would shatter. It was very shocking. The sword that could not be avoided brushed past them. The 2 saint protectors were both forced back dozens of feet. Cracks appeared on their petrified bodies. Xian-Qi's figure moved forward even more. His sword was like lightning, slashing toward the 2. Seeing this, Yin Zhao's expression changed slightly. He stepped out and flew toward the former. Honglong, a heavy fist swept over, shattering the earth and shocking the heavens. The heart-burning demon sword met it head-on, forcefully colliding with Stone Clan's number 1 saint protector. Their eyes met, and their fists collided with a loud bang. Fist against fist, body and foundation clashed head-on. The shockwaves blasted out, and apart from the 4 peerless kings, everyone within 1,000 steps was blasted away. Kill! The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a moment. Then, the 2 stone tribe saint protectors arrived from behind and punched at the swordsman's back. Burning heart, sword calamity. Facing the danger, Xian-Qi's expression didn't change. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. Demonic flames filled the sky. Heart-burning flame, calamity of the sword. It was an astonishing move. Streaks of sword qi broke through the void and swept toward the 2. With such a powerful move, the 2 saint protectors were sent flying by the sword qi. Their bodies cracked and they were heavily injured. 100 steps away, the 2 staggered and stabilized their figures, vomiting blood from their mouths. After forcefully pushing back the 2, Mysterious Fantasy didn't have enough time to recover his qi, and an opening appeared. You were too careless. Now that an opportunity had appeared, Yin Zhao's eyes shone brightly as he unleashed all of his Zhen Yuan and punched the former's shoulder. An undetectable groan sounded. Mysterious Fantasy took half a step back as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The dripping blood fell to the ground silently. Mysterious Fantasy steadied himself and raised his hand to wipe off the blood. His eyes were even colder. The stone tribe shall be destroyed. Anger rose to his eyebrows. Sword intent gushed out from his body. Mysterious Fantasy took half a step forward as the sword qi around him shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. Sky Demon's 7 transformations. The Sky Demon weapon appeared. Behind Mysterious Fantasy, A demon body that was thousands of feet tall rose from the ground. The giant demon body stood between the sky and the earth, and the universe changed color. Supported by the demon form, Mysterious Fantasy held his sword in front of him and pointed his finger at the sword. Instantly, blood dyed the demon's sword red, and the sky changed. Burning Heart, Doomsday. The Doomsday sword could kill gods and demons. Mysterious Fantasy released all of his Zhen Yuan. The terrifying power broke through all the laws in the world and slashed toward the first saint protector of the Stone Tribe. The peerless sword could cut through the sky and the sea. Yin Zhao's expression turned serious as he activated all of his technique. Dark power burst out, and a giant stone statue appeared in the sky. Its giant fist met the Demon Slayer sword. Boom! In the sky, the two attacks collided. The demon sword cut open the giant statue, and the terrifying impact burst out. The demon form also shattered, and the aftershock swallowed the two. Blood splashed out like rain. In the battle, the first saint protector of the Stone Tribe flew out hundreds of feet. His body was covered in cracks. The Doomsday Demon's sword was invincible. After one attack, Yin Zhao was severely injured, and his body was covered in blood. In the violent aftershock, Mysterious Fantasy walked out with the demon's sword in his hand. He looked like an absolute powerhouse. 1 against 3, he suppressed the 3 saint protectors of the Stone Tribe. Puff! In front of and behind Mysterious Fantasy, the 3 saint protectors of the Stone Tribe vomited blood. The Zhen Yuan in their bodies was messed up, and they were severely injured. I can't accept this. In the sky, Yin Zhao steadied himself. Looking at the shattered stone body, he couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Why? He was clearly stronger. Ha! Hatred devoured his heart, and his rationality was nibbled away. Blood burst out from Yin Zhao's body, and the blood mist surged, covering the entire battlefield. Blood's sacrifice of Saint Spirit, dark soul devouring. The forbidden spell of the Stone Tribe appeared for the first time. In an instant, Yin Zhao disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was behind the 2 saint protectors. Before they could react, the 2 saint protectors of the Stone Tribe felt a sharp pain in their backs, and their bodies exploded. The scattered blood and bones quickly disappeared in the blood mist. After devouring the 2 saint protectors of the late-stage King Realm, Yin Zhao's energy doubled. His eyes turned red, and they were extremely dazzling. The sudden change shocked everyone. Mysterious Fantasy turned around and looked at the first saint protector of the Stone Tribe, whose energy had soared. His expression turned cold. A disgusting tribe shouldn't exist in this world. As soon as he said that, Mysterious Fantasy stepped forward. The space around him cracked, and the black flame of heart burning gushed out. In the center of the battle, demonic flames covered the sky. Fighting demons with demons. Why can't I? The first saint protector of the Stone Tribe, who had gone mad, was filled with Zhen Yuan. His powerful and chaotic energy surged, and the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The ground shook. In the distance, mountains collapsed one after another. The giant stones turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. It waved its stone fist and smashed toward the 4th heavenly demon prince in the sky. Mysterious Fantasy's eyes narrowed. He waved his heart-burning demon sword and blocked the giant's fist. The extremely powerful heavenly demon king was surrounded by demonic might. He could shake the sky with one hand and one sword. Roar! The 10,000-foot-tall giant raised his head and roared. He smashed his other fist toward the demon king in front of him again. You're just a stone man. You want to shake me? You're too naive. Mysterious Fantasy said coldly. The black flame on his heart-burning demon sword became even stronger. He waved his sword, and the sharp light split the sky. The sword light tore through the sky. With a huge boom, the demonic sword cut open the giant's chest. In that instant, the giant was split in half and fell to the ground. The moment the giant collapsed, Yin Zhao moved in the sky. In an instant, he was behind the king. The surging blood mist was as dazzling as fire. After devouring the two saint protectors of the stone tribe, Yin Shao was even more dazzling than the sun. He punched out, and the sky was shattered. The heavy fist arrived, and the demonic sword met it. The two peak kings clashed again, and the battle was even more intense. Punch after punch, sword after sword. It was simple and direct. At this level, they had returned to their natural state. Every move they made had the power to destroy the sky and the earth. After a few moves, the sky and the earth were turned upside down. The battle sounds were shocking. The space within 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles shook violently. Just as the battle between the two reached its climax, demonic chi surged on a mountain in the distance. Two figures walked out of thin air. They were peak swordsmen. Their sword chi was hidden, and they had white hair and white hair. Their silver clothes were black and white. They appeared on the battlefield in the southeast to watch the battle between the kings. The battle in front of them was shocking. The power of the fourth heavenly demon prince was reflected in their eyes. The swordsmen resonated with each other, and the battle intent spread in their hearts. What do you think? Cabinet Master, are you satisfied with such an opponent? Ning Chen looked at the battle in the distance and asked. The best swordsman in the world lives up to his name. Gu Xingtian couldn't hide his battle intent. He said lightly, however, Your Highness and I have already agreed on the conditions. Targets that are more difficult than the Crown Prince are not on my list. This fourth heavenly demon prince can fight against 10,000 soldiers. Your Highness is too greedy. The fourth heavenly demon prince in his peak state is indeed more difficult than assassinating the Crown Prince. However, if it's a heavily injured heavenly demon prince, it should be in line with the agreement between me and the Crown Prince. Ning Chen smiled. Hearing this, Gu Xingtian frowned and said, Taking advantage of the situation is an unfair victory. This is disrespectful to a peerless swordsman. Respect? The smile on Ning Chen's face disappeared. He looked at the Eastern Region Lord and said coldly, Can your respect exchange for the peace of the human race? Or can your respect prevent the human race from being bullied by the other races? Respect? There is no respect between the alien races. I have been planning for so long. If everything had to be done openly, what you are seeing now would be the tragic scene of the heavenly demon clan slaughtering the world, not the scene of the world slaying the demons. Gu Xingtian's face darkened. He clenched his sword tightly and remained silent. The number 1 pavilion is an assassin organization. Assassins should have their own standard. As he spoke, Ning Chen's face became colder. He continued, Eastern Region Lord, I think the Pavilion Lord should know better than me whether the assassin's standards are fair and just or unscrupulous. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. After a long silence, Gu Xingtian sighed and said, I know what to do. Hearing this, Ning Chen smiled again and said, I admire the Territory Lord's righteousness. Gu Xingtian looked at the young man beside him and sighed. The heavenly demon royal family's current situation was definitely due to this young man. He was as cunning as a demon and ruthless. The 13th prince was indeed a terrifying figure. Ning Chen could tell what the former was thinking, but he didn't point it out. He looked into the distance and continued to watch the battle. The battle of the king's domain had reached a critical moment. The burning heart demon's sword cut through the stone armor on the Stone Clan's first Saint Protection's chest and pierced through his chest. Without a doubt, the fourth heavenly demon prince defeated the Stone Clan's first Saint Protection. The battle was over. I can't accept this. Unwillingness and anger rushed to his heart. At the last moment, Yin Shao self-detonated his blood origin and his body exploded. The shock wave blasted Xianqi back 100 steps. The corner of his mouth was dyed red. Now, on the peak in the distance, Gu Xingtian's eyes narrowed. He unsheathed Kuan-Tian and used Flying Immortal Sword. Chapter 1186. Primordial Demon Region, South-East Battlefield. As the two kings were deciding the victor, Corn Tian unsheathed his sword from a high mountain far away. The earth-shattering sword cut through the void. It was so dazzling that it attracted the attention of tens of thousands of soldiers. Above the battlefield, Xian Qi, who had just experienced a fierce battle, felt a strong killing intent coming from behind him. He subconsciously turned around and waved his sword to meet the attack. Boom! Burning Heart and Kuan Tian, the two peerless divine weapons clashed. Sparks flew in the sky and Xian Qi felt his right arm go numb. His injured body could not use his true yuan. The sword tip entered his body and blood splattered. The demon body was dyed red, shocking everyone present. Gu Xingtian took a step forward and the ancient sword in his hand slashed another inch forward, slaying the devil cultivator. Xian Qi's expression darkened. He raised his left hand and closed two fingers, stopping the sword in his body. Burning Heart, Heaven's Wrath. The king's sword was thwarted. The demonic aura of the Burning Heart demon's sword increased. Suddenly, thunder and fire appeared in the void. It was as if the heavens were angry and wanted to destroy the world. The sword slashed down and the sky was filled with black light. The sword of a king could not be blasphemed. Gu Shengtian's expression did not change. He pulled out his sword and retreated 100 steps. When he reappeared, he was already behind the demon. The ancient sword pierced through the air once again, its murderous intent hidden within, making it impossible for one to guard against. Xian Qi stepped forward and the two swords clashed. The injured celestial demon prince retreated half a step. His mouth was red. In the battle of the top swordsmen, one was heavily injured and had lost the initiative. The other was in his prime and had the advantage. The invincible king of the demons showed signs of weakness. Gu Shengtian had the advantage. His sword was unpredictable. His sword was fast, strange, and ruthless. Every move was merciless and deadly. On the other hand, Xian Qi was injured and his moves were restricted. Facing the strongest eastern region lord of the number 1 pavilion, he was about to lose. Whoosh! The ancient sword slashed through and the sound of clothes tearing could be heard. Blood flowed out of Xian Qi's left shoulder. He had avoided the fatal attack but could not avoid the sword Qi. What an amazing swordsman! You have angered me! After being suppressed for more than 10 moves, the anger in Xian Qi's eyes became more and more intense. He took the sword head-on and immediately used all his martial arts, his ultimate move appearing again. Burning Heart, Blood Sacrifice. He held the sword horizontally in front of him, and blood dyed the demonic weapon red. At the point where the sword hilt and the sword edge met, the chaos demonic stone spun rapidly, and in an instant, the demonic aura rapidly spread out, and waves of demonic flames crazily spread out, covering the scorching sun in the west. Instantly, the world darkened, and only black flames filled the air. An indescribable sword pressure rose up, and the king's sword revealed its sovereign aura for the first time. Seeing this, Gu Shengtian's expression turned serious. He took a step back and retreated 100 steps. Then, he raised his sword and the sun, moon, and stars appeared. Forced to the limit, the three forms combined, and a terrifying sword pressure surged out. The swordsman who had formed his own Tao also revealed his strongest sword. The two swordsmen who stood at the peak of the Tao of Swords were about to clash. Just as the victor and loser were about to be decided, on a distant mountain peak, the white-haired figure in plain clothes moved. He formed a seal with his hands and used the Qi Huang forbidden technique again. Once the forbidden technique was used, cracks appeared around Ning Chen's body, and a terrifying backlash attacked him. Even though his body had been reconstructed from the divine tree's source, his foundation showed signs of collapsing. At this moment, clouds started to gather in the sky above the battlefield. From the clouds, an undetectable power descended and landed on the demon's body. Arg! The sudden appearance of the power came without any warning. Xian Qi, who was focused on dealing with his enemy, didn't have time to react. However, He felt an intense tearing sensation in his body, and his demonic aura immediately dissipated by more than half. The heavenly talisman showed its might, and at the same time, the sun, moon, and star swords' combined attack crashed into the demon's sword. It was a shocking scene. The demon king who had been ambushed felt blood spurt out of his heart. The sword light pierced through his chest, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling vermilion. On the other side, Gu Xingtian was forced back half a step by the shockwave. His sword hand was also dyed red. With the combination of light and dark, the demon was heavily injured. 10 steps away, Xian Qi stabilized himself and looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. He had never seen such a power before, and he hadn't sensed it at all. Although his attention had been diverted, this power was definitely not ordinary to be able to hide from his divine sense at such a close distance. Before he could finish his thoughts, the black sword light in front of him broke through the air once more. The sword was sharp and filled with killing intent. Xian Qi came back to his senses and met it with his sword. Sunset scene, shadow in battle, peak sword arts, and the battle became more and more intense. Sky-setting sword, one sword sealing god. Kuan Tian displayed his might. Gu Xingtian moved with his sword at an extremely fast speed. His killing moves were endless, and each of them chased after the soul. Xian Qi blocked with his sword, but his heavily injured body found it harder and harder to hold on. Blood dyed his clothes red, and it was extremely eye-catching. In the west, the sun gradually set. The battle between the two still hadn't ended. Outside the two's battle, the Sky Demons and the Stone Tribe were also fighting fiercely. The two armies had suffered heavy casualties, and more than half of them were dead. On the mountain peak in the distance, Ning Chen watched the battle quietly. Blood flowed from his arms and dyed the mountain below him red. Even though he had planned every step carefully, without absolute power to ensure that the plan would go smoothly, all his plans would be useless. The fourth demon prince's strength wasn't something a normal demon king could compare to. If the plan was to proceed according to plan, he had to destroy this power of the Sky Demon royal family. Now, he couldn't reveal his identity yet. He couldn't show himself yet, so he had to borrow the power of others. Gu Xingtian, the #1 pavilion in the world, the lord of the East region, could be said to be the strongest swordsman of the human race in the primordial demon realm. He was the best candidate besides Yi Zhu. The #1 pavilion in the world was a powerful force that dominated the darkness. Their ability to kill was not something that any other force could compare to. As the battle continued, the sun finally set in the sky. When darkness came, the peak sword arts changed again. The figure of the #1 swordsman of the human race flashed in the darkness. In the darkness, only the afterimages could be seen. It was hard to tell which was the real one. Xian Qi waved the burning heart demon's sword and broke through the afterimages. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Gu Xingtian's silhouette appeared, blocking the demon's sword with his finger. Around the two of them, sword qi clashed, destroying everything in their path. However, the black ancient Kuan heavenly sword in the hands of the lord of the eastern region had disappeared. Soul as a sword, one sword wind soul. A gust of wind blew and a sword appeared in the wind. The black cold sword appeared behind the demon's sword silently. Xian Qi instinctively dodged to the side. However, it was too late. The ancient sword pierced through his body half an inch to the left of Xian Qi's heart. The ancient sword pierced through his body, bringing with it a bright red color. It was a hair's breadth away. The demon sword's amazing fighting instinct allowed him to avoid the danger and save his life. Blood dripped from the wound and stained the demon sword's body. Xian Qi stumbled and almost fell down. Respected swordsman of the demon sword, you are doomed. Gu Xingtian didn't hesitate. His figure flashed and his sword took Xian Qi's life. The danger of life and death was right in front of him. Instead of being angry, mysterious strange laugh. His laughter shook the 9 heavens and 10,000 gods. Ha ha, His deep and crazy laughter sent chills down everyone's spine. Xian Qi's eyes turned blood-red. Waves of terrifying demonic energy surged out. Vaguely, the aura of the Emperor filled the air. It was clear and powerful. Not good. On the peak far away, Ning Chen's eyes dimmed. The Emperor's aura. The fourth prince had already reached the Emperor realm. Boom. In the distant battlefield, Kuan Tian and Burning Heart were exchanging blows. Horrifying shockwaves blasted out, shattering the illusory stars in the sky above them. The terrifying phenomenon shook the entire battlefield. Arg! Two groans sounded in the battle. Sword qi pierced through their bodies. Xian Qi and Gu Shengtian flew out at the same time. They were both severely injured. 100 steps away, Gu Shengtian stabilized himself and looked at the fourth prince of the heavenly demon sword in shock. How was it possible that the fourth prince was injured to this extent, and yet, he still had such terrifying battle power? Don't fight anymore. Retreat. A calm voice sounded from the peak far away. Gu Shengtian's face darkened when he heard this. He took a step forward and left. In the air, demonic energy surged around Xian Qi. The aura became more and more terrifying. Gradually, it devoured the heavens and earth. The soldiers of the heavenly demon sword and stone tribe couldn't retreat in time and were devoured by the demonic qi. Their bodies quickly turned to dust. In the distance, two people stood in the air and looked at the battlefield. Their expressions were solemn. The fourth prince of the heavenly demon sword is really terrifying, Gu Shengtian said. How can an expert from the antiquity age be mediocre? Ning Chen sighed. However, it's a pity that we couldn't kill Xian Qi in today's battle. Gu Shengtian was silent. After a while, he said, I'm sorry. I didn't keep my promise. It's not the territory lord's fault. Ning Chen looked at the demonic qi and said, Let's leave first. After this battle, Xian Qi is severely injured. He won't be able to recover in a short time. I've achieved my goal. Gu Shengtian nodded and left with the young man beside him. In the dark night, the two disappeared without leaving any trace. They came without a shadow and left without a trace. In the sky above the battlefield, the demonic qi gradually retracted after the demonic qi exploded. The body of a king fell from the sky. His body was 90% damaged. There was no one left in the air. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers had all turned to dust. It was a shocking scene. With a clang, the demonic sword stabbed into the ground. Xian Qi staggered and spat out blood. The blood splattered on the ground and dyed the ground red. Under the imperial Tao, he was invincible. Today, he once again displayed his shocking battle strength. He was fearless. The demonic sword in his hand cut through all schemes. 5 days later, in the southeast of the primordial demon domain, the Stone Tribe's army appeared again. This time, the leader of the army was the Stone Tribe's crown prince. In the southeast, the severely injured fourth prince temporarily returned to the heavenly demon ancestral land. The heavenly demon army couldn't resist the Stone Tribe's attack and was forced to retreat. At this point, the 5 battlefields in the primordial demon domain were defeated. The armies of the 5 Imperials charged in, and the flames of war quickly spread to the center of the primordial demon domain. Chapter 1187. In the celestial devil Imperial City, the news of the total defeat of the 5 battlefields had spread. The entire Imperial City was in a state of panic. It was a crisis they had never faced before. The celestial devil imperial family that had ruled the 100 races since ancient times could not even protect themselves. The imperial prince's commanders had suffered heavy casualties and were defeated again and again. Apart from the 5 sovereign families, there were other major families and even royal families from all over the primordial demon realm who joined the war against the celestial devil imperial family. They worked together with the 5 sovereign families to resist the rule of the celestial devil imperial family. In the celestial devil ancestral land, the heavily injured 4th imperial prince immediately went into seclusion to heal himself. With the loss of the commander in the southeast battlefield, the Stone Tribe's army marched straight in. The situation was even more precarious. In the east, in the Celestial Devil Army's camp, the 3rd Imperial Prince Xian Lai received the report from the southeast battlefield. He was shocked. Xian Qi was heavily injured? How was that possible? He knew 4th strength better than anyone else. Unless an Emperor Realm expert was involved, almost no one could defeat him. The southeast battlefield had always been the one he was most confident in. He did not expect that even 4th side would be lost. Who is the attacker? Have you found out? Xian Lai looked at the scout in front of him and asked in a low voice. Imperial Prince, according to Imperial Prince Xian Qi's information, the attacker is a mysterious swordsman. He wore a silver robe and held an ancient sword. He wore a black and white hat. His strength is shocking. I have never seen him before, the scout replied respectfully. Xian Lai frowned slightly. A swordsman. 4th was injured by a swordsman. Since when did the primordial demon realm have such a powerful swordsman? Xian Lai looked back in the direction of the Celestial Devil Imperial City and narrowed his eyes. In terms of swordsman, that disciple of 9 serenities was indeed a rare swordsman. However, he had only cultivated for a short time and should not be a threat to 4th. In the 3rd Imperial City, dark clouds covered the sky. Muffled thunder echoed in the clouds, making the atmosphere even gloomier. In the 13th Crown Prince's residence, Ning Chen stood in front of the palace, looking at the clouds outside with a calm expression. The Celestial Demon Royal Tribe had lost one battle after another. Their conventional forces were at a disadvantage. Most importantly, the first Kunyi Demon Emperor was trapped at the eastern end of the battlefield, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor was severely injured, and the 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor and the 9 Serenities Demon Emperor were guarding the primordial demon realm. The Celestial Demon Royal Tribe was at a disadvantage, too. He wanted to see what other trump cards the Celestial Devil Imperial family had to deal with the current situation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. When the Celestial Devil Imperial family used all of their trump cards, that would be the day this colossus was destroyed. In the back courtyard of the Crown Prince residence, Gu Xingtian, who was dressed in a silver-white court robe, was meditating and recuperating from his injuries. Time passed day after day. The armies of the 5 sovereign clans marched straight into the various battlefields, attacking the Heavenly Devil clan like a flood of iron. Over the next few days, unfamiliar experts appeared in the armies of the 5 great royal families one after another. When the 5 great armies were defeated and the Celestial Devil clan was on the verge of defeat, many of the great races of the 100 races secretly sent out experts to help and suppress the Celestial Devil clan together. Demonic aura surged in the Heavenly Devil ancestral land. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor stood in the air, his demonic aura as heavy as 10,000 mountains. We can't wait any longer. It's time to send out the Imperial Army. Not far away, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor opened his eyes and said. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor fell silent. After a long while, he nodded and said, "That's our only choice." The Heavenly Devil Imperial Army was the most important defensive force in the 3 imperial cities. If the Imperial Army was deployed, the defense of the imperial cities would be reduced by half. It was not a wise choice to send out the Imperial Army unless they had no other choice. Azura is trapped and can't get away for the time being. We can send Xian Mo to the western battlefield and temporarily take over as the commander to stop the western sacred region's attack, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor suggested. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded and said, "Even if Xian Mo can't stop the western sacred region's attack, she can at least delay it for a while. However, if Xian Mo goes to the western battlefield, who should we send to the southeastern battlefield?" Xian Qing. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said coldly, "It's a waste not to utilize the strength of the 4 profound entrances. Instead of leaving them to cause trouble in the Imperial City, It's better to send them to the front line to contribute to the royal family. The Seven Brilliants Demon Emperor frowned slightly, but he did not object. It was reasonable to send Xian Qing to the front line under the current circumstances. Even his supporters could not say anything about it. However, if Xian Qing succeeded in stopping the Stone Tribe's attack and made a great contribution, he would undoubtedly have a great advantage in the battle for the throne in the future. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor could see the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's worry. He said, "We can't care about the battle for the throne for now. Our top priority is to resolve the crisis at hand." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded. It was the best choice for now. Xianzhen was severely injured and could only stay in the imperial city to recuperate. The disciple of 9 Serenities was too weak both in terms of cultivation and the forces around him. They could not support a war. Xian Qing was the best choice. "Relay the order." "Yes, sir." "Summon the great commander of the imperial army, Xian Mo, and the 3rd prince, Xian Qing." "Affirmative." The 13th prince's palace in the 3 imperial city. Secret reports came one after another from various battlefields and key factions in the imperial city. There were so many of them on the table that it was dizzying. Ning Chen read the secret reports patiently. His mind was spinning rapidly as he considered his next move. Report. At this moment, a black-robed figure appeared out of nowhere outside the palace. He bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, Great Commander Xian Mo and the 3rd Prince have received the order. They have just left for the 3 Imperial Palace." Ning Chen put down the secret report in his hand and said, "Got it. You may leave now." "Yes, sir." The black-robed figure accepted the order and vanished into thin air. Ning Chen rose to his feet and went to the front of the palace. He looked in the direction of the 3 imperial city with murderous intent. It was time. The reason why the 2 demon emperors summoned Great Commander Xian Mo and Great Commander Xian Qing was obvious. The Sky Devil imperial family did not have enough battle power. They needed to use the imperial army and the 3rd prince's power. Putting aside the 3rd crown prince for now, using the imperial guards was definitely a risky move. The Imperial Guards of the Imperial Guards were the most powerful army in the entire primordial demon realm. However, once the Imperial Guards left, the defense of the 3 imperial cities would be greatly reduced. The pros and cons were obvious. The fact that the 2 demon emperors used the imperial army meant that the Sky Devil imperial family did not have enough power on the surface. They had to use this risky move. This was good news for him. After plotting for so long, it was finally time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. As for Xian Qing, he was the opponent that he had left for Xian Quebec. He did not need to worry too much. "Inji," Ning Chen said. "Your Highness." In front of the palace, a beautiful figure appeared without a sound. Her pale face was faintly discernible with cracks, and there was a hint of strangeness in her delicate beauty. "Get ready. The opportunity is here," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Inji bowed respectfully and said, "Yes." With that, Inji turned into mist and left the Crown Prince Palace. 2 days later, in front of the 3 imperial city, 200,000 soldiers of the Sky Devil Imperial Army left for the battlefield. After the Imperial Army left, the defense of the 3 imperial city became empty. The 9th Prince, Xian Ke, was ordered to temporarily take over the defense of the imperial city. He became very busy. On the first night, the imperial city was still as peaceful as before. Nothing happened. In the 9th Prince Palace, Xian Ke secretly let out a sigh of relief. The burden on his shoulders was not light. If anything happened in the imperial city, the responsibility would fall on him. Be careful. If there are any suspicious people, capture them immediately, Xian Ke ordered the generals with a serious expression. Yes. The generals turned and left after receiving the order. In the 13th Prince Palace, Ning Chen stood quietly without doing anything. Behind him, Inji stood there silently, waiting for Ning Chen's order. The sun rose and set. Time passed day after day, but the three imperial cities remained abnormally calm. Nothing major happened. The calm before the storm made it hard for people to breathe. In the ninth Prince Palace, Xian Kei's expression became more and more serious. The imperial city was too quiet, so quiet that it was a little scary. On the fifth day the night came. Dark clouds covered the moon and the sky was gloomy. The people in the imperial city went to bed early. Suddenly, on the east side of the imperial city, a fire broke out. Then, the sound of fighting filled the night, attracting everyone's attention. In the ninth Prince Palace, Xian Kei heard the secret report and his expression sank. Finally they came. In the 13th Prince Palace, Inji heard the secret report and a strange expression flashed across her face. She said in confusion, "Your Highness, they are not our people." Ning Chen nodded without much surprise on his face. After the Sky Devil Imperial Army left, the defense of the three imperial city was greatly reduced. Many hidden factors would definitely erupt. This was just the beginning. On the east side of the imperial city, the fire spread and burned down several palaces. In other directions, the conspirators who had been hiding for a long time also took action. They had different goals and took advantage of the situation. It didn't take long for all sides to take action, and the entire imperial city began to fall into chaos. "Inji, you go and help them." In the 13th Prince Palace, Ning Chen looked at the girl behind him and said, "No need to do anything big. Just fan the wind and light the fire." "Yes." Inji accepted the order and left. In the dark night, the entire imperial city was in chaos. In the east, when the first light of dawn shone, the chaos stopped. Everywhere in the imperial city was a mess, shocking everyone. In the three imperial city, Xian Kei, who had been busy the whole night, almost didn't have a moment of rest. In the 13th Prince Palace, Ning Chen still didn't leave the palace. He quietly watched the chaos in the imperial city. At dawn, Inji returned and reported the situation in the imperial city. She didn't leave out any details. Ning Chen listened quietly and didn't say anything. He also didn't make any arrangements for the next step. All his orders were just one word: wait. Although Inji didn't understand, she didn't ask. Since the ghost race had chosen to be loyal to the 13th prince, she could only trust him. Not long after dawn, Xian Kei led the army and surrounded the Crown Prince Palace. Xian Kei walked in and looked at the young man in plain clothes. He said calmly, "13th brother, this is a routine search. Please cooperate." "Ninth brother, please." Ning Chen smiled. Xian Kei nodded and looked back at the soldiers behind him. He ordered, "Search." Chapter 1188. At the 13th prince's residence, Xian Kei led his troops to search the residence. The atmosphere was so tense that it was hard to breathe. Inji's expression darkened. She was about to step forward when Ning Chen stopped her. "Ninth brother, please do as you wish," Ning Chen said with a smile. Xian Kei nodded and waved his right hand. The soldiers behind him immediately entered the residence and began to search seriously. "Did 13th brother leave the residence last night?" Xian Kei looked at the person in front of him and asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "No. There was such a big commotion last night." "13th brother, aren't you curious at all?" Xian Kei sneered and said aggressively. "I went to bed early last night and didn't hear anything. I only found out this morning that something happened in the imperial city." Ning Chen smiled. Xian Kei's eyes turned cold when he heard this. "13th brother, you slept really well." Ning Chen smiled and said, "I've been worried about the war at the front lines these days. I finally had a good night's sleep last night. I didn't expect so many things to happen in the imperial city." The armory was burned, and the residences of several royal families were also affected. In addition, more than 10 secret locations of the Sky Devil royal family were attacked. They lost a lot of cultivation methods and immortal jade. It was obvious that these actions had been planned for a long time. The Sky Devil royal family had ruled the primordial demon realm for a long time. Similarly, they had made countless enemies. As long as there was an opportunity, many dark forces that had been hiding for a long time would definitely not let go of this opportunity. What he did was to make things worse and force these dark forces out, diverting all the attention of the Sky Devil royal family. Just as the two of them were arguing, groups of soldiers came from all over the residence. They searched for a long time but found nothing. Your Highness, we didn't find anything suspicious. The leading general bowed respectfully. Xian Ke frowned and said, Did you search clearly? Your Highness, we've searched all the places that should be searched. There really isn't anything suspicious, the general said seriously. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, Ninth brother, if you're worried, you can send people to continue searching. Anyway, I have nothing to do today. I can accompany you for a chat. Xian Ke's face darkened and said, No need. I still have things to do. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, Xian Ke didn't stay any longer. He ordered the troops to withdraw, and then he turned around and walked out of the Crown Prince's mansion. Behind Ning Chen, Yinji looked at the back of the Ninth Prince and his soldiers as they left. Her expression turned serious as she asked, Your Highness, did the Ninth Prince discover something? Ning Chen chuckled and said, Did you leave any evidence of your actions last night? Yinji shook her head and said, No. Since there is no evidence left behind, what is there to worry about? The ones who should be worried aren't us, but the real conspirators from last night. Ning Chen looked out of the mansion and said, It's not that easy to take something from the celestial demonic imperial family. If you have the life to snatch it but don't have the life to use it, then it's really a pity. As he spoke, Ning Chen's expression grew colder and colder. Although there was regret in his words, his tone was so gloomy that it caused people to tremble. Yinji's body trembled slightly as she looked at the 13th prince. She didn't know why, but there was an indescribable chill in her heart. The Ghost Clan pledged their loyalty to the 13th prince in order to fight for a bright future for themselves. But to be honest, the longer she spent with him, the more she felt that this prince was terrifying and cruel. He was even more ruthless than the celestial demonic clan, who were known for their ruthlessness. She didn't know if the Ghost Clan's choice was right or wrong. She even had an illusion that the Ghost Clan's future would be completely ruined by this man in front of her. What are you thinking about? A calm voice asked in Yinji's ears. Yinji came back to her senses and looked at the young man who was imposing without being angry. She immediately restrained her thoughts and didn't dare to let her imagination run wild. Since the Ghost Clan had made their choice, there was no turning back. They could only believe in their own choice. Tell your men to hide their tracks and don't expose themselves. Remember, don't touch anything from the celestial demonic imperial family. Ning Chen reminded. Yes. Yinji replied softly. Go and arrange it. Come back before sunset. Ning Chen said. Your subordinate will take her leave. Yinji bowed and left the place. Seeing Yinji leave, Ning Chen turned around and walked towards the backyard. In a room in the backyard that was sealed by the God-forbidden space, Gu Xingtian was meditating and healing himself. An ancient sword was sheathed beside him. Within the God-forbidden space, Ning Chen walked over and looked at the Lord of the East region who was healing himself. He stopped and waited quietly. After a while, Gu Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and said, Looks like it's time for me to make a move. Ning Chen nodded and said, The Forbidden Army is out and Commander Xianmo has left. The guards of the 3 imperial cities have decreased greatly. Making a move now is the best time for us to make a move. Gu Xingtian nodded and said calmly, I understand. I will make a move tonight. Thank you. Ning Chen bowed politely and turned around to leave. In the palace of the Crown Prince, Xianzhen, who had just recovered, sat on the throne. His face was still pale. Below him, a spy knelt down and reported everything that had happened in the imperial city in detail. At the side, in front of the guest seat, Xian Luo listened to the spy's report. His gloomy and cold expression covered all the fluctuations in his heart. On the throne, Xianzhen frowned. The Forbidden Army's departure had indeed affected the imperial city. This chaos was probably just the beginning. Furthermore, Xian Ke had used this chance to surround the 13th prince's palace. It was obvious that he was using this chance to take revenge. The relationship between the former allies had deteriorated so quickly. Across from Xian Luo, a minister of the palace said after listening to the spy's report, "Your Highness, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The 9th prince's forces can't be underestimated. Your Highness can try to rope him in." "There's no need." Xianzhen shook his head. Xian Ke has already shown signs of joining the 3rd prince. Now that Xian Ke's stance is unclear, if we try to rope him in, it might cause trouble for us. Hearing this, the consecrator nodded his head thoughtfully. It was indeed so. A prince with an unknown position was really untrustworthy. Just as the two of them were talking, a guard quickly walked in from outside the imperial palace and said respectfully, "Your Highness, the 13th Crown Prince requests an audience." Hearing this, Xianzhen's eyes flashed coldly. Why was the 13th prince here? "Invite him in." "Yes." The guard turned around and left. Not long after, a plain-clothed figure walked in from outside the royal palace. His expression was calm and peaceful, and no one could see any hostility from him. Ning Chen entered the palace and looked at the crown prince. He bowed politely and said, "Greetings, royal brother." 13th brother, there's no need to be so polite. Xianzhen asked in an indifferent tone, "Why did you come to my mansion today?" "I heard that first brother's injuries have gotten better, so I came to visit," Ning Chen smiled. "Thank you for your concern, 13th brother." "I'm fine now," Xianzhen said. "Then you can rest assured." Ning Chen smiled and looked at Xian Luo. "Long time no see, Xian Luo. How have you been?" "I'm flattered that the 13th prince still remembers me," Xian Luo sneered. "You're welcome." Ning Chen smiled and looked at the crown prince. "The imperial city is not peaceful these days. First brother, it's best if you don't leave the palace." "That's all I have to say. I still have things to do in the palace, so I won't disturb you." Finishing his words, Ning Chen bowed to the man in the palace again and left. Opposite Xian Luo, the minister of the palace frowned and asked, "What does the 13th prince mean by that? Is it a threat?" Xianzhen nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, the 13th prince must have been involved in the chaos yesterday. If that's the case, the 9th prince's attack on the 13th prince's palace was not without reason. However, it seems like he didn't find anything," the minister of the palace said coldly. "All this time, we have underestimated the 13th prince," Xianzhen said with a serious expression. Xianzhen said seriously, "Ever since the 13th prince entered the imperial family, he has been getting stronger and stronger. Now he even has the ability to fight against Xianqing and I. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe that a demon from the human race could reach this step today?" Xian Luo sneered. The Jiming Marquis of the Great Xia was very cunning. Putting personal grudges aside, he admired the 13th prince. And because he knew how terrifying the 13th prince was, he didn't want to act rashly before he had the confidence to get rid of the 13th prince. He knew that the Jiming Marquis wouldn't give him a second chance. Once he failed, what awaited him would be a violent counterattack. The night of the 3rd imperial city came as expected. The sky was still covered with dark clouds, but the imperial city was much quieter than usual. In the 13th prince's palace, Gu Xingtian walked out of the back courtyard and walked to the front palace. The ancient black sword had a sharp edge. The #1 swordsman of the human race had shown his sharpness tonight. In the front palace, Ning Chen looked at the lord of the eastern region and said politely, "Thank you. It's my job." Gu Xingtian replied calmly and continued to walk out of the palace. "There's a demon wearing dark red armor beside the crown prince. If he interferes, just tell him," Ning Chen said from behind. "I will remember." Gu Xingtian nodded and continued walking. After a few steps, he disappeared into the darkness. After the lord of the eastern region left, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the woman behind him. "Tell your men to act in 2 hours." "Yes." Yinji accepted the order and disappeared into the night. In the palace, Ning Chen stood quietly in the night and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. His expression gradually turned cold. After waiting for so long, it was time to reap the fruits of his labor tonight. In the imperial city, a silver figure walked out with a black ancient sword in his hand. Born in this dark world, if one's heart was black, then so was their sword. In the crown prince's palace, there were layers of guards. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and a sword rose. One by one, the guards fell down silently. In the palace, Xianzhen, who was thinking about something, felt a chill down his spine and immediately stood up. In the palace, a silver figure had appeared. His sword moved and killing intent filled the palace. Chapter 1189. In the dark night, dark clouds blocked the moon. In the crown prince's palace, Koan Tian was unsheathed and the god of death descended. The sudden killing intent came without any warning. The moment the sword appeared, the wind and clouds changed. In the entire imperial palace, there was only one sword that was stunning. Sitting on the throne, Xianzhen recovered from his shock and dodged the sword that was coming at him. Whoosh! An ear-piercing tearing sound could be heard. Blood splattered from Xianzhen's chest as he was unable to dodge Koan Tian's attack. Having lost the initiative, Xianzhen was in danger. He kept dodging the storm-like attacks. In Gu Xingtian's hand, Koan Tian's sword moved like lightning. His sharp and tricky attacks brought out a waterfall of blood, completely suppressing the heavenly demon crown prince. Bang! Xianzhen dodged the sword, but he couldn't dodge the palm that came after. Heavily injured, he took a few steps back and his mouth turned red. Before he could regain his footing, the sword light in front of him broke through the air again, not allowing him to breathe. In the face of life and death, Xianzhen's expression darkened. He made a prompt decision and grabbed the sword, fighting for a chance to breathe. Whoosh! The divine weapon tore through flesh and blood. Xianzhen endured the pain in his left hand and punched towards the sword in front of him. Gu Xingtian sneered and turned his sword around. He also used the same method. Koan Tian broke through the restraints and stabbed into the chest of the former. Arg! Xianzhen groaned as he was heavily injured again. At the same time, the demonic cultivator's fist energy hit him. Gu Xingtian took the attack head-on and retreated 3 steps back. They exchanged injuries. One was fighting for time, while the other was fighting for a chance to survive. In such an extreme situation, both of them used the most extreme method to injure each other as much as possible. The overwhelming situation didn't change. However, Xianzhen had to take a moment to catch his breath. He clenched his right hand and a purple-gold spear flew over from the throne not far away and entered the demonic cultivator's hand. At this moment, the tip of the sword appeared in front of him again. As the sword flashed, a sky full of stars appeared. The sword was extremely powerful and the star sword appeared again. In an instant, countless sword lights broke through the air and flew towards the demonic cultivator. Seeing this, Xianzhen swung his purplish-gold spear across the sky and collided with the tens of thousands of sword radiances. The violent aftershock shook the entire palace. The formation appeared, dispersing the aftermath of the battle. It was supposed to protect the imperial residence, but at this moment, it became the demonic cultivator's talisman. The imperial residence, which was supported by the formation, was difficult for kings to break through. All the guards were blocked in front of the imperial residence, unable to break through the blockade of sword chi. Shattered blood and bones flew all over the sky. The only entrance was blocked by sword chi, blocking all reinforcements. Inside the palace, the battle became more and more intense. The violet gold long spear danced in the air like a dragon. The emperor weapon was extremely domineering. The body of the spear swept out with a force that could break through 1,000 armies. Amidst the dancing spearlight, Gu Shengtian's body was constantly moving. His sword was like a raging wave, continuously attacking and suppressing the king of the devils. Before his life was in danger, Xianzhen erupted with 120% of his power. He overcame the difficulties of his body, which was still recovering from his heavy injuries. His attacks displayed the might of a king. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the injuries on the demonic cultivator's body became more and more serious while Kuan Tian's attacks became more and more ferocious. Outside the imperial palace, more and more worshippers and guards gathered. Everyone joined forces and continuously attacked the sword formation in front of them. Arg! Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded from within the imperial palace. A sword pierced through Xianzhen's chest and dyed it red. Just as the battle was about to end, the sword formation in front of the imperial palace shattered. The worshippers of the imperial palace joined forces and attacked together to help the crown prince. When the palm energy came, Gu Shengtian sensed it. He pulled out his sword and blocked the incoming attack. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the imperial palace. Gu Shengtian took half a step back and shouted, forcing everyone to retreat. Gu Shengtian's expression darkened. He moved his body and wanted to take the life of the demonic cultivator by force. His sword soared into the moon and the sword wind froze the world. In an instant the killing move appeared. Seeing this, a worshipper of the imperial palace flashed and used his body to block the attack. In the blink of an eye, a sword pierced through the worshipper's chest. The worshipper in front of Xianzhen, who used his body to protect him, had his heart destroyed. His body fell powerlessly. One of the honorary elders had died in battle. The remaining 3 honorary elders of the King Realm had already launched their attack. Their powerful palms were aimed at the swordsman's back. Gu Shengtian grabbed the worshipper of the imperial palace and threw him to the 3 of them. Then, he continued to attack the crown prince. Xianzhen retreated 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. He tried his best to avoid Xianzhen's killing intent. Behind him, the 3 King Realm worshippers sent the worshipper of the imperial palace flying with their palms. They also rushed out to help the crown prince. It was a battle of life and death. At this moment, a figure in dark red appeared outside the palace. He looked at the battle coldly and was not in a hurry to help. "Lord Xian Luo, please help us," the commander of the guards said anxiously. Hearing this, Xian Luo's lips curled up and he walked into the palace. The shock waves from the battle made it difficult for ordinary people to get close. Xian Luo looked at the intense battle and gathered yuan in his right palm, preparing for a critical attack. The powerful auras of the experts on the battlefield were hard to ignore. Gu Shengtian sensed it and looked over. His expression turned serious. It was him. The 13th prince had mentioned him before lynching. The situation was tense and there was no time for hesitation. Gu Shengtian turned around and pushed the 3 worshippers away with his sword. Kuan Tian activated his extreme yuan and the sun, moon, and stars appeared at the same time, enveloping the battlefield. The 13th prince asked me to tell you that Ji Ming will pay you back with the descendant of the imperial bloodline. The purpose of the message was obvious. In the small world, the 3 evil spirits appeared. Gu Shengtian was fighting against 4 evil spirits alone. Hearing the message, Xian Luo frowned. He looked at the small world that enveloped the battlefield and his figure flashed, entering the battlefield. When the palm arrived, Xianzhen's sword met it head-on. With a loud boom, the small world shook violently. "Your Highness, please leave first." Xian Luo entered the battlefield and looked at the crown prince. Xianzhen nodded and left the battlefield. Gu Shengtian narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed and his sword came at Xianzhen again. "They are your opponents." Xian Luo's figure flickered as he blocked the former's attack. Then, he took a step forward and left the battlefield with the crown prince. After a while, the 3 guardians surrounded Xianzhen again and blocked Xianzhen's attack. Outside the battlefield, Xian Luo looked at the crown prince and said, "Your Highness, please heal yourself first. I will protect you." "Okay." Xian Jin nodded. His injured body could not be delayed any longer. He closed his eyes and circulated his energy to suppress his injuries. In the next moment, Xianjin's demonic qi surged and flowed to the wound on his chest to heal his body. The battle ahead was getting more and more intense. The three guardians were so powerful that even the Eastern Region Lord could not break through the encirclement. After the crisis was over, Xianjin opened his eyes and looked at the battlefield. He was finally relieved and focused on healing his injuries. Ugh! Suddenly, a miserable groan resounded through the battlefield. Gu Xingtian and the three King Domain consecrators were all shocked as they looked outside the battlefield. Not far away, a shocking scene took place. Xianjin's mouth was open and a blood-stained hand pierced through his body. His heart was still beating. "You!" Caught off guard by the killing intent, Xianjin turned around with difficulty and looked at the man behind him in disbelief. "Your Highness!" In the battle not far away, the three King Realm consecrators came back to their senses and immediately rushed forward. Gu Shengtian's face darkened. He stepped forward and blocked the way, not giving the three a chance to help. Why? It was too late to be angry, or regretful. Xianjin coughed out a mouthful of blood and felt the vitality in his body fading away. "Because only by obtaining your bloodline power can I become an emperor," Xian Luo replied indifferently. Demonic qi surged around him and forcefully devoured Xianjin's body. Xianjin wanted to struggle, but it was already too late for him to do so. In the battle, Gu Shengtian frowned when he saw this. He took a step forward and withdrew from the battle. The small world disappeared and the world returned to normal. Gu Xingtian moved and slashed the barrier outside the palace. After a few breaths, he disappeared into the night. Inside the palace, the three guardians did not chase after him. Instead, they rushed toward Xian Luo. Demonic qi surged and killing intent filled the sky. Xian Luo smiled coldly. He flipped his left hand and a golden ancient mirror appeared. In an instant, the ancient mirror shattered and the space around it also cracked. The three kings flashed over after him. However, Xian Luo's figure had vanished into thin air within the distorted space, and not a trace of him could be seen. In the palace, the crown prince was lying in a pool of blood. His vitality had dissipated. He died with his eyes wide open. In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen looked in the direction of the crown prince's palace and sighed. What a pity! At this moment, the space twisted and a figure in dark red appeared. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm. Ning Chen was already prepared. His expression did not change. He summoned his black blade and slashed out. The ground beneath Ning Chen's feet cracked. It could not withstand the power of the two's attacks. At such a close distance, the two of them looked at each other with unresolved hatred. Their killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. "Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you?" Ning Chen looked at the demonic qi around Xianjin and asked. "Very." Xian Luo sneered. "This time we're even. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Let's talk about it if you can live until that day." Ning Chen said coldly. "You stole the crown prince's bloodline in front of everyone. I think many people will want to turn you into ashes, including the two demon emperors." Xian Luo snorted. He did not dare to stay any longer. He shook off the battle and left. "Jiming Marquis, keep your life and wait for me to take it." Under the night sky, a cold voice echoed for a long time. "A trap." Mortal enemies worked together to bury the heavenly demon crown prince. Ning Chen stood under the night sky and looked at the chaotic imperial city. The coldness in his eyes was even stronger. This was just the beginning. There would be even more good shows coming up. In the imperial city, the appointed time arrived. Inji waved her hand and gave the order to move. Soon, the entire imperial city was in chaos. Flames lit up the night sky and the sound of killing shook the sky. Chapter 1190. It was a dark and windy night in San Juan City. It was the time for murder and arson. Ghostly qi was everywhere in the Imperial City. The experts from the Yin Sea and Ghost Prison were wreaking havoc in the heavenly demonic Imperial City. The Imperial City was in chaos. In the 9th Prince residence, Xian Ke frowned. Who was causing trouble? What was their goal? Your Highness. At this moment, a spy walked in quickly and knelt down. He said anxiously, "The Crown Prince was killed." What? Xian Ke was shocked. He asked in disbelief, "Is the information accurate?" "It's true," the spy said with certainty. "The Crown Prince residence is in chaos. Someone must have gone to report it to the 2 demonic emperors." Xian Ke's face darkened. His worst fears came true. Now that the Crown Prince was in trouble, he could not escape the blame. At the same time, demonic qi was surging in the heavenly demonic ancestral land. The messenger knelt in the ancestral land with his head lowered and his body shivering. In front of him, a terrifying demonic aura was shaking. The demonic emperor was enraged. "We know. You may leave." The suppressed anger was like a tsunami that was about to explode. The atmosphere in the heavenly demonic ancestral land was so oppressive that no one dared to breathe. "Yes." The messenger bowed respectfully and left. "Bahuang, my condolences." The 7 luminaries demonic emperor looked at the 8 luminaries demonic emperor and said in a heavy tone. The 8 luminaries demonic emperor looked gloomy. He looked at the San Juan City in the distance and disappeared without saying anything. He left the ancestral land. The San Juan City was engulfed in the flames of war. In just a little more than 2 hours, the Imperial City was in complete chaos. The flames lit up the darkness. In front of the 13th Prince residence, a white-clothed figure stood quietly. His white hair danced in the cold wind. It was dazzling. Knowing Destiny, who had planned all this behind the scenes, still looked calm and unperturbed. The disaster had just started, and it was far from the time to celebrate. The death of the Crown Prince was only the fuse that ignited the chaos in the demonic realm. The battle between him and Xianqing would reach its climax. The battle for the throne, the situation of killing demons, and the internal and external troubles. He was curious how long this giant could last. While he was thinking, the sky above the San Juan City suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura pressed down. It was violent and heavy, as if the heavens were angry. The entire San Juan City shook violently. "He's here." Ning Chen came back to his senses and looked at the sky. A cold look flashed across his eyes. The ruler of the heavenly demons could not sit still in the end. An emperor descended from the sky, and his monstrous demonic might shook the world. All around the Imperial City, the well-prepared Ghost Clan cultivators immediately concealed themselves and disappeared. Outside the Ghost Clan, many cultivators from other clans who were trying to take advantage of the situation did not have time to leave. However, under the pressure of the demonic might from above the 9 heavens, blood mist exploded everywhere in the Imperial City. Blood and bones flew everywhere and scattered all over the ground. An unparalleled demonic cultivator covered in demonic qi descended from the sky. His demonic aura spread out, and all the kings didn't dare to raise their heads. In a corner of the 3 Imperial City, Inji looked at the demonic cultivators in the sky in the dark. Her eyes were filled with shock. Was this the power of a true Emperor Dao expert? He was so terrifying that no one dared to even think about resisting. What was even more frightening was that His Highness had even predicted this. Thinking about what had happened behind the scenes, it was really creepy. In the 13th Prince Palace, the 8 Desolation demonic Empress and Ningchen, who had been standing quietly in front of the palace, moved. A strange light rose around him as the Yellow Springs and the Passage of Time were activated at the same time. The aura was completely sealed, making it difficult for an emperor to detect it. In an instant, Inji's figure disappeared and flew towards the 3 Imperial Palace. In the Crown Prince Palace, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor descended, and everyone in the imperial city looked towards the Crown Prince Palace. The bloody scene was shocking. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor looked at his son lying in a pool of blood, and his demonic chi fluctuated, causing the world to distort. "Who are the murderers?" The 8 Desolation demonic emperor said coldly. "Demonic emperor, the murderers are Xian Luo and a silver-robed swordsman," a consecrator replied honestly. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor walked forward and looked at Xian Zhen's heart that had been taken away. His killing intent became more and more terrifying. "Demonic emperor, Xian Luo is probably hiding beside His Highness for the power of His Highness' bloodline. Today's rebellion is clearly premeditated," the second consecrator said. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor did not speak, but his anger was getting more and more difficult to suppress. After a while, he closed his eyes and released his divine sense. In the next moment, his divine sense spread out rapidly. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. A shocking demonic aura enveloped the entire primordial demonic domain, searching for Xian Luo. 10,000 miles north of the 3 imperial city, Xian Luo's figure appeared. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he turned around to look in the direction of the 3 imperial city. This pressure was from an Emperor Realm expert. Not daring to hesitate, Xian Luo's figure flew out and continued to move forward. Not long after, demonic clouds appeared in the distance, and a powerful demonic aura spread out rapidly. Heaven and earth were unable to withstand it, and huge cracks appeared, shocking the world. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor, who was chasing after his son's bloodline, appeared in the demonic clouds. Although his arms were broken, his demonic aura was still incomparably terrifying. With a step, 10,000 laws were shattered. A huge foot stomped down from the sky, and demonic chi surged, crushing the void for 1,000 miles. Below, Xian Luo was shocked, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately crushed a jade slip, and in an instant countless space runes appeared, engulfing the demonic body. In the sky, the huge foot stomped down, and the wilderness within 10,000 miles collapsed, and the huge wasteland collapsed inch by inch, destroyed. In the void, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor's expression turned serious, and he looked towards the northwest with a gloomy face. He actually escaped again. Without hesitation, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor spread out his divine sense, locked onto the aura of the Emperor Realm blood, and continued to chase. In the endless night, in the vast north of the primordial demonic domain, the battle of life and death, and no one stopped for a moment. In Xian Luo's hands, spatial treasures were destroyed one after another, and he sacrificed his royal family's treasures as the price to fight for a chance of survival. However, the aura of the 8 Desolation demonic emperor was still getting closer, and it was difficult to shake off. Unfathomable Emperor Realm paragons. Xian Luo's expression turned increasingly grave. He had already prepared enough backup plans, but he did not expect that he still could not shake off the 8 Desolation demonic emperor's divine sense. In the northwest of the central continent, in the boundless sea, a huge whirlpool appeared. The Reincarnation Sea, one of the 5 forbidden lands of the primordial demonic domain. Xian Luo, who was in a life-threatening situation, did not dare to hesitate and directly charged into the sea below. At this moment, vast demonic essence in the 9 heavens crashed into the sea, and the power to destroy heaven and earth blasted open the Reincarnation Sea, creating huge waves. Under the sea, Xian Luo's mouth turned red, and he was severely injured by the Emperor Realm might. Facing the murderous intent, Xian Luo did not dare to hesitate. His figure rapidly descended, and he charged towards the deepest part of the sea. In the sky, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor's figure descended, and his demonic aura swept out. The shocking demonic aura crushed everything, and it continued to capture Xian Luo below. Xian Luo was shocked, and he shouted. The blood chi around him exploded, and his falling speed instantly increased by several times. The blood escape technique was a taboo of the demon race. However, in a few breaths' time, the demonic emperor's speed reached the extreme, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of me, you have nowhere to go. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor snorted coldly, and the demonic aura around him took shape. A huge palm appeared, and it slammed down like a shadow. The battle of speed was beyond the king realm. A stream of light flashed past, and Xian Luo's figure flew to the deepest part of the sea. A pitch-black vortex appeared in front of him, like the mouth of a giant beast, and it swallowed the demonic emperor's body. Boom! Almost at the same time, the huge palm slammed down from the sky, and it blasted on the black vortex. In the collision, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the sea within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly shot up into the 9 heavens. The shocking scene shook the 5 continents. The King Realm cultivators in the primordial demon region and the 5 continents looked in the direction of the reincarnation sea, and they were shocked. The power of the Emperor Realm. What happened? Below the reincarnation sea, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor stood in the sea. Within 10,000 miles, the sea separated, forming a spacious sea path. Below, the huge black vortex swallowed all external forces, and it gradually returned to normal. In the vortex, nothing existed, and it was difficult for divine sense to enter. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor looked down, and he frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he did not enter rashly. The bottom of the reincarnation sea had always been the taboo of the entire primordial demon region. Even the 8 Desolation demonic emperor, who was injured, could not enter easily. Xian Luo's cultivation had not reached the emperor realm. If he entered, he would definitely die. Although it was a pity that he could not avenge Xian Zhen personally, since Xian Luo was dead, there was no need for him to take the risk. In the deepest part of the sea, inside the huge black vortex, Xian Luo had just entered when he felt a terrifying tearing sensation. Intense pain assaulted his body, and his consciousness gradually blurred. His consciousness dissipated, and the demonic emperor's body continued to sink deeper and deeper. Soon, he completely disappeared into the darkness. Xian Luo was in danger, and his life was on the line. In the 3 Imperial City, a white-clothed figure flashed through the night, rushing directly toward the 3 Imperial Palace. Ning Chen had set up a trap to divert everyone's attention. He was the first to discover the place of the celestial demon royal family's highest authority, the 3 Imperial City. The majestic Imperial Palace stood on the 90,000 stone step. At this moment, the white-clothed figure appeared at the bottom of the steps. In a few steps, she arrived before the Imperial Palace. The celestial demon Imperial Palace was shrouded in demonic qi. It was solemn and grand. Ning Chen looked at the first Kuan Emperor Palace in the middle and continued walking forward without hesitation. There was no one in the Imperial Palace. Ning Chen stood quietly in the palace, not releasing his spiritual sense at all. The law of space and time flowed around Ning Chen, isolating all auras. He was the only person in the world who could control 2 divine restrictions. Even a sovereign would find it difficult to detect him. Since he could not release his spiritual sense, he could only rely on his eyes to search. Ning Chen walked in the palace, doing his best to search for the Phoenix clan's inherited secret technique. The Phoenix clan lost the battle, and the secret technique was lost. In the entire demon region, there were only 2 places where the Phoenix clan's secret technique was hidden. One was the celestial demon ancestral land, and the other was the 3 Imperial Palace. The celestial demon ancestral land had always been guarded by a sovereign, and it was not yet time to investigate. However, the 3 Imperial Palace was the best time to search. In the first Kuan Emperor Palace, there was a high and mighty throne. The throne of the 3 Imperial Palaces was the highest place in the mortal realm, overlooking the entire primordial demon region. After Ning Chen's gaze swept across the palace, he fixed his gaze on the throne in front of him. After thinking for a while, he walked up. Whether there was a secret technique or not, the answer could only be there. Chapter 1191. At night, in the majestic 3 Imperial Palace, Ning Chen looked at the first seat of the 3 Imperial Palaces and walked up. First Demon Emperor Kun was the true Imperial Emperor of the demons. He gathered the fate of the celestial demons and was the most powerful Imperial Emperor in the primitive demon region. Even the 7 luminaries and 8 barren demon emperors were inferior to him. Under the throne, Ning Chen looked at the high and mighty throne. His steps became more and more difficult. Just one throne had a shocking pressure. First Kun, the most powerful Imperial Emperor in the world, was immeasurable. His ability to mend the sky was terrifying. He was far more powerful than the other Imperial Emperors in the world. Now that the first Imperial Emperor of the demons was not here, it gave knowing destiny a chance to step into this place. Around the throne, purplish-black fate circled around. The Imperial aura filled the air. The closer one got, the more unbearable it was. Knowing destiny was the son of misfortune in the world. He had fought all his life. His hands were stained with the blood of everyone in the world. No matter if it was the inner world, the outer world, or the primitive demon region, there was no exception. However, after experiencing pain and suffering that ordinary people could not experience in their lives, knowing destiny's mental fortitude had reached a terrifying level. Even with the Imperial aura, it could not stop knowing destiny from moving forward. Under the Imperial aura, Ning Chen's body began to crack. Blood seeped out, dyeing his clothes red. The pain was so clear, but Ning Chen did not seem to feel it. His firm belief did not waver for a moment. The only Imperial Palace in the world without guards was because no one below the Imperial Realm could enter. Even the Imperial Realm cultivators would be defeated. Around Ning Chen, time and space were distorted. Under the Imperial aura, even the laws of time and space gradually withered. Step by step, it was difficult and strenuous. It was like a portrayal of his life. Ning Chen clenched his fists and ascended step by step. At this moment, first Demon Emperor Kun in the far east felt something. His consciousness gradually recovered. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the 3 Imperial Palaces. Someone had entered the Imperial Palace. Who was it? Other than 7 luminaries and 8 barons, who else could reach that position? The Imperial Emperor who mended the sky regained consciousness. After a few breaths, he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. In the Imperial Palace of the 3 Imperial Palaces, under the Imperial aura, Ning Chen ascended step by step. He was getting closer and closer to the throne. Around the throne, purplish-black heavenly demonic fate chi lingered. The Imperial might became stronger and stronger, forcing people to go crazy. Boom! Just as the throne was about to reach him, the demonic chi in the air suddenly materialized. Under the boundless pressure of the Emperor's aura, the hall began to shake. Under the immense pressure, the stone steps began to crumble, turning into dust. Behind Ning Chen, the stone steps were dyed with blood. It was so glaring that one had to bear the burden of carrying out great deeds. The last step was right in front of him. Ning Chen stepped up and looked at the throne in front of him. His eyes flashed. Ha! With success at hand, Ning Chen had no time to worry about exposing his whereabouts. With a deep shout, all the strength in his body erupted. The green cauldron appeared. Under the activation of the demonic chi, the indestructible treasure of the Eastern deity realm emitted a faint green light. In the next moment, the green cauldron smashed down and crashed into the throne in front of it. When the immortal artifact and the throne collided, an extremely terrifying sound rang out. The purplish-black fate energy surrounding the throne was directly dispersed. After losing the protection of the fate energy, the throne collapsed along the middle of the collision. It was an astonishing sight. The first seat of the 3 sovereigns, which could not be destroyed by divine weapons, was actually cracked by a broken green cauldron. After one hit, Ning Chen picked up the green cauldron again and smashed it down. The terrifying aftershock of the collision numbed Ning Chen's right arm. He took half a step back and steadied himself. The cracks on the throne became deeper and deeper. Before the vibration stopped, the green cauldron smashed down again. Boom! In the earth-shattering vibration, the battered throne finally couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. The destroyed throne was torn apart. Suddenly, an earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. Under the collapsed throne, a 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky. The dragon's aura was shocking. It was completely different from the demonic emperor's aura, but it was equally powerful. It was so heavy that it was suffocating. Dragon Chi. Ning Chen looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon hovering in the air and narrowed his eyes. Under the first demonic emperor's throne, the fate energy of the dragon tribe was suppressed. Unexpectedly, the dragon emperor's sword mark on Ning Chen's right arm sensed it and began to awaken. It wanted to devour the dragon Chi. Seeing this, Ning Chen threw out the green cauldron toward the 5-clawed golden dragon in the air. The moment the green cauldron sealed the dragon Chi, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew into the air. He raised his hand and pressed down. The divine prohibition light flickered and sealed the immortal cauldron. Inside the green cauldron, the 5-clawed golden dragon roared and kept attacking, but it couldn't break through the restraint of the immortal cauldron. As the dragon Chi disappeared, the dragon emperor's sword mark gradually calmed down and fell asleep again. Seeing that the dragon emperor's sword had recovered, Ning Chen was secretly relieved. The dragon Chi couldn't be devoured by the dragon emperor's sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress the dragon emperor's sword's aura. Who is it? At this moment, a majestic and furious voice sounded in the distant sky. The majesty of the emperor's Tao was shocking. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the demonic clouds that were rapidly approaching. He sneered and left the demonic emperor palace in a flash. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor came back so quickly. It was really surprising. However, he had finished what he wanted to do. There was no need for him to stay. Not long after Ning Chen left, demonic Qi surged in front of the palace of the 3 emperors. The 8 Desolation demonic emperor appeared and looked at the shocking scene in front of him. The dragon Qi. Someone had stolen the fate of the dragon clan. The dragon clan had been destroyed for a long time. Who knew this secret? The 8 Desolation demonic emperor turned around and looked at the chaotic palace of the 3 emperors. The truth was obvious. Someone had planned all of this in secret. Their goal was to steal the fate of the dragon clan that was suppressed by the palace of the 3 emperors. This person was really despicable. In the 13th Prince Palace, Ning Chen appeared. Inside the palace, Gu Xingtian, who was dressed in white, stood quietly in front of the palace, waiting for Ning Chen's return. After the mission, Gu Xingtian would return to the No. 1 pavilion. The reason why he returned to the Crown Prince Palace was to bid farewell. Ning Chen looked at the Lord of the East region and smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Gu Xingtian said calmly. "It's my fortune to know your highness. I hope we can work together in the future. See you again." "See you again," Ning Chen replied. Gu Xingtian nodded. His figure gradually faded and disappeared. After the Lord of the East region left, the Crown Prince Palace became quiet again. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the palace of the 3 emperors in the distance. The Phoenix secret technique was not in the palace of the 3 emperors. The only possibility left was the ancestral land of the heavenly demons. Next, he had to find a way to lure the 2 demonic emperors away. However, after today's incident, the 2 demonic emperors would definitely be on guard. They would not fall into the trap so easily. "Your Highness." In the palace, Inji returned. She looked at the 13th prince in front of her and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work." Ning Chen looked away from the palace of the 3 emperors and said calmly, "I will personally go to the Insi Ghost Prison to thank the Ghost Clan for their help." Inji was shocked. After a long time, she came back to her senses and bowed respectfully again. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Highness. You've been busy for so many days. You must be tired. Go and rest." Ning Chen said gently, "Okay." Inji nodded. She calmed herself down and turned to walk to the room in the backyard. The final battle is finally about to begin. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. The 7th prince and the 1st prince had fallen. The rest of the princes and princesses had also lost a lot. The imperial family itself had suffered a great loss. Coupled with the death of the heavenly demon 8, the heavenly demon imperial family had lost nearly half of their combat strength. With internal and external troubles, the invincible heavenly demon imperial family was no longer the same as before. The remaining 3rd prince was not favored by the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor. He did not need to get rid of him in a hurry. Keeping Xian Qing alive was also a kind of restraint to the 9th prince, Xian Ke, who was the most powerful among the other princes. Now that his mission in the heavenly demon imperial city was over, it was time to prepare for the final battle. In addition, there was one thing that he was also concerned about. It was the life and death of Xian Luo. Xian Luo's existence was always a hidden danger. If Xian Luo died in the hands of the 8 desolation demon emperor, it would be good news for him. In the reincarnation sea, Ning Chen looked at the distant northwest sea. The place where the 8 desolation demon emperor's aura had erupted was there. He had to go there again. The night was getting darker and darker. As the cold wind blew, it added to the chill of the cold night. Under the night sky, thoughts flashed past Ning Chen's eyes. His white hair danced in the wind, it was unusually dazzling. Just as the primordial demon realm was in chaos, in the Z-Way galaxy beyond the heavens, demonic aura filled the air. The leader of the 6 kings of the Scaled tribe, the Scaled King, stood in the boundless starry sky. Blood mist surrounded him and spread in all directions. The array of life sacrifice, an ancient forbidden art. Once it appeared, wherever the blood mist passed, life would be destroyed and everything would wither. With the Scaled King as the center, huge stars began to wither. Tens of thousands of creatures cried in sorrow and gradually turned into dead stars. In front of the Scaled King, a golden hairpin floated up and down. Dragons and phoenixes coiled around it. The famous hairpin of the Western King kept absorbing the spiritual qi in the blood mist. Day after day, it became stronger and stronger. It vaguely showed the power of the immemorial God Slayer. 10 days later, in the Z-Way galaxy, a figure in a silver-gray cloak walked out of thin air. Looking at the Scaled tribe king in the endless blood mist, light flashed in his calm eyes. Not long later, a white-haired demonic figure in black robes walked out of the starry sky. Beside the demonic figure, the eternal night sex woman stood quietly. She had been with him her whole life. This is the root of the future disaster of the human race. The Jiming Marquis went to the primordial demon realm to create a chance for the human race. However, it seems that the Jiming Marquis doesn't have enough time. In front of the two, the Dawn Moon House Master said calmly, "I will fight for the time he needs." The white-haired demonic figure in black robes walked forward. His cold eyes looked ahead. After so many years, his demonic nature was even more shocking. After the ancient battlefield opened, although you all have your own opportunities, you are still far from the top kings of the primordial demon realm. "I will help you in this battle," the Dawn Moon House Master said. "Thank you." Xia Zi didn't refuse. He took a step forward. Black feathers filled the sky. The 12 wings of sin appeared again. Demonic power swept through the 9 heavens. Chapter 1192. In the outer heavens, in the Z-Way galaxy, demonic clouds filled the sky, and the stars in the sky dimmed. The calamity of the Scaled race affected several great planets with life. Life was plunged into misery and suffering. Xian Tsang cried. In the starry sky, with the Scaled King at the center, the stars around him began to wither. All of their life force was devoured by the life sacrifice grand array. In front of the Scaled King, the hairpin of the Western King continued to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from the vitality formation. Its aura grew stronger day by day, vaguely reappearing the majesty of the ancient demon sealing tool. As everyone wept, 3 figures appeared outside the life sacrifice array. Their powerful auras were several times stronger than before. "Let's begin," the waning Moon House Master said. "Yes." Xiaozi nodded his head and stepped forward. The demonic aura around him grew stronger and stronger. Amidst the black feathers that filled the sky, a peerless demonic weapon appeared. It was more than 6 feet long and resembled a spear. The madness of doomsday had appeared in the world once again. With the demonic tool in hand, the demonic cultivator's aura grew stronger, and his eyes gradually turned black. Not far away, the Dawn Moon House Master looked at the 6-foot-long demonic sword in the former's hand, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. This demonic weapon was exactly the same as the legendary divine weapon. The great battle was about to begin. Within the life sacrifice array, the Scaled King's expression turned serious. He gathered Yuan in his right palm and blasted it toward the sky. The surging palm essence carried the power to destroy the heavens and the earth as it shot out. Its might was shocking, and it was the first time anyone had seen it. At the front, the 3 people saw this and their figures flickered, dodging the king's palm. "Luofei, withdraw from the battle." Xiaozi muttered softly and dashed into the life sacrifice grand array. Not far away, the Dawn Moon House Mistress clenched her right hand, and the underworld divine spear appeared. Its sharp aura actually had the might of a ruler. With the opening of the ancient battlefield, the laws of the human world were mended and the 4th level of the Grandmaster's boundary kept appearing. However, in such a short period of time, the immortal king's boundary was still unreachable. The master of the Dawn Moon Tower was a mysterious and unfathomable martial artist. Today, she displayed an ability that mortals could not compare to. The yellow springs broke through the sky and the starry sky shook. Dawn Moon shows extreme martial prowess. A sharp spear radiance pierced through the blood mist and rushed towards the Scaled Tribe King. At the center of the life sacrifice formation, the Scaled King's eyes narrowed. He flipped his left palm and met the incoming attack with a palm. Hong Long, an astonishing collision rang out. The life sacrifice great formation shook violently. Bloody mist scattered, and spiritual energy flowed in reverse. Seeing this, the Scaled King's expression changed slightly. With a deep roar, he used his demonic vitality to protect the formation and forcefully reversed the flow of the scattered spiritual chi. Boom! At this moment, the demonic sword slashed down. Wherever the sword chi passed, a star would shatter. The boundless and boundless sword chi slashed apart the starry sky and swept towards the king. Another attack came. The Scaled King's right palm moved again. His demonic chi swirled and blasted towards the incoming attack. An earth-shattering collision reverberated through the starry sky. The king's palm dispersed the sword chi and continued onward. As the crisis approached, Xiaozi's figure flickered and dodged the palm power. He waved the 6 feet demonic edge, and sword chi shot out again. At the same time, the Dawn Moon Brothel Mistress's spinning spear condensed primordial chi to assist her sword move. The spear projection and the sword chi merged as one, and an incomparably sharp blade of light flashed through the air, slashing toward the king's stage cultivator before him. The Scaled King raised his hand to block the incoming attack. With a rumbling sound, the sharp radiance dissipated. The peak of the King realm is indeed extraordinary. The Dawn Moon Brothel Master's attack was ineffective. She looked at the Scaled King and said softly, "Brothel Master's strength shouldn't be limited to this. Why don't you use your full strength?" Not far away, Xiaozi continued to channel the demonic chi in his body as he spoke. "When one gets old, one will always be lazy. However, it's okay to exercise once in a while." As she spoke, The sword chi around the Dawn Moon Brothel Master rose rapidly. The aura of the two parts shone brightly, shocking the world. The familiar sword will rush towards him. Xia Zi subconsciously clenched his fists. After a while, he relaxed them again. Was this the price that knowing destiny had to pay? Sword will, sword moves, sword bones, everything about a swordsman was used to create a new powerful swordsman. With the appearance of the sword will, the Dawn Moon Brothel Master moved. With extreme speed, she appeared before the Scaled King in an instant. The yellow spring appeared, and a sharp radiance pierced through the sky. The Scaled King waved his hand to block the spear projection. Before he could react, a silhouette in a silver-gray cloak appeared behind him. With an ancient sword in hand, the silhouette slashed at the Scaled King's back. The Scaled King's body trembled. He turned around and grabbed the ancient sword, blocking the fatal attack. It was an unbelievable scene. In front and behind the Scaled King, two identical silhouettes appeared. One wielded a spear while the other wielded a sword. Doppelganger technique. The Scaled King was shocked. He condensed demonic chi in his palms and struck out. Doppelganger? You've underestimated me. As the palms struck out, the two silhouettes disappeared and reappeared as one. With a slash of the sword, it shook the heavens and the earth. The Scaled King turned his palm to block the sword. At this moment, the same scene happened. Behind the Scaled King, a silhouette wielding a spear appeared. The Scaled King's pupils constricted. He channeled demonic chi in his palms to block the attack. At this moment, an empty space appeared in front of the Scaled King. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi appeared. The frenzy of doomsday drew endless demonic chi and pierced it towards the Scaled King's chest. Boom! A violent collision sounded. The scales on the Scaled King's chest blocked the peerless demonic chi. It was an indestructible defense. Back off! The Scaled King was furious. With a roar, demonic chi exploded and forced the two to retreat. 10 steps away, the Dawn Moon Tower Master stopped. She looked at the Scaled King in front of her and narrowed her eyes. Shocking defensive power. It seemed like if they wanted to kill this person, they would have to find a way to break his armor. We need one more person, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said calmly. In this world, there are only two people with instantaneous offensive power. The Phoenix Physique at Knowing Destiny State or the Daughter of Desolation City, Mu Qingshu. Xia Zi said seriously. The Phoenix has already undergone nirvana. There's no time to wait for its successor to mature. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the terrifying life sacrifice grand array and said, "The Daughter of Desolation City is at the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground. Miss Luofei, please go there as soon as possible." Luofei nodded. Without any delay, her figure flashed and flew towards the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground. After Luofei left, the Dawn Moon Tower Master and Xia Zi looked back at the Scaled King in front of them. What they needed to do now was to delay until the Daughter of Desolation City arrived. In the ancient times, there were peerless kings who fought for 1,000 days in order to prove their sovereign Tao. Now, for the future of the human race, they were going to start a long war. Xia Zi, Peking realm experts are rare. Try to experience this battle. It will benefit you immensely. The Dawn Moon Tower Master said. Xia Zi nodded. His cold eyes looked ahead. Demonic chi rose from his body, covering the sky. All these years, he owed the Knowing Destiny State a lot. Now it was time to pay it back. No matter how long the Knowing Destiny State needed, he would try his best, even if he had to pay with his life. Both sides moved, and a great battle broke out. The two people who charged into the blood mist fully unleashed their martial arts, shining like shooting stars. Just as the great battle started, in the primal demon realm, in the northwest of the central continent, a white-clothed figure passed by and rushed towards the Reincarnation Sea. At the center of the sea, in the Reincarnation Sea, there was a huge whirlpool that had never stopped for countless years. When the cold moon rose from the east, the white-clothed figure arrived and stood in the air. After thinking for a while, he directly rushed into the sea below. In the sea, Ning Chen's figure fell rapidly, faster and faster. A huge pressure gradually came from all directions. It was getting heavier and heavier, and gradually became unbearable. The light of the divine restriction rose around Ning Chen. He separated the pressure of the sea with the law of space, and continued to plunge downward. After an unknown period of time, in the deepest part of the sea, a huge black whirlpool appeared. It was unfathomable and swallowed all light. An indescribable sense of danger came. Ning Chen stopped and did not rashly enter. There was no sign of life around the black whirlpool. All the sea creatures seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally avoiding this place. Nothing dared to get close. After standing still for a while, sword qi gathered in Ning Chen's right hand. In the blink of an eye, the sword qi broke through the air and plunged into the black whirlpool. Silence. It was still silence. The black whirlpool swallowed the sword qi without any movement. It was shocking. Ning Chen frowned and looked serious. What a strange thing. No wonder the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor returned to the Imperial City so quickly. Even this Demon Emperor did not dare to step into it easily. If Xian Luo really entered it, he would most likely have died. However, before seeing Xian Luo's body with his own eyes, he could not be too careless. Ning Chen had important matters to attend to, so he did not stay in the sea for long. He took a step and went back the way he came. In the Yin Sea Ghost Prison, ghost qi filled the air and covered the sky. The Ghost Clan was a powerful royal clan that lived in the endless abyss. They did not like sunlight and often walked at night. The men in the clan were ugly and looked like ghosts. Therefore they were called ghosts. When the first rays of the morning sun shone, knowing destiny appeared in the sky above the Yin Sea Ghost Prison. His body was surging with demonic qi, powerful and heavy. Below the ghost prison, ghost qi spread out. Many Ghost Clan elites appeared and stood on both sides to welcome the arrival of the 13th prince of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Above the Ghost Clan elites, Inji stood quietly. She looked at the young man who came to the ghost prison with joy. "Greetings, Your Highness." Inji bowed. Behind her, thousands of Ghost Clan elites followed suit. The shocking formation showed the sincerity of the Ghost Clan. Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky and walked toward the depths of the ghost prison. Inji accompanied by his side. Her footsteps were always half a body's length to show her respect. In the depths of the ghost prison, there was a bloody waterfall. In front of the waterfall, there was a huge white bone throne. A withered old woman sat on it. Her aura was extremely powerful. Vaguely, there was a trace of royal aura. However, the old woman seemed to be too old. She could barely move her body. She sat on the white bone throne all day long and never left. In front of the old woman, the Ghost Clan elders stood on both sides, waiting for the arrival of the crown prince. Not long after, 2 figures walked in front of the formation. The young man in front had white hair and white clothes. He had an extraordinary temperament and was eye-catching. Knowing destiny showed up. The elders of the Ghost Clan looked at the newcomer. On the white bone throne, the old woman's eyes were still half closed. No light could be seen. After a few breaths, Ning Chen walked to the front of the bloody waterfall. He looked at the Ghost Clan king on the white bone throne and bowed. He said politely, "Junior Ning Chen greets Senior Ghost King." As soon as he said that, the old woman on the white bone throne slowly opened her eyes. They were turbid and deep. No one dared to look at them directly.